好，观众朋友们，大家早上好！现在大家正在收看的是 INF1NITY IAME Series Asia 的2026的比赛。目前大家看到是我们的 IAME 亚洲赛第4回合，然后是我们的中国赛第1回合。那么现在即将要开始的呢，是我们今天上午的第一轮青少年组的一个超级预赛。好，那么我们看一下我们本次的这一条赛道。我们本次赛道的位置呢是位于我们的澳门路环小型赛车场。那么大家可以看到，我们的赛道总长有1203米，同时我们的赛道落差有10到12米的一个落差，然后有将近10个弯道。那么有左弯有右弯，而且有一些比较高速的回头弯，以及一些贴墙的弯道。
It's finals day in Macau. What an opportunity for these youngsters awaits us as we are now ready to go in fantastic fashion. It'll be a tough race in front of us, and we are ready for everything this Coloane karting circuit has to throw at us. It's going to be an interesting day at the races in the INF1NITY IAME Series Asia Round 4 2026, and of course it's also the first round of IAME Series China at the same time. Jake Sanson on commentary for the English listeners, Alex Koo for the Chinese audience, and we have got a very exciting battle awaiting us. Yet again, it's high humidity, high temperatures, but less than 5% chance of rain to give us plenty of tough days of racing over the last few 24 hours. Now we're going to finals day. Just 10 races left of the meeting. There's going to be super heats this morning and the finals this afternoon. And of course, everybody's seeking those crucial championship points that elevate you up the standings. Pole position for the superheat in junior. Jake Stecki, last year's mini champion in only his first meeting of the 2026 season as a junior, and already right up at the sharp end alongside the Chinese talent Ma Min-chan. Hu Jinhan and Wu Zhencheng are on the second row from Noah Zempronio and Chris Dung. Then it is Gu Haotian and Knox Black. It's going to be a fascinating battle for Mason Kwong, the championship leader. He goes off P9 on the grid today. This could be one of those race weekends where the championship contenders are struggling, and it's the everyman catching them up that could reap the rewards.
好，那么大家现在可以看到的是，我们今天上午即将要开始的各个组别的超级预赛，那么将会在下午呢进行我们所有组别本一轮赛事的所有组别决赛。那么超级预赛的这个每一个组别的圈数呢也有所增加。我们待会看到的这一个青少年组呢将会进行14圈的比赛。那么在今天上午现在看到的这一个组别即将要领跑的是133号的 Jake Stecki。那么 Jake Stecki 紧接着后面呢还有我们的中国选手马明谦马明谦之后呢还有我们的127号选手吴哲瀚。好，大家可以看到现在这个车辆已经进行发车之后呢将会有2圈一个暖胎圈，然后要进行一个排好组合的圈子。
So let's talk you through the starting grid in full for the first of our superheats. It's the Junior X30 category out first. Jake Stecki and Ma Min-chan will be on the front row of the starting grid for this first race of the day. Hu Jihan alongside the Japanese talent Wu Jincheng. Then on the third row, it is the Australian Noah Zempronio making an amazing impact in his first weekend alongside Chris Dung. Gu Haotian and Knox Black, championship contender, 8th on the grid. Championship leader Mason Kwong, 9th on the grid alongside Zhu Jizhe. Then Santok Singh, the Malaysian, having a very strong weekend alongside Akil Rungta. Isaac Yoon and Juddy Rowland, 2 fast drivers who want to make more of an impression today. Siddharth Ketsuwan alongside Chevy Thompson on the 112. Hobart Yao is alongside Sahil Singh, 2 drivers who want a little bit more from today. Then it is Jackson Su, the only Macanese driver on the grid, alongside Carson Chong. Then it is Zevian Fabrizio Santoso, Park Do-yul, Yunyo Lang and Jia Heng Lee. And then at the back of the grid we have Sanjana Dandu along with Aditya Pratap, Sujana Dandu, her twin sister, along with Jax Fuller. And then it is going to be Kevin Sibavanichinon and Amel Michael Udang. Well, Amel Michael Udang won't be at the back of the grid because he's a senior. I'm not quite sure why he's ended up on the timing screen. But for Kevin Sibavanichinon, it's definitely going to be a tough day at the races, that is for sure. So it will be very tricky to see how everything is going to come alive in this particular battle. But certainly one of the drivers that we'll need to keep an eye on over the course of the day for his restart is going to be Carsten Chong. He is not in the position he wants to be in for the HB karting team. And so Carsten Chong with a big mission on his hands from 20th on the grid. He wants to get right back up there with Knox Black and Mason Kwong, the championship contenders. This could be a very tough superheat.
好，大家可以看到现在他们已经完成了他们这个2轮的圈子，看一下我们这一 个回合下来，现在来到发车线，待会儿会不会进行一个起步？正常如无意外的话啊，看起来这一轮就是要进行一个发车的位置。那么现在大家看到的是我们的青少年组Junior 组的这一个比赛，年龄介乎于12到14岁。那么他们使用的统一的一个 X30 125cc 的引擎。来个就位，看来车手们都已经做好了一个发车的准备，我们一起期待一下看。
So out of the final turn in the tram lines, wait for the lights to go out. They do, and we're under starters' orders to the first corner. Jake Kostecki putting right across on Marmin Chan, a little bit forceful. Now Hu Jinchan is going to make a chance to come through, and there's two carts spinning at the back. Unfortunately, made that 3-4 as they go through in turn one, and there's already disaster for a couple of drivers. Santok Singh appears to be one of them on the CRG. That's unfortunate as the field work their way through turn one, and it's already side by side through three. You've got to be very careful when you run wide. Treble one is one of them, and also one of the Car Republics. That's the 1-1-2 of Chevy Thompson. So Park Duyul, Chevy Thompson, Santok Singh, and I think the other one involved was actually Sahil Singh. Unbelievable to see four drivers going off at turn one. Very tricky start on slipperier conditions than yesterday. Not because it's been raining, not because there's oil down, but because it's so high temperature and it's so graining in these tyres that the marbles run off to the far side. But look at Marmin Chan already putting Jake Kostecki under massive pressure.
好，那么大家可以看到，在顺利发车之后呢，马明谦其实有对这个 Jake Kostecki 进行一个进攻，但是呢 ，Jake Kostecki 呢维持住了他的这一个榜首的位置。哦，就在刚才这个弯道199号，马明谦正在要对这个133号的Jake Kostecki 进行一个超越的动作。
Well, Kostecki was working so hard to try and keep Marmin Chan at bay because he knows how quick the Chinese driver can be. And that's Noah Zampronio trying to take on the Chinese driver now. Zampronio up into second place. What a debut the Australian is having. He's now going to get some support from Jake Kostecki, his countryman. But they really need to make an impact on Marmin Chan before the Chinese driver pulls clear. We know how fast he can be over one lap. Marmin Chan defending on the penultimate hairpin. So this is where Zampronio can use the slipstream and try and head the field for the first time. What a debut in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia for Noah Zampronio. It's wonderful to see him right up there as they fly through turn one, up to the second hairpin. Look at Marmin Chan defending big time. Zampronio trying to come right round the outside. Kostecki with the racecraft, snipping up the inside there to get into second position, and Marmin Chan trying to hold them up with a couple of wide moments. Kostecki brave through 2 and 3, but that was never going to work on the inside line. He didn't quite have the measure of Marmin Chan. Now he's going to have to try again in the hairpins as they come up to the third sector.
前面4位的选手，2位澳洲选手，1位中国，1位日本选手，4位在前面的第一梯队呢是进行了一个非常非常紧张热烈的一个争夺，那么以及在每一个弯道呢其实都在相互的进攻防守。那么现在目前来到第一的依旧是这一个199号选手，中国选手马明谦。那么他后面的 Jake Kostecki 呢也是紧追不舍啊，紧盯着车尾。那么但是呢，同时后面的吴金城呢也在后面进攻的同时抵御住后面这一个澳洲选手 Noah 的这一个进攻。来看这一个弯道，哇，这里直接有顶到前面的199号马明谦。
Kostecki really is working hard to try and put off Marmin Chan as here comes Zampronio. He's got ahead once more of Wu Jincheng, the Japanese driver. Marmin Chan defending big time, gap up the inside, potential cutback, and alongside comes Jake Kostecki. Fantastic racecraft from the Australian. Cut back from around the outside to cut back in across. Now he's going to try and chop across Marmin Chan, who will not surrender. He cuts back and gets the lead once more from the Australian. Amazing racecraft. And look at the train that's brewing as a result of this fantastic squabble. Marmin Chan now leads from Kostecki, Zampronio, Yoon, Wu, Kwong and Knox Black with Guha Tian 0.4 of a second back as well. It's anybody's race still as we go into lap number 5.
是的，现在在前面4位选手刚刚的这一个争夺当中呢，与此同时呢，后面2位选手 Manson Kwong 还有这个 Knox Black 已经追了上来，所以现在前面其实有6、7位选手形成了这一个第一梯队。那么现在的最快圈速呢是由这个180号的顾浩天做出的是9秒102。
That was an amazing shuffle of the deck at the front end of the field. They keep on squabbling for positions up to second place now. That's Isaac Yoon. So Isaac Yoon has worked his way forward. The Korean driver now into second place as he chases down Marmin Chan. Is anyone going to be able to take on Ma in this fantastic race? The Chinese driver full of confidence here in Macau. So he's got another opportunity. Working through the hairpin, coming up to the end of the sector. Final turn, get the car dialed in. Third place Zampronio. Kostecki in 4th position giving chase. Mason Kwong is now on the warpath as well. Tiny bit of a gap back to Gu Haotian, but Knox Black fancies his chances to get into the top 6. Side by side, here comes the move from Isaac Yoon. He's going to try and outstretch the maneuver from Ma Min-chan around the outside of the hairpin. He tried to make it work. It's not going to happen. Now he's got support from Zampronio as well. Surely Ma Min-chan is not going to be able to have this for long. Diving on the inside. There's a little bit of a slide further back, and off the road goes the 165 in further track. So 165 down to the back. That's Hobart Yao power sliding. As meanwhile, we've now... Hang on a minute. Where's Ma Min-chan?
刚才给到的这个镜头是165号的这个 Hubert Yao， 然后刚刚是上了草地啊。那么我们与此同时，现在看到来到1、2位的选手都是来自于澳洲的选手。
Ma Min-chan has fallen all the way to P6, so the battle got pretty messy there. And so Ma Min-chan suddenly finds himself down in P6, make that P7 now, because Woo Jin Chung has got through. Side by side, Noah Zampronio battling away with his countryman Jake Kostecki. They almost push each other off the racetrack. And through now comes Isaac Yoon to move up into 2nd place. Mason Kwong comes through into 3rd. That is getting very tight and very tricky indeed now, as they squabble away for positions in the middle of the pack as well. Battles in the front, battles in the rear, and now Kwong's going to dive in up the inside. There's nudging as Yoon has lost out to Zampronio. Zampronio's taken the lead. Mason Kwong having a look to get into the lead of the race himself. He's now up to P2. Proper shuffles of the deck all the way through. I'll bet Ma Min-chan is absolutely hopping mad down in P6.
现在这个前面这第一梯队的这一群选手竞争的是，每一圈都有在每一个弯道都有这一个排名的变化，包括现在来到第1的是这个 Nora， 第2个是 Mason Kwong 从后面一路狂追啊，现在追到了第2位，相当厉害。来，我们看这一个位置，要超车了吗？果然，这里顶住的时候，前面1、2名。这个101跟129号2位选手居然在这一个弯道的争夺当中，2位碰到了一起。
The championship leader Mason Kwong collides with Noah Zampronio. They are off at the hairpin. They're both recovering, but Mason Kwong falls to the back of the grid just as he was going to take the lead. Mason Kwong tangles with Noah Zampronio. That's enough for the rest of the field to take advantage. The new leader is Gu Haotian, would you believe? Gu Haotian is now the leader from Ma Min-chan. He's found his way back. It's an absolute battle royale in the superheat, and several drivers are coming unstuck. We've got Gu Haotian leading the way. Ma Min-chan is 2nd, and he's going for the lead into turn 1. Thanks, mate. I'll take back 1st position, thank you. So Ma Min-chan leads once again. Gu Haotian 2nd from Kostecki. Woo Jin Cheng, and here comes Isaac Yoon. He dives up the inside. He gets in a 4th position now. What a race!
从现在这一个圈数上来看呢，刚刚一度由郭浩天冲到了这个榜首的位置，在前面带领。但是由于其实每一圈从时间上来看呢，他的时间要比这个马明谦要慢了大概半秒左右，所以其实现在马明谦已经重回到了榜首位置，多戏剧化的这样的一个赛事。
This superheat is self-destruct mode for the championship contenders. Knox Black is out of the race, I am told. He's come off in sector 2 somewhere, so Knox Black is out. We've had the championship leader Mason Kwong tangling with Noah Zampronio, so Kwong is now down to 20th. It's not even a perfect race for Karsten Chong, but he's certainly the championship contender who's doing better than anybody else in the battle for the title. He's up to 10th position now. On the inside line, though, that's Gu Haotian trying to fend off from Jake Kostecki. Watch out for Isaac Yoon in the Birolard as well. He wants to come forward, so it's Ma Min-chan, Gu Haotian. Here comes Jake Kostecki. Side by side, he hasn't quite got the legs on the parallel to move forward into 2nd place on that scary turn 3 corner. My goodness, it doesn't matter where you look on this circuit, there's battles. Kostecki now dives in on Gu Haotian, but he's opened up the gap on the other side. He has to try and chop across on Gu Haotian. He makes him back down. 4th position now, Isaac Yoon. He fancies his chances. Woo Jin Cheng. Then in 6th place is Hu Zhiaten. And then we've got Chris Dung in 7th position. This is a crazy superheat.
好，那么现在从位置上来看呢，现在是马明谦在前面，然后郭浩天刚才在第2的位置呢，也是被这个 Jake Kostecki 在已经完成了超越。其实从这个单圈时间上来看呢，确实是这个 Jake Kostecki 从上一圈或者最佳圈数都是要比郭浩天稍微快一点点啊，所以希望郭浩天现在也能一路跑在第3的位置，能压制住后面的车手，维持住这一个位置进行冲线，也是一个相当不错的位置啊。
There really is something magical about Macau, isn't there? I don't know what it is about this place, but it really does bring on some sensational squabbles. Kostecki now leading. He's got ahead of Ma Min-chan. So Kostecki has taken the lead in one of the most roughhouse races in 2026. Superheat Macau 2026 is going to be one that we will put in the memory board for quite some time. Ma Min-chan and Gu Haotian are now going to have to team up here if they want to take on the Australian who leads the way. Woo Jin Cheng in 4th. Then it is Deng Jitian, that's Chris Deng, in front of Hu Zihan and Isaac Yoon. Then Xavier Fabrizio Santoso is in 8th position. That's the kind of race we're having. What a comeback from Santoso. Down in 21st on the grid. He's now 8th. Li Jiaheng has come up from 24th position on the grid to P9, and Karsten Chong has come up from P20 to P10. This is one of the craziest races we've seen for a long time, as diving up the inside line, that is Ma Min-chan, and he manages to go for the move on Jay Kostecki, but Kostecki defends it. So Kostecki holds his position, goes to the middle of the road. Ma Min-chan is not going to be patient for long. They've got 3 laps to go, including this one, so this is going to be a tough one, and now Kostecki's trying to back up Ma Min-chan into the path of Gu, Wu and Dong.
好，现在Kostecki 重新回到了这一个榜首位置。那么其实马明谦现在跟他的距离只有0.2秒，0.29秒的话，其实也就等于盯在了身后。我们也是通过画面可以看到，完全可以在任何一个弯道有机会。这里已经顶住车尾，这里会不会抽出来？会，来进攻，这一个内线再进去，有没有机会？我们看到呀，应该是超到了。
There is nothing in it between these two. Kostecki desperate to try and keep Ma Min-chan back, but he's got him. Ma Min-chan makes the move on the Australian Jay Kostecki and retakes the lead. Down the hill they'll go once again as they come up to the hairpin. Ma Min-chan holding his position. Kostecki's getting roughhouse as they come up to the inside line. Kostecki will hold the inside and get through on the crest. So it's going to be Kostecki that leads coming out of the chicane. Ma Min-chan jumps across on Wu Jin-cheng, and Wu Jin-cheng puts out wide. That's going to be Isaac Yoon that comes forward. The Korean now into 3rd position. There's daylight between Kostecki and Ma, so this is where the Australian can open up the taps as we go into the last lap. The Paralin is leading. Can he hold on to it in the slipstream? It's going to be tricky.
是的，在刚刚这一个马明谦要对这个 Jay Kostecki 进行进攻的同时呢，后面他还得防着吴金城，但是他把外线走到外线的时候呢，把吴金城给挤出去了。吴金城现在反而掉到了这一个第4位。
Well, Isaac Yoon got on the inside of Ma Min-chan, so that's definitely gone to plan B now for Ma Min-chan. The drivers are still battling away further back. Fantastic racing in the mid-pack, but is there going to be one final roll of the dice for Isaac Yoon? Ma Min-chan has dropped back. Where's Ma Min-chan? He seems to have disappeared. I think Ma Min-chan may have come off the road. So he's a long way down the order. In fact, he's down to about 8th position. He must have run wide. So Isaac Yoon is going to try one more trick. Can he get past Jay Kostecki? Final corner, final lap. Kostecki on the Paralin's got the pace. And it's going to be Jay Kostecki. He takes the win in the superheat from Isaac Yoon, Yu Wencheng, Hu Jihan, Chris Deng, Gu Hotian, Xavier Santoso, Ma Min-chan, Li Jiaheng, and Sirapash Ketsuwan. What a race!
哇哦，那么最终的冲线成绩呢是133号的 Jay Kostecki 在第1，然后艾赛运在第2，然后吴金城在第3，然后后面是这个胡哲瀚，然后紧接着是邓志天，再来是顾浩天。哦，这个精彩的比赛啊，真的是非常戏剧化的每一个弯道，以及这一个相当精彩、勇猛的这一个进攻表现。那么各位车手做出的防守表现是相当不错。那么其实，在这一轮里面呢，马明谦略有点可惜啊，在最后这里掉了好几个位置的名次啊，非常可惜。那么其实也是在他跟另外一位选手在争夺这一个1、2位置的时候呢，两位选手是发生了碰撞。那么可以看一下我们目前这一轮。青少年组超级预赛已经结束。那么今天上午呢，将会有我们所有组别的这一个超级预赛，包括是什么呢？儿童组第1、第2组，还有这个大师组，还有成人组第1、第2组的所有超级预赛都会将在今天上午决出。那么现在我们可以看到的是，我们的所有赛车以及选手回到我们的收车区、称重区的这一个位置。紧接下来，让我们先看一下我们刚才这一轮比赛的一些精彩画面。
There really is something magic about the motorsport in Macau, isn't there? Jake Kostecki coming through after a fantastic superheat. That was such a tough race to win. You had about 9 drivers around you who all wanted to grab the victory. You really had to get your elbows out there to get it done.
Yeah, it was a hard race, and the heat's making it even harder.
So considering how humid it is out there, looking after those tyres when they were pretty much at death's door, you must be so relieved going into the final to get some fresh tyres on later.
Yeah, the new tyres should help. I don't think I had a good set of tyres this weekend, so hopefully these set are going to be better.
Well, clearly with the championship contenders also struggling, this is a great chance for you to go to the top spot with no pressure. Think you can handle it in the final?
Yeah.
Good man, we're ready for it.
Thank you.
Amazing run from Jake Kostecki. It's been a very interesting one in Junior X30. The championship contenders really don't seem to have a very tough race. But look, come here, Xavier. You've had a very tough weekend, but you managed to get a stunning race out of that with all of the championship contenders around you struggling. You came back from about P21 into the top 10. What a race.
It was a very beautiful race. I mean, I started on the inside, everybody crashed. I can go from 20 to top 10. It was very good, and the kart, I feel very nice. And thank you to all the team. I like the RM.
Well, look, the first corner, tell me about it, because we had about 3 or 4 guys just losing the back end of the car into turn 1. Was there no grip there, or was it just people pushing too hard and getting onto the marbles?
I mean, in the first lap, I don't think you could go flat out because the grip isn't there yet. I mean, the tires haven't really hit it up. I mean, yeah. And some people are just over pushing, and I'm really glad for my results.
So that really gives you a shot going into the final later. This could be a really strong one when you put some fresh tires on.
Yeah, I mean, if I could get into the podium, maybe I would be very happy, but we don't know. Like, I mean, race, anything can happen, right? I mean, suddenly I was like in the top 10 and suddenly drop into like very back. I mean, anything could happen actually, yeah.
That's what we love about Macau. Great work,
Yeah.
Xavier, and well done.
Thank you so much.
Always very nice when you get some drivers who get to have a really strong build-up through the weekend, and then in the superheat, it all just suddenly comes good. Let's think about the drivers that managed to storm their way forward. Xavier, one of them, also Karsten Chong managing to get his way closer to the top 10. This is going to be a very crazy final later when we get some fresh tyres on. It's going to be the longest race of the day for the juniors. Also, word on the street is, I've been told I hadn't correctly served my penalty from yesterday. So that could be something to look forward to later. Let's focus on the cadets.
好，那么感谢我们的英文解说 Jake 对我们的刚才的这一个 Jake Kostecki 的这一个采访，还有另外一位马来西亚选手的采访。那么现在我们可以看到的呢，即将要开始呢，是我们 Cadet 组儿童组第1组的超级预赛。那么他们将会跑12圈，在12圈的里面进行一个争夺。现在可以看到我们的赛道安全人员正在对我们的赛道进行一个清理，以及维护赛道到一个适合比赛的一个状态。那么当然也是要保持住赛道的一个安全性，还有这个整洁性，那么以保证我们所有参赛选手的这一个基础的一个赛道安全保障的安全的这一个标准要达到。那么大家可以看到选手们已经上车准备，最后30秒进行发车，开始他们的 warm up 圈，还有这个2圈的这个暖胎。那么现在的这个儿童组呢是9到12岁的一个年龄限制。那么他们使用的是 X30 60cc 的这一个水冷引擎大家也可以看到就算是儿童组他们的装备也都是相当专业毕竟我们这个是一个在这一个组别里面本亚洲最专业的一个统一的比赛。好，来发车。其实这一个组别的选手里面呢，往后走的这一个机会是非常大的可能性的因为他们有各种不同的比赛。可以推动他们去继续在这一个赛车运动这方面这一个路径上面呢，可以走得更高更远。好，可以看到他们的暖胎动作其实都是相当的大的动作快速要把轮胎热起来这个也是每位车手要学习到的一个必修课其实轮胎要热起来呢，又不能让它有一个过度的或者局部的一个过度磨损那么其实这是一个相当有意思的一个课题。热胎要快，而且不能过度磨损。来，我们现在先看一下这一个现在他们的这一个排名的位置名单。那么现在前面的呢是钱浩轩，钱浩轩在第1位，紧接着第2位的是这个刘宇轩。这一个名单其实这一个排位位置跟昨天的非常接近
So time for the first of our X30 Cadet Superheats. That's the first time we'd be able to say that in 2026, because normally we only ever get one Superheat from the cadets. Well, this time we get two groups of it. It's going to be very competitive out of the starting gates for the competitors this time. A full grid of 23 drivers. Qian Haoxuan, pole position for Marshall Liu. George Patrese going off third position. That is wonderful to see the progress he's made. Daniel Yoon alongside him, Sedovitz Rietanakul, and then Lego Tsiu. And then we have Aiden Zhang along with Timmy Wong. Then it is going to be Ruska Choi. She's driving a great weekend alongside Jaden Aria, who's got progress to make. Darren Artagani has definitely made progress, but not as much as he would like. Marcus Colby, 12th position alongside him. Then it is going to be the very talented Zhu Ziquan. And then we have Hayden Zhu in 14th along with Jensen Hammond. Then it is Percy Yonko. And then we've got Kyle Lee along with Adam Akil, Tutamin Set and Falik Fariz, Regina Chong, Brio or Chotanen Yetakararat, and then we have Kyle Lay at the tail end of the field, number 20. So it's going to be an interesting one to see all the drivers get themselves ready for the start. They come off in the two tram lines out of the final corner, and we will get a strong start from them. Let's see who is going to get the best of it. Already it looks as though we've got some high pressure coming out of the first turn, and it's a false start. We've got drivers out of position, so we're going to go around for another formation lap so that the drivers can get themselves back into position. I can't help but notice that Daniel Yoon was on the front row of the grid, and he's supposed to be on the second row, so there's quite a few drivers, I think, who need to get themselves back into their original grid slots. And so with multiple drivers out of position, it makes much more sense to false start the race, and then we can go around for another formation lap.
可以看到刚刚本来的这一圈要正常进行要进行一个正常的发车啊，但是这一个明显看到是有车手啊，并不在他这一个相对应的这一个起跑位置，所以他们要再来一圈这个 formation lap 之后呢，再重新排好位置，再看他们能不能进行一个顺利的发车。那么现在看到画面来给到的各位选手呢，其实这个时候轮胎已经热起来了，那么大家也减少了这一个方向摩擦的这一个轮胎，以保证更多的轮胎可以完成接下来的这一个比赛。
Well, the driver that seems to be missing is Marshall Liu, the 81. He should be on the front row of the grid. I'm not entirely sure where he's ended up. Marshall Liu should be on the front row of the grid according to the timing screen I've got in front of me. Maybe it's changed since then and the grid is slightly different, but for whatever reason, Marshall Liu should be there. He seems to be on the second row of the grid rather than on the front row of the grid, so I'm not quite sure what's happened there. Something with the timing isn't right, or something with the grid isn't right, but either way, we'll find out as we go racing. Big charge forward and across on the first turn. It's going to be 3 wide into turn 1. George Patrese sees daylight as he looks for the move on the inside of Qian Haoxuan and Daniel Yoon, and we run down to the first hairpin. Big slide from Marshall Liu as he tucks into the inside hairpin. They all run through. Everybody's clean as a whistle on the first couple of corners, but leading the way it is Qian Haoxuan, then Daniel Yoon, Marshall Liu, and in fourth position that looks like the hard charging Sedovitz Rietanakul from Patrese, Lego Tsiu. Then it is Zhang Aria, and we've got a crash. That is Carl Lee, I think, who has gone off into the first corner barriers. That is the Solar Racing Team driver, Carl Lee, or Lee Park Lam, I should also point out, as he is from Macau.
好，那么刚才我们看到有一位来自于我们澳门本土的选手李柏林啊，已经是在这个1号弯，应该是在1号弯的位置啊，车子有上到草地上。那么现在
Slowboards。
排名在前面的，现在看到我们有摇动的这一个黄旗，所以车手们这个速度也要减慢下来。
So we've gone to slowboards. I can't see George Patrese anymore. I'm not sure what's happened to the Australian, but George Patrese appears to have disappeared from what was the top 5. He was going for the lead into the first couple of corners, so I'm not entirely sure what's happened to George Patrese. He hasn't come through in good stead. Percy Yonko, Aiden Zhang and George Patrese were all slow in that second sector. They were a good half a minute after everybody else, and so was Marshall Liu. So it looks like Marshall Liu, George Patrese and Aiden Zhang have all got into an incident there, and they've recovered at the back of the field. There is Carlet being walked away with the marshals, so they're just making sure he can go to a safe vantage point at the marshal post. No problems at all there, so that shouldn't be too big a problem, but clearly the angle in which Carlet's kart is positioned at turn 1 is a little bit unsafe, and with another incident that we didn't see, sadly, a little bit further back, then clearly it just made more sense to go to slowboards. So what that means now then is that Qian Haoxuan is the race leader under slowboard conditions though, so he's got to slow down. And again, the leaders are just being reminded, you've got to slow down. I think Martin being the race director there was just reminding Qian Haoxuan, this is slowboards, you cannot be racing. I think they were going a little bit too fast for his liking. So Qian Haoxuan leading Daniel Yoon, then it is Marshall Liu in third position, in fact. So it was Zhu Tian who was involved in the incident. Marshall Liu having a timing error rather than an actual problem. And so the drivers are doing as much as they can to try and get back up to the tail end of the field, particularly for Percy Yonko, Aiden Zhang and George Patrizzi, who need to recover to the back of the train.
所以其实现在这一个黄旗出来的这一个慢的这一个 slow 的 logan 一出来之后呢，其实大家都是要把速度减慢下来，包括大家可以通过画面也看到，我们的赛事总监其实也都已经到了这个赛道边缘去给车手进行一个指示，你要慢下来，这个时候你要慢下来，因为首先其实肯定是赛道上有一些突发状况，那么使得这个比赛不适合竞争在一个竞赛状态。好，现在绿旗挥动，大家重新出发。现在排在第一位的依旧是钱浩轩，后面是 Daniel Yun， 紧接着是刘宇轩在第3。
It's green once again here at Macau, and it's going to be 3 wide into the hairpin as Marshall Liu finds a gap on the inside line while Daniel Yun goes wheel to wheel with Jian Haoxuan. Now it's going to be a race to the apex, and it's going to be Marshall Liu who gets there first. Fantastic run from Marshall Liu. He has a fantastic run through to the second corner, and he's been able to get good traction out of the next hairpin, so he's got himself lined up nicely. Sidovic Svitanakel's gone with him, and in third place, that is Ruska Choi, I think. Ruska Choi was right up there for a moment, and he's now in 4th place. So Ruska Choi in P4. So that's Jian Haoxuan getting back into 3rd position. My goodness, the superheats at Macau are an absolute battle. It is a real battle royale out there against the drivers, not just in junior, but in Cadet Group 1 as well. So here in the superheat, we've now got 3 drivers squabbling over the lead. Marshall Liu, Sidovic Svitanakel, Ichi as he is known, and Jian Haoxuan. Ruska Choi has got company with Daniel Yun, and that's Jensen Hammond in P6. That is an amazing comeback from Jensen Hammond. Now we've got Sidovic Svitanakel trying to make the move on the inside for the lead on Marshall Liu, but he's going to be overtaken by 1, 2, 3 carts through turn 3. So that's going to be Jian Haoxuan to 2nd, Ruska Choi to 3rd, and running wide, Daniel Yun's gone off on the grass. Oh, it's all gone wrong for Daniel Yun, who recovers, but he's going to rejoin at the tail of the field with Jensen Hammond moving up into 4th position past Ichi, and now he's going to try and take on Ruska Choi for 3rd.
Daniel Yun 刚才的这一个上草地，导致他从在前3位的位置直接掉到了第14位。那么现在排在第1的是刘宇轩，第2是钱浩轩。2位同样来自于中国的选手，紧接着是这个72号的选手，来自于中国澳门地区的蔡子能。哇，这个相当精彩。现在3辆赛车，现在后面是排在了这个位置上面。
There is an intense battle going on just outside the top 3. Big slide on the inside from Darren Arthur Ghani as he tries to get up another place or 2. Good work from him thus far. He's just made the overtaking move there on Lego Tsio. Now it's going to be another chance of a decent move from Sidovic Svitanakel. So Ichi trying to make the move. There's George Patrizzi. So that's what happened to him. He's currently mixing it with Aiden Zhang, but at the back of the field, I'm afraid to say, after their earlier incident, we didn't see what happened, but we can certainly see the after effects. Up through the chicane. Waiting for the bid to come forward, looking for the hairpin, the rotation looking strong up front, and it looks like Jensen Hammond has got a decent CS5 chassis underneath him, so he seems to have good legs. Will he be able to crack the top 3?
现在目前呢，在场上第5位的这个 Jason Hammond 呢，现在是上升了10个位置，来到了排位第5的位置。那么与此同时，刚才的这一个最快圈速，钱浩轩再一次刷新了这个目前场上的最快圈速，做出54秒389。77号钱浩轩目前排在的是场上的第2。
Smart racing between Marshall Liu and Jian Haoxuan. They know perfectly well that this is only lap 7. Here comes the line though from Jian Haoxuan. He goes rogue, takes it up the inside line and makes the overtaking move. So Jian Haoxuan hits the front for Peak Racing. That is a very smart maneuver at this point in the race. He knows he can lead his countryman and try and extend the gap over Ruska Choi, the Macanese lady, who is in 3rd position defending from Ichi. Ichi's trying to come through around the outside, but Ruska Choi is very full of confidence. She's got great coaching in there as well, don't forget. She's part of the PR1 squad, so who is she learning from? Yuka Po in Senior X30. You can't get much better a coach than that in this paddock. So Ruska Choi certainly knowing how to get things done and learning the hard way. Out through turn 1, up towards the hairpin, and it's going to be a battle between the 2 leaders if we're not too careful. Itchy not quite able to get the move on Ruska Choi as Darren Ardagani dives for the inside line on the CRG there. That is Aaron Akil, I think he's having a battle with, but he's also getting quite frustrated with Lego Tsio, who makes the overtaking move on Akil as well.
现在钱浩轩跟刘宇轩在争夺第1名的第1、第2位置的同时呢，他们只相差了0.1秒，基本上就是紧盯着车尾。但是在这个时候，89号的这一位 Swati 其实已经在对72号选手做出一个非常大的一个高压动作啊，那么随时准备着去抢夺他的第3名位置。
Definitely the advantage comes to the drivers who've looked after their tyres better in this last race of the day before they get fresh tyres. Regina Cheong has had a difficult sector. She was running quite a decent way up the order. She's lost about 5 seconds, unfortunately. That's going to drop her from just on the outskirts of the top 10. Daniel Yoon is recovering as well. He's managed to get his way back into P9, just overtaking Thutamin Set. Then we've got Timmy Wong. He's in 11th position now, having worked his way ahead of Marcus Coolby. Jaden Aria 13th from Hayden Zhu. Then it is Li Yamo, and then Felix Fariz, Regina Chong, Percy Yonko, Brio, Patrizi, Zhang, and Zhu Tiwan. Only one retirement from the race as we know. That's Carlay. Oh, George Patrizi striking the back of Aiden Zhang as they go through the hairpin. They both keep going, but that was a bit of a hop and skip moment, unfortunately, for Patrizi. Very easy to do when you're trying to close up on the guy in front of you. No major ramifications from that one. I don't think that'll cause an issue for the front fairing necessarily, but it's certainly a scary moment when you're following another cart and you suddenly end up eating the rear bumper.
好，现在画面也是给到后面的一些梯队上面的各自正在做继续努力的这一个选手。现在画面给到是81号，那么81号选手是刘宇轩，刘宇轩也是正在盯住前面的这个77号的钱浩轩，一直在第2位。那么现在目前跑到了我们赛事的第9、第10圈，我们看一下在最后的2圈的机会里面呢，这一个刘宇轩能不能再把这个位置重回到这个第1名。
Straightforward maneuver from Lego Tsio. He gets through on Jensen Hammond, who's still battling away there with Aaron Akil. And this time, George Patrizi's got a little bit more of the measure of Aiden Zhang as they continue to duel for their position. Ruska Choi trying to gesture to Itchy. Don't point overtaking. There's no point in overtaking me now. We need to work together to have any chance of catching up with the 2 leaders up front, Chan Oshwan and Marshall Liu. You've got to team up with me. Don't overtake me. Otherwise, all you're going to get is 3rd place. If you stay on my back bumper, we might have a chance of getting the win here. So she's a very smart lady, is Ruska Choi. Knows how to play the long game as they go into turn 1. They are 9 astern. Now what's going to happen between Chan Oshwan and Marshall Liu? Penultimate lap, so we could start seeing the battles come the way. There is the 28 of Lego Tsiu in front of Jensen Hammond and Aaron Akil. Behind them by quite a margin now is Darren Artagani. He holds on in front of Daniel Yoon. And then rounding out the top 10 is the Rush Performance Kart of Marcus Coolby.
好，那么现在其实我们看到刚才掉到后面位置的这个 Daniel Yun 呢，现在已经重回到了我们目前赛场上的第9名，当然也是比他发车的时候慢了第4名的慢了4个位置。那么现在看到前面的依旧是由钱浩轩领跑，然后刘宇轩在第2位，然后第3位的是中国澳门选手徐子能。那么现在前面3位的选手做出的时间都非常快啊，基本上都坐在了这个54秒2几、54秒3左右的这样的一个时间。
Last lap, and this is going to be tricky to decide now because Chan Oshwan and Marshall Liu are not in the same team. Peak Racing versus FS0 Lag. They both want to take the win. So now we're going to get the battle raging between these 2 drivers. They are rivals in the Chinese karting scene. They know each other well. So it's time to see what Chan Oshwan and Marshall Liu have got in the battle. Very late decision to make the move from Marshall Liu, and he's not quite got the legs to get alongside him. He almost loses the kart altogether, and now it is proper defensive tactics from Chan Oshwan. Marshall Liu sticks it to the racing line, then sweeps back in across the radius. There might be a chance to get the move up the crest. They will duck in and dive through. Who's going to get the victory? Round the outside, Chan Oshwan covering the line of Marshall Liu, as Ruska Choi does likewise with Sinovitz Ritanakul. Chan Oshwan covers the inside line. What about Marshall Liu? He's going to get out of the exit. He'll get the inside line and take the lead in the final turn. Now Chan Oshwan has the chance to repeat it. Wow. It's going to be side by side. Who's going to get there? Wow, it's going to be Marshall Liu. Marshall Liu by 18 thousandths of a second. Marshall Liu has it at the line to Chan Oshwan. Sinovitz Ritanakul has got 3rd place in front of Lego Tsiu and Ruska Choi. Such a shame she couldn't quite come home for 3rd in the end, but she's definitely showcased that she's got the ability to make it. But how about that? Marshall Liu and Chan Oshwan, 18 thousandths of a second as they cross the line in an absolute photo finish. brilliant racing between the two. It was always going to be tough to separate the two drivers at the end of an amazing superheat, but it is Marshall Liu who comes through to get it done after such an intense race. Boy, was that worth it. Absolutely sensational. Marshall Liu and Chan Hao-Xuan from Sitavitsvitanakel, Lego Tsu and Ruska Choi. And then Jensen Hammond, Aaron Akil, Marcus Coolby in 8th place in front of Darren Artagani and Timmy Wong. Dan Yoon 11th in front of Thutamin Set, Jaden Aria, Hayden Shu and Lek Yimo. Then Philippe Fariz, Percy Yonko, Regina Chong in front of Brio, and then Aiden Zhang, George Patrizzi, who had such a big opportunity in that race. He'll come back, I'm sure, and bounce back in the final. And then, of course, Zhu Ziwan was unable to finish the race in the end after a problem in the final sector, I do believe. And Carlet, we saw him going off in that incident on the first lap. He'd already gone off by this point. But what a race. Another absolute thrill fest in the cadets. It was always going to be a tricky one, and we certainly got that again in the Cadet X30. So look at this, 2 wide, 3 wide in the highlights of this race. So many great drivers putting on a show. It was wonderful to see Ruska Choi really putting her elbows in there and showcasing that this is not going to be a boys' race at all. And Ruska Choi, top 5 in her first superheat in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia paddock. You're definitely going to be hearing more about her over the course of this season. A fantastic run from the Patchwork number 72. But there's definitely more to come from the cadets. There's obviously going to be a second group of superheats coming. What a battle this was, and all the way to the finish line as well. Look how close it was as they came out of the final couple of corners. Switch from Marshall Liu, retaliation from Chan Hao-Xuan, and a race to the line. 18 thousandths of a second, and Marshall Liu had it done. So let's head down to Alex Koo. He's got the interviews with the men who made the race.
刘宇轩，那么刚才在最后的3个弯道，其实你们两个的这个竞争的非常激烈啊，然后两个互相不断的变换位置。我想问一下你们刚才对于你们这个争夺，你们自己感受怎么样？谁先？你先吧。来。
我觉得还行，因为。我倒数第2个弯防守走得太小了，然后被走了交叉线。
但是走了这个交叉线，我看到你也是有进入到，也是有来到这个第1的位置的。
对的。
然后你这边呢？
我觉得我们两个都做得挺不错，然后2个车队都做得很好，然后我们刚刚的防守也很激烈啊。很精彩，
对，真的相当精彩。看到你们2位的这个，无论是进攻动作还是防守动作，那么在这个第1、第2名，而且基本上是处在一个同时冲线的位置。其实有这样一个好的对手，你们也觉得很精彩、很开心，对不对？
是挺开心的，因为我能学到东西。
我也是。
然后你们2个平时也有在一起经常有会碰到一起比赛，对吧？
对对，很多。对。
所以那么互相给对方来一句加油鼓励的话，好不好？
加油，
加油！
那么期待2位在这个下午的这一个决赛里面有更精彩的这一个发挥。好，那么现在我们刚才2位就是我们非常年轻的、很优秀的选手。紧接下来我们还有别的比赛，我们先回到我们直播间，把麦克风交给我们的英文解说 Jake。
Sure, Alex Koo, it was always going to be a tricky one, wasn't it? And we certainly found that out the hard way. My goodness me, this is going to be a very tough day at the races. Macau always delivers something extra, whether it's on the street circuit or here on the karting circuit. There's just something about this place, and it is just motorsport running through the DNA. But on the Coloane kart circuit, we've had one of these super heats for the cadets in Group 1. Now we're going to get the Group 2 drivers. And based on what we've just seen, anything could happen. Just because we've got a particular starting grid ready to line up doesn't mean it's going to finish anything near like that heading into the afternoon's race action. The final could be very unpredictable. And let's not forget that the drivers here in cadets, they are fighting over the 36 places that are available for that race, because there's going to be a handful of drivers who are going to have to walk away from here, sadly, without starting the final, because there's only 36 spaces, and those drivers that don't make it, well, they will have to sit and watch on the sidelines. So out onto the circuit we go then for the second of the superheat races in Cadet Group B, and let's see which drivers are going to be racing around the circuit on this occasion. No Marshall Liu and Chan Hao-Xuan, but still plenty of top talent right at the sharp end. Let's go through the starting grid in its current order. Well, we should be able to as soon as the timing screen updates itself. Now it is giving us the chance to do that. So we will have Austin Lowe at the front end of the field. Once again, the 8-year-old from Shanghai, along with Hudson Kelly. And then it's going to be Shabal Basalama along with Kaylin Delsey. They will run together on the second row of the starting grid. Then we'll have Carson Choi along with Max Schilling. It's going to be an interesting one for the championship leader. Cruz Priolo, the Australian, and Jared Zheng, his countryman, will be in the mix there as well. Then it is Zhang Xishuan along with Fan Kaiwen. Kingsley Chu, 11th on the grid alongside Brian Hui. And then in 13th on the grid it is going to be Wang Chunyu, the man from Chinese Taipei, alongside Malaysia's Libin Luis Kanan. Oliver Nguyen and Michaela Draper, the Aussies, on the 8th row of the grid. Then Yu Mingye and Wu Jinhao. And then we have Yuan Yanchen and Zhang Zenan in 20th position on the grid. The last two drivers in, Isaac Ng and the Indonesian Kenzi Erizananda. So with the drivers getting themselves nailed into the position once again and dialed in for another go. This is the last chance for the drivers in Group 2. Don't forget, 36 spaces on the starting grid for the final only, which means that with 44 or so drivers in the cadet category alone, I think it's actually a grand total of 45. That means that there's going to be a 9-driver list of competitors who will not, on this occasion, make the final. So it really is now or never.
好，那么我们现在看到的是我们的儿童二组 Cadet Group 2的这一个超级预赛。那么排在第1位发车的呢，将会是我们的1号选手罗世成。罗世成紧接着是 Hudson Kelly。那么其实这2位选手在昨天的这个比赛当中也是斗得非常火热啊，2位选手一度也是有过多次的交锋。那么紧接着后面的是 Cyber， 还有是这个 Karen Daisy， 然后再接的是 Carson Choi。来看。好，现在正式发车。那么灯熄灭之后呢，各位选手全力冲刺，来到现在排在第1位的Hudson Kelly 已经来到了这个榜首位置，然后紧接着后面的这一个罗世成已经被挤到了，目前还没有看到罗世成的车子，看一下罗世成应该是已经排到了这一个第2、第3位。
Hudson Kelly gets the fairy tale start as everybody else just about rushes through the first couple of corners, and it's going to be an interesting one from here on in. Drivers are going to have to make up some ground after a couple of slippery opening corners. There's not a lot of grip to play with on cold tyres, and drivers are finding out the hard way that you're going to have to work hard if you want to move up the rankings here. Max Schilling has got himself into about 7th position, I think, off the start. So Kelly is your leader, Basalama's second, Austin Lowe is third. Then it is Nick Zhang, that is, in front of Kaylin Delsey, Chris Priolo, Max Schilling, Fan Kaiwen, Brian Hui, Libin Luis Kanan, Carson Choi, Michaela Draper, and then Wu Jinhao in front of Wang Chunyu and Oliver Nguyen. We've got Jared Zheng in the mix there as well, along with Jonathan Yu.
好，那么现在顺利发车之后呢，现在这个 Hudson Kelly 在前车是一路领跑，瞬间极快的速度拉开了一段距离，先给自己制造一个安全空间。那么紧接着第2位是这个巴斯拉玛在第2位目前上升了1位，罗世成紧盯着这个巴斯拉玛，现在在第3，看一下这个位置，罗世成还没有选择进攻。那么第4、第5位的呢，依旧是这个 Kellen 还有Chris Perillo。那么 Perillo 在后面，现在也是紧盯着看在下一个弯道。我感觉这里罗世成已经要发动进攻了。
Check out the lead that Hudson Kelly has built up already on Shabal Basalama. This is only lap 2, and he's absolutely disappearing out in the sharp end of the field. The Australian on the Lenzo chassis is just dancing his way to the victory in the Superheat. This is a wonderful run. There he goes. Shabal Basalama second in front of Austin Lowe. And then Kaylin Delsey. Delsey looking very confident indeed here on the Paralin. It's not going to be too long before we see him on the top step of a podium in the cadet category of the INFINITY IAME Series Asia. Maybe this is the weekend. Austin Lowe dives on the inside of Basalama. So that's one Paralin taken on. And the 8-year-old from Shanghai, one of the youngest in the field, is already squabbling in the top 3 with a genuine chance to win the final later. If he could do that, he's certainly on course to be one of the youngest, if not the youngest winner of an INFINITY IAME Series Asia final in history.
对，是的，现在刚才我们看到那个这里罗世成滑出来之后，连掉了3个位置，这一下的出弯失误掉了4个位置
Well, if that isn't a commentator's curse, I don't know what is. He's gone from 2nd to 5th by power sliding out of the bottom hairpin, and that's a real shame. But he might have been able to look after the tyres enough that he could still be competitive. But Basalama's through, Delsey's through, Priolo's through, and now he's got Zhang Xishuan, Brian Hui, Max Schilling and Carson Choi in the train behind trying to give chase. They run through to the second corner now, up to the hairpin. And there's no overtake. Look at this. Basalama, Delsey and Priolo have already read the script. They know that Hudson Kelly is a fair way in front on only lap 4. And the only way to catch him is to run in unison. 3 karts can cut through the air a lot quicker than one can. Mixing it in the midfield. That was the move on the inside from Kingsley Chu. He manages to get up the inside of Wang Chenyu. So that's a decent overtaking move there from Kingsley. He is up to 18th place.
那么现在看到的是我们第二军团5位选手。那么其实刚刚这个罗思成上到路肩的这一个出人失误掉了3个位置之后呢，现在第2位的是 Basalama， 第3位是 Karen Daisy， 然后紧接着是 Cruz Caripollo。那么他们排在2、3、4位。那么罗思成现在其实也想要去进攻，但是奈何刚才这个失误出弯呢，也是对自己的心态呢可能稍微要调整一下，再尽快把这个速度拉上来。那么排在第1的 Hudson Kelly 呢，已经拉开了2秒6左右的一个时间。
No overtaking move in this train for second place, but Basalama getting out slightly wide, so that could force the issue. And Basalama is desperately trying to encourage Delcy and Briola. Look, help me. We got to catch up to the guys in front, but they're going to start thinking, look, he's making mistakes out front. He's starting to slide around. We might need to get ahead of him in order to sustain any chance of getting back on terms with Hudson Kelly up front. So there could be a little bit of psychology going on here between Delcy and Priolo. They may identify Basalama as a man who's sliding around a bit much. It all depends on the tyres. And yes, look, Priolo has decided he's not going to wait around anymore. He has a go on Kalen Delcy. Delcy doesn't let him have it. That's opened the door for Austin Lowe. So Austin Lowe gets through. One missed overtake, and it really does cause a massive swing in momentum. Now Nick Zhang is going to try and make his move on Cruz Priolo. So he thought, I'm losing too much time to Basalama. Will Kalen Delcy now go for the move at the first chance?
好，那么现在看到的排在依旧是画面给到86号的这个 Basalama 在前车那么抵受住后面的这个 Kalen Delcy， 但是 Kalen Delcy 其实在后面已经是一路来看这个位置会不会选择不会在这里进攻的，在下一个弯道这里会抽头进到内线吗？然后现在画面切到的是第3军团的这些车手啊，现在应该画面给到的是21号。
A nice battle in the mix there. That was Andrew Yuan, who's dueling with Kenzie Arizananda, and then Alan Zhang. Isaac Ung is in there. Wang Chenyu has had a problem. He's dropped all the way to the back of the grid now, so I'm not quite sure what's happened for him, but the man from Chinese Taipei clearly having an issue. Still, Shebel Basalama runs in second place. Kalen Delcy and Austin Lowe are going to get a little bit frustrated if they sit behind him for too much longer. The thing is, it doesn't matter how fast your kart is, if your tyres don't have the grip, then you're going to be sliding around all over the place. And you can see Delcy just gives a little bit of a nudge to Basalama. Come on, we need to go, we need to push, we need to go faster. And Delcy's had enough. He decides to go to the front of the queue. I'm sorry, Shabil, I've tried to work with you, but clearly the tyres have started to fade. My tyres are better than yours. Let me be the one who leads the train. I can do a better job here.
是的，在这个赛道，我们本次这一条赛道的2号弯道啊，其实很多选手会选择在这里通过一个晚刹车，然后插到内线的一个超车的一个进攻方式。来看我们刚刚这个，应该画面给到的是娄世成，娄世成现在是跟86号的这一个选手巴斯拉玛正在进行一个争夺的位置。来，画面回到来，现在娄世成依旧好插到了内线。
Yeah, Austin Lowe clearly thinks the same as Kalen Delcy. He does for the inside line and gets the move on Basalama, and so does Cruz Priolo. They both managed to get through. Watch for Nick Zhang. He has a chance now to get through on Basalama. This has got nothing to do with Basalama's skill. It's got nothing to do with the engine. It's to do with the tyres. The tyres are really struggling now for Shebel Basalama. And because he hasn't quite got the same grip as the drivers around him, he's finding it difficult to keep the kart in decent traction through the slower corners. That he starts to slide, and that means he doesn't have a decent exit from the turns. He can get a decent straight line speed once he's got grip out of the bend, but just getting that run through each of the corners, it's tricky for Shebel Basalama. And Nick Zhang's decided, look, I can't get held up by you anymore. Austin Lowe goes for the move on Delcy, and that opens the floodgates. All 4 of them have now made the pass on Delcy. So Lowe's into second. That's Priolo up to 3rd place. 4th place now is Zhang. He's having a great race, isn't he?
好，那么刚才在一个应该是前面的这个Delcy 应该是发生了一个失误，现在掉到了第6名。那么由娄世成冲上到了第2名，后面的是 Cruz Perillo 现在在盯在了这个娄世成的后面2个车子是车头贴车尾。那么看来到待会即将要开始，现在进入到1号弯，待会的2号弯，后面的这个 Cruz Perillo 会不会发动进攻？来看这个位置。
Well, the tyres are starting to really provide the talking points and the answers in this race. Not everybody is finding grip easy to come by. Side by side for second. Cruz Priolo storms in on Austin Lowe. So it is a JDP 1-2, but no, Austin Lowe's going to come back at him. I don't think so. I've got it a second. I don't think we can catch Hudson Kelly, so I want second place, thanks. So through goes Austin Lowe, and Cruz Priolo is struggling. Nick Zhang is gesturing to Shebel Basalama behind me. What are you doing? He's desperately trying to get a little bit more grip out of the kart. Everybody's sliding around. Everybody's struggling on these tyres. It's the longest race week we've ever had for cadet drivers in the Infinity IAME Series Asia. It's the first time we've had to split them into groups. So this is the first time that the cadets have ever had to race 4 times before we get to the final. So it's obviously taking its toll on the drivers, and they are struggling for grip here.
与此同时呢，在这个不知不觉当中，这个张世轩现在冲到了这个目前场上的第4位。哇，张世轩在你们这一个互斗当中，娄世成现在在第2，后面是这个 Cruz Perillo， 然后后面是张世轩已经来到了这个 Cruz Perillo 的后面，准备去争夺这个第3的位置。
This race is all about discipline and mind management. They've got to stay focused because these tyres are going to start plummeting off the cliff in the next lap or two. We saw a couple of drivers fall off the road in the first group superheat, so this is where you really got to be calm and focused in the latter stages. So this is where you really got to work hard. Nick Zhang trying to hold his position here in front of Shavel Basalama into the final turn. They're hunting down Cruz Priello, but they can cut through the air quicker than anybody else. Kaelin Delsey still digging to try and work his way further forward. In the background, that's Carson Choi. 8th place is Max Schilling. 9th is Brian Hui. 10th is Fan Kai Wen. On the inside, Basalama will get the run on Nick Zhang. Maybe Zhang's tyres have started to fall away now a little bit too, so Shavel Basalama now fancies his chances, but Hudson Kelly really has been the class of the field out there. He was so smooth in the first 3 races of the weekend on Friday and Saturday, so he's had better tyres than anybody else in this superheat, and that's where he's made the difference. Cruz Priello still fancies one final chip at Austin Lowe in 2nd place. Can they make it? A JDP group, Lenzo Kart 1-2 for the boys from Australia.
好，那么现在我们赛事已经进入到了最尾声，大概还有1圈左右的时间。那么前车的 Hudson Kelly 已经拉开了接近4秒2的一个时间。那么紧接着后面的娄世成现在排在第2，来。
So Priello's got him. Priello moves up into 2nd place. We go into the final lap, and there's not a lot of time left to play with in one fell swoop. Priello has moved his way to 2nd. Now he's playing ultra defense.
Wow.
Austin Lowe going to make this move on the inside line. Priello needs to anticipate it. Lowe gets the 2nd place move. Kelly's dominating out in front, but can Priello use the draft to good effect? Austin Lowe, so mature for his only 8 years of age. Here comes Priello diving up the inside line. Meanwhile, we've got a squabble further back as well. That is Fan Kai Wen dueling with Zhao Zheng. Austin Lowe holds 2nd. Can Priello duck out from the bottom hairpin and make his bid for 2nd place? And what will Basalama and Zhang be able to do as they creep on through? Hudson Kelly, though, no question. He's going to get the win. Priello sliding in on Austin Lowe. Is there enough grip? No, there's not. And he's going to lose traction. Basalama with a chance. Zhang gets up the inside of Basalama. So out in front, Hudson Kelly is going to romp home and dominate for the victory. Excellent from Hudson Kelly. 2nd for the 8-year-old Austin Lowe. And 3rd place for Cruz Priello. The final later is going to be Grandstand Motorsport.
漂亮！那么在这个 Hudson Kelly 带开了4秒左右呢，但是2、3、4位的这个娄世成，还有这个 Cruz Perillo， 还有这个张世轩，还有巴塞拉马这几位选手，在最后的3、4个弯道啊，是进行了一段非常精彩热烈的这一个缠斗。那么各自都想把自己的这个排名位置呢再往上冲一点啊，非常精彩的最后3、4个弯道的争夺。那么现在的这一个第2、第3军团的选手们呢，也都陆续的来到了倒数第2个弯准备是要去冲往这个冲线的位置。那么刚才经过的第2个弯的，包括这个92号，现在画面给到92号选手是这个 Smiley 的，那么他其实在这一轮的表现当中呢，现在也处在的一个中上游的位置，排在目前场上的第9。好，那么这一轮比赛也是非常的精彩，儿童组、Cadet组的第2组超级预赛也都圆满结束。那么在下午呢，还会有各个组别的最终的这个超级决赛有这个决赛。那么我们先来看一下我们刚才这一轮比赛的这些精彩画面。
Well, there are some superheats that you win and some superheats that you dominate. Hudson Kelly, let's be fair, you actually won that race just then yesterday because you looked after the tyres so well over the course of Friday and Saturday. You had better grip than anybody else.
Yeah, I think so. And tires did fall away a little bit, which those greens will help for the final and go from there and try and win it.
I guess it helps as well. There's not really any pressure on you this weekend because you're out of the race for the title at the moment, but that means you can just push like heck and go for the win.
Yeah, so don't really care about points because I've missed 2 rounds and we can hopefully maybe finish in the top 20 in the points by the end of the year and win a couple more rounds.
But there's definitely something special about this place. It's a really tough one, and with the humidity so high, the temperature so raised, it must feel special to be running out in the front and leading like that.
Yeah, it kind of does. We got pretty lucky on the start with them all battling and just put my head down and drove away.
Well, hopefully you get a final a bit like that later. Well done so far, mate.
Thank you.
A great continuation of the week for Hudson Kelly. You don't often win a cadet race like that by around 4 or 5 seconds, so he's got to be very happy indeed with that one. Good to see that the cadets have obviously now got rid of that old set of tyres. They will be so relieved to get rid of those marshmallows that are running around on those casts. Now they'll get a decent set of tyres for the final. That's coming up this afternoon, and it's definitely going to be an unpredictable one. Hudson Kelly looking good for a battle with the Chinese talents Marshall Liu and Qian Haoxuan ahead of the final later, and all 3 of those drivers outside the points. So it's going to be an interesting one. Hello, Andrew. Good to see you. Andrew Yuan from the Origin squad. Good to see him. His dad is a great racer in China GT, so good to see him continuing on the family legacy. Well, it looks like we've had all we're going to get from the superheats in the cadet battle. In the Masters battle, this is Luke Armstrong's to lose, and he knows it.
好，那么感谢我们的Jake。Kelly 的这个采访，那么也是一位非常内敛的一个小孩啊，内敛的孩子。那么在儿童组的2轮啊，第1组、第2组的这个超级预赛都结束之后呢，紧接着现在已经在准备的是我们 Master 大师组的比赛。那么 Master 大师组呢，也就意味着这一个他们的经验非常丰富，然后。他们的选手年龄也是在30加，然后那么他们使用的也是同样X30 125cc 的发动机，所以其实，在他们的这一个组别里面，对于线路，对于所有的这个进攻防守的这一种战术来说呢，他们的这一个技术应该是最到位、最丰富的。那么将会在几分钟之后，即将要开始他们的这一组 Master 组的超级预赛，他们将会跑14圈。那么在 Master 组里面呢，是目前在第1位起步的是 Luke Armstrong， 然后是 Luke Pusher， 那么紧接着是这一个323号中国澳门选手廖家明之后呢，是327号选手来自于中国台湾选手曹庆忠。那么前面4位选手，待会等他们开始1分钟之后呢，将会开始他们2圈的这个 warm up， 还有这个 formation lap。这个30秒倒计时牌呢也都在准备啊，现在画面也可以看到我们的这个英文的解说 Jake 正在往我们的这个解说间往回走。那么后面呢还有这个344号的 Rasak， 还有这个301号的选手中国台湾选手叶俊宇后面呢是这个310号的选手莫家亮，紧接着是355号选手高杰。高杰之后呢，是353号选手Howard， 然后紧接着是391号选手 Ian， 来自于新加坡的选手。好，已经开始出发他们的这一个暖胎圈。Master 大师组的这些选手全部一个个的经验丰富，而且对于这个赛车运动的热忱呢也是一直不减。所以其实卡丁车比赛确实是一个非常有意思的比赛。来，我们现在看到排名包括左右的这个选手 Luke Armstrong 还有 Luke Pusher， 然后紧接着后面5、6、7、8位的选手，大家也可 可以看得到名单。在他们完成第一圈暖胎圈之后呢，将会在第二圈排列好他们的这一个发车顺序，然后紧盯住位置。大家也可以看到本次我们的赛事是来自于超过有10个国家地区的这个参赛的选手包括我们的中国，还有我们的中国、香港、中国澳门，还有中国台湾地区等等，包括亚洲的各国，马来西亚泰国等等的这些高手也都来到了我们的本次澳门的小型格兰披治小型赛车大赛的这个现场，也是我们IAME亚洲赛的第4回合的这个赛事现场。那么现在选手们呢，也都是在进行一个非常高效的一个暖胎动作。
So in Master X30, we really can expect the unexpected. But up front, it is the 2 Australian Lukes who are going to be the stronghold on the front row of the grid. Armstrong versus Purser, Simon Racing versus JDP Group, the leading master and the leading veteran on the front row of the grid together. Amazing the progress that Luke Purser has made this year. Remember at the start of the season in Malaysia when it was all going pear-shaped, he was about half a minute off the pace of everybody else. And here he is on the front row of the starting grid in Macau, of all places. Massive progress made by the JDP Group. They can be so happy with themselves at the progress that they've made to elevate Luke Purser, a very talented man, to work his way to the front of the grid. That's awesome. Luke Armstrong alongside him on the front row of the grid. Then on the second row, it is Chongpang and Charlie Tsao. We're to Sikiam Chan, Eagle Ye, Pan Kong Kwan and Mok Kalyong, and we're off and under starters' orders as we go into the first of 14 laps. Drivers trying to work their way through. Remember, you can't go flat out through that first corner until the tyres have really dialed in, and it's going to be a tricky one as Weird Sikamchan finds himself moving up into 3rd position. Luke Purser with a bit of a tough start on the run through that first corner. He's already dropped back into about 7th position, I think, just dropping in behind Charlie Tsao. So Armstrong leads the way from Chongpang, then Weird Sikamchan, Pan Kong Kwan, Garzia, and then Charlie Tsao is in the mix there as well. This is not going to be easy as the drivers continue in close proximity. A very tough race around us. This will be very tricky to sustain, and everybody knows just how difficult things are going to get from here.
好，那么现在这一个顺利发车之后 ，Luke Armstrong 还是在第1位。那么这一个张鹏顺利上到了第2位，同时这个 Rasa 也上到了第3位，紧接着是这一个彭景坤来到了第4位。哇，后面的3、4、5位选手全部有这一个排名的上升啊。那么相反，反而是这个曹庆忠还有 Luke Purser 然后掉到了现在的目前场上的这个6位、7位。那么现在也可以看到 Luke Armstrong 也是做出了一个最快单圈时间52秒050的一个时间，在前面领跑，也是对第2位的这一个张鹏拉开了一点点的距离。
So a good battle up in the sharp end of the field was always going to be expected in this one, and we're certainly getting it. We had a Sikamchan challenging the man from Macau on the Crew 238 Racing Kart Republic as they go up the crest. So it'll be a tricky one for the veterans, but he is leading the way, Chongpang, in the veterans at this moment in time as they run through one more into the hairpin, and Weird Sikamchan trying to close up on Chongpang. This is, of course, the last season that Weird Sikamchan will be eligible just to be a master. He'll be a master and a veteran next year, of course, because he turns 45 next season. Purser getting the run on Charlie Tsao. He's not the only one who got there because Garzia managed to get through as well, and so did Mok Kalyong. So a bit of a tricky one there for Charlie Tsao, dropping all the way to 8th on that lap. And this is where you're really going to start to see the effects of the tyre degradation. Okay, they've only had 2 heats prior to this one, but don't forget, 91% humidity yesterday, 31 degrees Celsius top temperature. These tyres really are going through the entirety of their life over the course of these 3 races for the X30 Masters category. They're going to be screaming at the drivers at the end of this one.
好，那么现在我们可以看到第2、3、4位的选手呢，分别都是有了一个排名的上升，包括现在的这一个355号高杰也上升到了目前场上排名的第5位。那么与此同时，高杰后面是莫家亮，莫家亮上升到第6位，哇哦！但是这个 Luke Armstrong 现在在前面对第2位的这个张鹏已经拉开了0.83秒的一个时间。紧接着现在看到的是这个瓦尔萨做出的是9秒371的一个全场最快单圈。
As ever, we're never far away from a duel, but Luke Armstrong is doing everything he can to keep his tyres on a decent footholding. This has actually been the more straightforward of his races thus far, the Super Heat. Certainly the first 3 laps have been a little bit more serene than they were in the 2 heats yesterday. So Luke Armstrong just keeping it balanced. He knows better than anybody that looking after the tyres is such an important and necessary part of winning in Master X30. Even more so, I would think, than in Senior X30, you've got to look after tyres. Because these guys over the age of 30, they're experiencing a lot more of the fatigue, a lot more of the exhaustion. Stamina is such a big part of the Master X30 category. Even though the races aren't as long, you're older, the body has taken a lot more toll by the time you're into your 30s, 40s, 50s. It's a lot harder to sustain that level of stamina than it is when you're young. And so a lot more of the racing becomes about tyre management. If you can look after the tyres by 4 or 5 laps in better lifespan, then you've got a much better race position coming your way. That's the 3:38 trying to get through on the inside line back there. Sam Ung, who is still learning the procedure of X30 and still doing a grand job, but this is a great little battle cooking up as well. Gardier trying to make the move on the inside. He actually retired from yesterday's race because the fuel cap came off his kart and he got sprayed with fuel. He was very lucky he didn't get any burns yesterday. So Gardier had to park the kart, but thank goodness he's able to run with a better strength today. And of course, because he didn't finish the race, his tyres could well be in better condition than those around him.
好，刚才看到的是这个高杰还有彭景坤的这个两车的互相追逐的这一个镜头。那么现在最快单圈又再由这个领跑的这个路 Armstrong 做出了48秒958。那么其实，在刚才这一轮看来呢，目前第一赛段跑得最快的是高杰啊，高杰做出的15秒031，在 S1是一个最快的时间，连着2圈高杰在这个1号赛段也都是领先位置。那么现在高杰处在场上的第5位，已经上升了，对于他发车的名次上升了4个位置。那么同时这一个第2位的这一个张鹏呢，也是距离这一个被 Luke Armstrong 已经拉开到了1.6秒的位置，所以其实他只需要保持住他现在这个第2的位置就好。
We've got the regular contingent of the INFINITY IAME Series Asia regulars in Master X30, mixing it with the star drivers from China, Macau, Hong Kong and Chinese Taipei, and it is tough to keep the measure of these guys. Don't forget that the 2 main countries in the Asian Peninsula that have very high Masters grids are in China and in Japan. So in this part of the world, there are a really strong contingency of Master X30 drivers. Not all of the contenders from this part of the world are able to mix it in sports cars or single-seaters. They don't quite have the budget to do that. They do have the budget, however, to mix it in Master X30. And so that's where a lot of the drivers over the age of 30 in China and Japan reside, because it is Formula One without the bodywork or the money. And so it's very tricky. We're to Sakamchan, still pushing and threatening Chokpang. Could be very tricky to see how it continues, with the veteran looking very strong in that second position, having a very sturdy race of it up front. He mixes it with Weirda Sakamchan. Here's the battle down to the hairpin for 4th position as well. That is Pongkam along with Gardier, who has a much better run today than he did yesterday. And he'll be very pleased and very relieved about that, it has to be said. So a tough race is in the offing for everybody, but they certainly know how tricky things could get. So Luke Armstrong holding the position from Chongpang, and then Weirda Sakamchan still hustling him in the hope that he's going to come up with the goods.
好，那么我们看到现在是这个第2位的这个张鹏，然后紧守位置，看能不能抵挡得住后面的这个瓦萨对他发动的这个进攻。现在已经盯在了车尾，随时这里顶到了车尾，然后完成了一个超车。哇，这一下我相信排在刚才在第2位的这个张鹏应该也是相当生气啊，但是在被顶了一下，顶到外线之后呢，现在被拉开了一点距离啊。
Weirda Sakamchan waves his finger at Chongpang. He's not happy with him, but again, that could be down to the grip he's got on his tyres. And you can see that Weirda Sakamchan was struggling. He almost went off the road in the final bend as well. So those tyres really are a massive game changer in this race. If you start to lose them significantly faster than the drivers around you, your race will suddenly transform. And you can see that Luke Armstrong is now 4 seconds clear of Armchan. But you've got Chong, Pang, Gao, and then you've got Mok Kaliong in front of Luke Purser, Charlie Tsao. Ian Willock has worked his way up to 9th place in front of Godi Chung, who is up from 20th on the grid and last to 10th place. Much better from Godi Chung, who's having a way better superheat than he ever did in the heats.
现在看到画面给到的是这个彭景坤抵挡住这一个高杰的这个进攻的位置，来彭景坤还回头看，这个时候不能回头看，紧接着后面这里的5、6名的这个竞争也是非常激烈，这里4位选手已经排在了一块，我各自有一点点小失误，所以还都没有完成一个进攻的一个攻势。
My, these guys are struggling for tyre life. They are sliding around all over the place in the midfield. This is a very tough race battle going on here. Mok Kaliong, Luke Purser, Charlie Tsao, Ian Willock, and at the tail of the train we've got Godi Chung. But everybody is really struggling on this circuit in very intense humidity and up and increased temperatures. Most of the drivers will be used to racing here in these X30 karts in December, not in May. And so with the conditions 15 to 16 degrees hotter than it has been in previous races, my goodness, is this going to be tricky. And so we can see the level and the sliding around. Mok Kalyong, Luke Purser, Charlie Tsao. Oh, and into the barriers. That is the Alonso car. That is Liuk Kameng. Liuk Kameng, the Alpha Racing car, has gone off. Ian Willock making a big charge into the hairpin there on the 327 of Charlie Tsao. So a fabulous run there, but unfortunately for Liuk Kameng, it's game over.
好，那么现在14圈的比赛呢，来到了这个第10圈，但是与此同时呢，现在场上也是亮出了黄旗，有一位选手呢，现在是上了草坪，发生了一点点小的碰撞，那么所以现在这一个黄旗摇动的时候呢，赛事目前也是保持着现有的排名的时候，现在 Luke Armstrong 在第1位做出到了48秒740的72的一个成绩，紧接着第2位是 Rasa， 第3位是张鹏，紧接着是彭景坤、高杰、莫家亮、Luke Purser， 然后Lan。现在赛事14圈已经来到了第11圈，我们看一下。好，那么在完成这一个赛道的清理的时候呢，即将回到来我们的这一个赛事的正常环节当中。
So with 3 laps to go, Luke Armstrong with a decent run here on winner Sakyamchan, Zhongbang, Bang Kam Kwan, and then Galzia. Very impressive to see these 5 drivers mixing it as they run through on the far side. Mok Kalyong, B6, Luke Purser in 7th place from Ian Willock, Godi Chung, and then it is Charlie Tsao. Howard Zaralo, 11th position in front of Eagle Ye, and then we have He Hudson, Tian Goheng, Peter Chua is there in 15th place in front of Desmond Lau, and then we've got Samung, Tamako and Wong Meng, but unfortunately one retirement from the race. We already saw the Alonso kart flying off the road of Liu Kameng, the Alpha Racing driver. Sadly, he's out of the race, but he's the only retirement in this superheat. Luke Armstrong, though, out in front to the tune of 6.5 seconds. He has been so good at getting this kart dialed in, and after 2 difficult races to the victory in the heats yesterday for Grip. Oh, goodness me, in the background there, did you see Desmond Lau nearly losing completely the CRG in the hairpin at turn 2, and a big run wide there. That's a massive issue for the Paralin, who runs over the top of the crest, and that's a big shuffle of the deck. Karts are going off the road left, right and centre. That is exactly what we were talking about in terms of tyre grip. It is easy to lose it on this circuit in over 30 degrees Celsius heat and over 90% humidity. These tyres are not lasting anywhere near as long as we'd expect them to.
好，那么刚才看到在同一个弯道有好几位车手这一个连续失误，与此同时，我们的赛道的发车位置的裁判也是亮出了这个 last lap 的这一个旗，最后一圈。那么相信也会是以最终这样的一个状况去保持到最后一圈。哇，这里还要发动这一个超车动作吗？应该来说，目前场上的位置，因为在前面的 Luke Armstrong 已经拉开到了6秒9的距离。那么第2位的 Rasa， 第3位张鹏，第4位这个彭景坤，第5位高杰。
Mok Kalyong and Luke Purser keeping their battle going all the way to the finish, but Luke Armstrong is going to take the victory. He's already crossed the line, the checkered flag already in the air. Where Sakyamchan will come through for 2nd place in front of Zhongbang. Oh no, that's Bang Kam Kwan. So he stole 3rd position on the final lap. Zhongbang in 4th, Galzia in 5th, and then it is Mok Kalyong, Luke Purser, Ian Willock and Charlie Tsao. So the winner is Luke Armstrong, but the leading veteran is Zhongbang in the 3-2-3 for Macau, and it's going to be a very interesting final later, but can anybody beat Luke Armstrong?
好，有惊无险。刚才这一轮的大师组超级预赛Master Group 超级预赛14圈也都是在这一个最终顺利的完成了全部的比赛。那么获得胜出第1位的是这个 Luke Armstrong， 那么目前排在了这一轮的第1位，然后 Rasak 来到了第2位。好，那么我们现在看完这一个排名之后呢，马上我们现在来看一下我们刚才这一轮比赛的精彩画面。 么现在
So at the end of a very intense superheat in the mid-pack, one man was definitely in charge up front, Luke Armstrong. We've talked about this several times though this weekend. Just because you're out in front and you've been able to build a gap, actually driving the kart at that level, you're really having to bring it out of yourself.
No, it was very, very physical here, and as you say, and then the steering wheel is super heavy as well. So yeah, I mean, you have to push. I mean, I came here to drive, so I'm not just gonna. I know we're ahead by a bit, but I still want to push hard and see how fast we can go. So, and we were all about to get new tyres, so what just happened doesn't really matter because everyone's going to be on a clean slate.
So are your hands still hand-shaped, or have they got that sort of curvature in them at the moment?
No, they're a bit like that at the moment. But no, it's okay. I think it's just a very physical track through the bumps and whatnot, and you're trying to not let the steering wheel move so you can come off the corner nicer. So it's okay. It's all part of it.
Well, behind you, a lot of the drivers were starting to lose complete traction at about lap 9, lap 10. Were you having similar drop-off?
No, quite the opposite. We set it up so there's like a slippery, but still a bit of grip. So no, there's plenty of traction still at the moment.
That's some worrying thoughts for everybody else. Going into the final, you obviously have plenty of data to carry. You know exactly what the track's going to do and how it's going to behave. Confident?
Yeah, we're pretty confident, but racing's a funny thing sometimes. So the key is just to focus on what we can control, and then we see how we go in the final. But it's been a really good weekend so far. Organisers have done a really good job, and other than the humidity, I think it's been an awesome event.
Not many drivers can pull off 4 out of 4 in this category. Let's see if you do it. Good luck.
Well, we've won the last 2 rounds with undefeated, so we'll try to go for 3 for 3. But honestly, no one's just going to let you win, so we've got to still try pretty hard. And I know there's some other drivers coming next round, so I don't want to just sort of relax. So we've got to push hard.
Looking forward to it, buddy. Good luck for it.
Thank you.
So far, so good for Luke Armstrong. And as he said, it could well be a hat-trick of blitz as far as he's concerned. But there have been some very decent challenges out there from the other drivers in the start of the race, so you can't really rest on your laurels. So that's Junior done, Cadet done, and Masters done in the Superheats. Time for one thing left, a pair of races in the Superheats. And don't forget, there's only 36 places available on that starting grid. Get it done.
好，那么刚才我们看到了这个 Luke Armstrong 的这个由我们的英文解说 J 进行的这一个采访。在过往2天的这一个赛程里面 ，Luke Armstrong 在他们的这个 Master 组也是做出了非常多的这一个精彩的镜头，以及也是拿到了很好的成绩。好，那么这一个 Master 组完了之后，结束之后，现在来到了又是一个非常激烈的组别——成人组 Senior 组。成人组呢，也是由于报名选手众多所以跟刚才的这一个 Cadet 儿童组一样，分成了2个组别来进行完成他们的超级预赛，从而决出我们的这个决赛名单，进入到下午的这一个决赛当中。那么其实 Master 组这个 Senior 组成人组也是一个白热化竞争的这一个阶段，因为这一个 Senior 组呢是14岁以上的选手。那么14岁以上选手，现在这个白色衣服翘着双手的，如无意外呢，应该是来自我们的这一个中国香港的选手啊。中国香港选手于家宝，他这个招牌动作。那么现在果然200号于家宝，那么排在第1位。紧接着隔壁是225号的选手，225号是这个来自于西班牙的Aaron Garcia。Aaron Garcia 现在是排在了这个另外的这个位置，前排2位选手。那么将在几分钟之后呢，将会开始我们的这个最终的他们这一轮Senior 组超级预赛的这个第1组的比赛。
Attention to Senior Class Group 1 drivers. 1 minute to start superheat. 成人組第1組車手請注意，超級預賽將於1分鐘後進行。
好，1分钟之后即将开始这一个 Senior 组第1组的超级预赛。
2 races left for the Senior X30s before the final, and it's definitely going to be a tricky one. Front row of the grid for the first of the Superheats, Aaron Garcia versus Yuka Po, the European and IWF champion versus the reigning Asia champion. two of the best X30 drivers in the world, toe-to-toe for the Superheat, and setting us up for a preview of what we'll see later on in the final. And don't forget, right behind them, we've got INF1NITY for 7 Rings Racing and Zadiev Raikal, the returning superstar for DRM Paralin in the 250. This will be a very intriguing race. And of course, there's still going to be some firepower as well from the third row of the grid. JJ Ambrose on the Top One Motorsport machine kart in the mix there with the Rush Performance machinery on the 5th position mark. That's going to be a tricky one to quash as they run their way through in the opening first sectors of the race. Everyone getting themselves out onto the circuit to warm up the tyres and brakes. Garcia and Yu, the two drivers who will be relentless in their quest for the top spot. So we'll talk our way through the grid in full once the drivers have come through the first sector. And the contenders are looking forward to a very exciting race battle. Completely unpredictable in this competition. Aaron Garcia and Yu Po, front row of the starting grid, as we've already mentioned, from INF1NITY, the Chinese talent, and Zadiev Raikal in the mix. Fantastic to see what the drivers will be able to give us over the course of these Superheat races. So here is the grid in full. Garcia and Yu. And then we'll have the Chinese talent INF1NITY. Malaysian Zadiev Raikal will join them on the second row of the grid. 5th position for Christian Astasi, the Australian, alongside JJ Ambrose. Then Danish Chen and Zheng Zihan. 8th position on the grid. 9th place for Riley Harrison alongside the Cobra, Kian Shah. Guy Burke, 11th on the grid from Chen Boru. 12th position for him, for the man from Chinese Taipei. Yu Mingchun and Panya Yamchan. She's going to be 14th on the grid with Zhang Jinyu and Zhu Tenlong on the 8th row of the grid. Dylan Lowe of Singapore, Miguel Quinones of the Philippines, and then Melvin Shane along with Sam Yung of Macau. And then we've got the 3 at the back: Aiden Forbes, Hong Kong, Chan Chakyong, Hong Kong, and Enzo Gabriel Taipei of the Philippines.
好，那么以上，Thank you, Jake。那么以上是我们的所有选手的这个排位的位置。那么于家宝排在第2位，前面第1位发车的是这个 Aaron Garcia， 然后紧接着第3位是密西朗。哇，相当有看头的这一轮，这个成人组的超级预赛果然全是高手啊！这个 Senior 组别。那么有去年的这一个包括 Junior 组的这个冠军，也有去年的这个 Senior 组的冠军，其实都在这一个成人组的1、2组的组别里面去争夺这个待会下午的这个决赛。那么超级预赛相当紧张，我相信他们也都是严阵以待。排完这一圈之后，暖胎之后会到来再排一圈，准备要排好位置，看一下这一轮是否能够顺利发车。好，都在准备住。
So, the two big names on the front of the grid, Garcia, the Euro Series and IWF champion, alongside Yu Po, the Asian champion. Both the top men in X30 across the world, 2025. In 2026, they are now going to go at it once again. Wait for the lights to extinguish, and then we can charge forward for the Superheat. Off we go for Superheat Group 1. And into the first turn, Garcia has the edge. Yu Po with a much better start. Already carts going off the road. It's a big shot into the first corner. That's Panya Yamchan, who's gone off into the barriers at turn 1, and 2 carts have gone with her. That's the 205 in the mix there. That is a big problem, as Zhang Jinyu of 7 Rings Racing in with the 211 of Zhu Tanlong of the Phantom Kart Squad. 3 drivers out on the spot on the way to turn 1. Devastating, and 3 of those drivers could well be out of luck for the rest of the weekend.
好，那么一发车在1号弯呢，其实已经有3位选手这一个相互碰撞到了一起，包括我们看到了许天龙还有张景瑜，205号、211号。那么现在排在第1位的依旧是这个 Aaron Garcia， 紧接着现在在第2位是238号的密西朗，于家宝现在目前来到了第3位。
Double wave yellows into turn 1, so it's definitely going to be a potential risk going through to the second corner, but Yu Po uses it to his advantage, has the chance to go for the move into the hairpin at turn 2, and he gets there. So Yu Po dives in on INF1NITY and goes into second place. INF1NITY is waving his finger at Yu Po. So Yu Po making the move. I wonder if INF1NITY was a little bit ticked off with the fact that essentially there shouldn't have needed to have been as much momentum going through turn 1, because turn 1 was under yellow flags, and so essentially he may have an issue with the fact that Yu Po was using the slipstream under yellow flags to go for the overtake. He didn't pass under yellow flags, but he was certainly catching under yellow flags, and that's something that INF1NITY may well have an issue with. Zadiev Raikal in 4th place, Zheng Zihan in P5 from Astasi, Burke Ambrose, Chun, Melvin Shane, Aidan Forbes is having an absolute magnificent race at the moment, currently up in P12. Miguel Quinones from Dylan Lowe, Riley Harrison, Yu Ming-chun and Enzo Tipei.
好，那么现在最快单圈是由213号的这一个曾思涵做出来的这一个48秒870，那么依旧 Aaron Garcia 现在在前面带出了0.6秒的优势，拉开了一点点于家宝在第2，那么密西朗在第3，密西朗现在跟前面的于家宝大概0.2秒的距离，还有机会往前去追击。那么于家宝刚才在完成了对密西朗的这一个进攻争夺之后呢，也是亮出了他的这一个手势，但是这个手势的原因我们刚才还没有能够在直播画面当中看得特别精彩，但现在来看于家宝还是想要去进攻前面的这一个 Aaron Garcia。
This is going to be yet another tough weekend in Senior X30. We're continuing, of course, this week with the knowledge that the championship leader, Toby Gale, is sat at home in Pattaya watching this all unfold. But I have a feeling he's going to be grinning from ear to ear because he knows that all of his closest championship rivals are struggling. Aaron Garcia leading the way, Yuka Bo second, Enoch Mi, Zanny Raikal and Zhang Sihan. As far as Toby Gale is watching at home in Thailand, that's a fairy tale top 5 because that's definitely all of the major contenders he would have been sweating about further down the field. Jamie Ambrose trying to put pressure on the Australian Christian Estasi, but he's a long way back from him at the moment. There is Ambrose on the top 1 Kart Republic. Estasi's making a good run. Raikal up into 3rd place, gets the jump on Enoch Mi, sorry. So Enoch Mi running through off the far side. Raikal gets 3rd position. Looks like he's going to get an opportunity. Here comes Estasi. He's going to get into P5. He gets the run on Zhang Sihen, but is that going to be another chance for Estasi to get the jump on Enoch Mi? A great run from Christian.
好，那么现在的第2集团、第1集团的这一个于家宝已经慢慢开始接近了前面的这一个 Aaron Garcia， 那么把这个距离缩短到了0.27秒，而紧接着后面的 Safi 还有这个密西朗、Christine Stasi 还有曾思涵，那么这一个梯队的全部选手也都是逐渐拉近距离，形成了一个前面的一个大集团。
And just like that, Christian Estasi is now P4. He's managed to get through along with Zhang Sihen. Enoch Mi tumbles down to P6. So the Australian for Rush Performance really making a good opportunity come his way here. And of course, Christian Estasi, a real talent for the future. You better watch out for him because he comes from amazing karting stock. He's obviously learnt from one of the best, Adrian Estasi, who was one of the top talents in Formula Yamaha when I was watching karting for the first time as a 12-year-old boy. He was in the same paddock in the same era as Lewis Hamilton back in the day. So Adrian Estasi, clearly very top talent of his day. Oh, we got contact further back. 2 karts tangling. That is Bruce, who's had a little bit of a moment there with a 204. Oh, so a big issue for those 2 drivers. That is Melvin Shane and Bruce Chen having a big slide. So Bruce Chen not quite getting what he wanted out of that. The fast Nejar driver definitely losing ground as a result. Aaron Garcia does lead the way, but his sector times are not as quick as some of the drivers behind him. Estasi and Zhang Sihen are actually going quicker than the leader right now. So this race is definitely not decided.
那么现在可以看到，刚才是有这个来自于中国台湾选手陈柏如上到了这个草地上的一个镜头。那么陈柏如现在其实刚才这个上草地的失误，连续掉了3、4个位置啊。那么目前场上最快单圈是由这个 Christine Stasi 做出的17秒763，47秒763，他目前位于场上的第4位。 第3位已经上升到，那么他已经是一直在这个于家宝的后面。其实于家宝现在也是想要去发动对这个 Aaron Garcia 的进攻。那么时间他跟前车的这个距离大概现在目前在0.61秒左右的一个时间。 那么第1集团的选手其实也都盯得非常紧啊。
This is not done, far from it. Yuka Po went faster than anybody has gone before in this race in the first sector, and he's going to get some support from Estasi and Raikal. This is going to be a real ripper of a race as here comes Estasi through turn 1 behind Yuka Po, and he's going to work with the man from Hong Kong until he finds the gap on the inside line. Thank you very much indeed. Gets the move into 2nd place, and now he's the one charging after Aaron Garcia, who checks over his shoulder. Who's that guy? He's a Rush Performance driver. That's who he is. He's Christian Estasi. You better watch out for him. He's definitely going to make some mincemeat of the competition if he gets a chance. Raikal now dives in on the inside of Yuka Po. And those 2 have squabbled before. Don't forget round 3 last year in the Senior X30 battle in Malaysia when Raikal and Yuka Po crossed swords. So fantastic to watch those 2 go back to battling again. Raikal gets through and he takes Zheng Sahan with him. So Yuka Po, who was in 2nd, now finds himself in 5th. And look, Estasi has dropped the quartet behind. He's got 1 man in his sights, Aaron Garcia. Go get him.
目前来看的话，于家宝刚刚在一个弯道连续掉了3个位置，现在掉到了场上的第5名。那么从时间上来看呢，做出48秒多的这一个时间呢，也并不是特别理想，并且可以看到他刚才这一圈已经去到了48秒964。那么其实他刚才这一圈比前面的几位选手慢超过了1秒左右的，接近1秒左右的这一个时间呢。那么应该也是由于这个轮胎损耗所导致啊。但是前面的几位选手呢是越做越快，现在场上是 Aaron Garcia 在第1位 ，Christine Stasi 已经冲上到了这个第2位，然后 Safi 在第3，然后这个曾思涵在第4，第5于家宝，然后第6是密西朗，第7是 James Ambrose。Now,
what is Garcia going to have in terms of retaliation to Estasi? He's consistently now, for the last couple of laps, been a little bit slower than Estasi. All Christian needs is just a waft of draft, and he's going to make his move. As there goes Yuka Bo, getting back in on Zheng Sahan. So Zheng Sahan has had to give best now to Yuka Bo. The man from Hong Kong gets through in a 4th position. So those two still battling away. At the back of that little trio is INF1NITY. Jamie Ambrose, he's kind of lost the draft, unfortunately. 7th place, and off goes Yuka Bo! Yuka Bo runs wide after a very tough mission there, and that's going to be Jamie Ambrose given a free gift of a toe on the back of Yuka Bo. And I tell you what, the man from Hong Kong is not going to be happy about that in the slightest.
是的，刚才又再一次的这一个比较大的失误，依旧现在排名已经跌到了第6位。同时这个，但是他刚才上一圈的时间做出48秒022， 50秒227的一个时间，紧接着现在前面排在第1位的 Aaron Garcia 做出47秒792，哇，相当拼啊，在第1位一路领跑，毫无压力。
Yuka Po looking down at his cart to see if he's got any damage, while Ambrose is absolutely on him. He goes for the move in the inside of turn 3. That'll do nicely. No major concerns there from the top one Kart Republic driver from Great Britain, although of course he's based nowadays in Singapore. His Chinese is almost as good as Yuka Po's these days. He works his way through the chicane, up the crest, and continuing on that path. Hang on a minute, where's Yuka Po gone? Yuka Po's disappeared. He's dropping like a stone. I think Yuka Po's got a real problem here. Yuka Po is falling down the field. Yeah, look, he is really struggling, and he just loses everything on the inside line there to Danish Chen. Yuka Po is dropping and really hemorrhaging time. He's got a massive issue on that kart, and this is the reigning series champion struggling just to get moves on the inside line. The 200 dives back in on Danish Chen, but look, here comes Kai Burke with Danish Chen in tow. Yuka Po is dropping big time.
目前来看的话，应该是车辆是有故障的啊。应该来说是这个车辆故障，连续被各种选手一路超越，那么跌到了现在场上的应该是第8、第9的位置。那么前面反而我们现在来看这个 Christine Stasi 对这个Aaron Garcia 呢，还有1秒的距离，应该来说在最后这个还有5圈的时间，看有没有机会去争夺这个排名第1的位置。那么另外中国选手213号的曾思涵现在上升了4个名次，来到了场上的第4位。那么密西朗排在这个曾思涵的后面。现在看到238号的这一个镜头，那么分别就是密西朗的这一个画面。
So that's INF1NITY getting the move on Zheng Sahan. Kai Burke's got to the front of this trio. He's trying to get away from Yuka Po, and that's put Kai Burke into 7th position. That's damage limitation in this superheat as far as he's concerned. Only 0.6 of a second between Christian Estasi and Aaron Garcia, and only 4 laps to run. Garcia will say, I'm managing the gap. Christian Estasi will say, I'm coming to get you. You better put your foot down hard, mate. And they are going to have some serious tyre issues in these last 4 laps. Here comes Garcia. Estasi, and Raikko's gone with him. Now, Raikko is going to be the key here. If Zadiev Raikko can work with Christian Estasi, 2 karts will go through the air better than 1, and so there's a chance to get back in on terms with Aaron Garcia, who got all 3 of the heat victories yesterday. The superheat is going to be the thing that clinches pole position for the Spaniard, but if Estasi and Raikko start to get in amongst him in the last 3 laps, anything's possible.
好，那么刚刚现在做出排在第6位的这个 JJ Ambrose 做出的47秒687的这一个时间，那么密西朗在第4，曾思涵在第5，埃文·加西亚一路领跑啊，但是这个 Christine Stasi 已经把这个时间缩短到了0.6秒，还有3圈的时间，能不能去冲击这一个冠军位置，争夺一下？
Yukapo dropping back another couple of places now, down to P10 behind Burke, Harrison and Danish Chen. He's just trying to limp to the finish now because he's clearly not going to get a decent result out of this one. Here we go, Raikal and Astasi. They are making the gains and side by side through turn one. You've got to be so brave to finish that. Zheng Xihan and Enoch Mi battling away now with Jamie Ambrose, who asserts himself on the inside line.
Wow.
Thank you, I was already alongside you, mate. Enoch Mi puts his hand in the air. Ambrose disappears. What? I'm a racing driver. I'm going for a move, and I'm going for another one. Dives in on Zheng Xihan. Great comeback from Jamie Ambrose. That's going to move him into 4th place. Enoch Mi is going to try and take vengeance on the Brit. No, you don't. That's not how I'm going to go racing. I'm going to get away from you, mate.
我现在看到的是这个曾思涵，还有这个密西朗，还有这个J Ambrose 几位车手之间的这一个互相切换、互相进攻防守的这一个距离，又要去进攻前车，同时这个线路一旦跑了进攻线呢，后车又有了机会，相当密锣紧鼓的这一轮。
Last lap, and this is going to be a tricky one for Zheng Xihan. He's going to try and make his headway to get back in, but Astasi's caught right up to Garcia. This is going to be a great battle for the victory. Ambrose is clear now in 4th position. We need to go to the leaders because Garcia has been caught by Astasi with Raikal waiting in the wings. There could be a big launch from the Australian. Is he going to get his chance to move up on the inside line? Oh, there's been an off. Garcia's on the grass. Garcia's been on the grass. So Astasi's made his move. Raikal's come through past him. Astasi and Raikal are leading, and Raikal's now going to try and get his bid to come through. Garcia's won everything. Is Christian Astasi going to hold on for this? The Australian out of the final hairpin. It's going to be Ripper for Christian Astasi.
Wow. 在最后2个位置里面呢，很难相信啊，这个 Aaron Garcia 一路领跑，居然在最后倒数第2个弯这里上了草地，有一个出弯的失误，然后 Astasi 顺利来到了这一个榜首位置。果然这个赛事没有。就是各种意外都会发生。那么与此同时呢，这一个去年的这一个冠军瑜伽宝呢，也是去到了第9的位置啊。那么到现在，目前来看，他刚才转右的每一个右弯，车子感觉会跳，应该是这个车辆是有发生故障的。那么这一轮好，成人组 Senior 组的超级预赛16圈第1小组全部结束。那么相当多的这一个精彩画面以及这一个难以置信的镜头。那么目前现在是由 Christine Astasi 顺利拿得这一回合的这一个榜首。那么现在车辆回到发车区，我们先来看一下刚才这一轮比赛的这个排名以及一些精彩镜头。
Well, things just got interesting in the superheat. After a very tough weekend leading up to this point, why not save the best till last for Christian Astasi? That was a really tough race fight. On about lap 10 or lap 11, you felt that kart still got grip in the tyres, there's still waft in the engine, I can go get him.
Yeah, it was after yesterday, after a couple of problems, you know, it feels good to come back and get the win for the superheat so I can start better in the final.
How much more of a confidence boost does that give you going into the final now, knowing that all of the hard work is leading up to the big one?
It's very good, like, because it's the superheat, I think it's more points, isn't it? So, you know, I get to start the final a bit further up after the DNF yesterday, so it's good.
Garcia walked past me and he said, he pushed me. How do you read the situation?
I didn't really mean to push him. He just defended, and I think he just went wide and got in the marbles, and he just slid, and I think it was just a bit of a racing incident.
So with the big final coming up later, we know how hot it's going to be. We know how tough the track is going to be this afternoon once it's rubbered in. On fresh tyres, how confident are you guys?
I'm pretty confident, so we'll just see what happens. We'll just go into it, no pressure, so yeah.
Keeping up the karting family legacy well.
Yeah, unfortunately my dad isn't here, but, you know, still talk to him after every race, always checking in, so, yeah.
And clearly the effect is rubbing off. Well done, buddy.
Thank you.
Excellent run from Christian Estasi. Very tough race there. Had a little bit of support in the closing stages from Raikal as well. That really helped the momentum. But you can see that Aaron Garcia is feeling the pressure. A man like that, who is a European and IWF champion, even he's feeling the pressure. And it looks like we could see some gloves coming off in these last races of the day. We've still got one more superheat to come in Senior X30. So do not expect things are going to get easy in this last race before our finals. If anything, they could get even more intense.
好，感谢 Thank you Jake 啊，感谢 Jake 对这个 Christine Stasi 的这个采访。那么现在画面回到了我们的赛场上，即将今天上午还有一组的是我们的 Senior 组 Group 2，成年组的第2组超级预赛，同样也是跑16圈。那么现在我们的赛道安全员还有赛道安全车呢，正在对赛道进行一个安全检查。在5分钟之后，将会开始我们本轮的这一个今天上午的最后一轮赛事。完成完了所有组别的超级预赛之后，今天下午从1点35分，今天下午的13点35分将会开始从青少年组、儿童组、大师组到成人组的所有组别的最精彩的本年度这一回合赛事的所有赛事的决赛。那么今天下午将会是最精彩的、紧张刺激以及水平最高的决赛。经过了多轮的这一个预赛到1、2、3预赛到超级预赛，然后今天下午的这个决赛决出的都是精英选手。那么我们即将也可以看到，现在目前在前面2位发车的分别是这一个，我们来看一下，分别是243号的选手，243号。243号是来自于这个意大利的选手Galen Berretti， 紧接着他旁边的是288号的选手，288号是这个来自中国选手黄熙正。那么一会儿也会给观众朋友们看得到这个发车选手的名单。现在我们先来看一下目前场上待发车区的所有的情况。那么紧接着在这一轮结束之后呢，所有的这个决赛名单就会全部决出。那么刚才这一轮于家宝在之前几轮预赛表现还不错的情况下，但是刚才这一轮由于感觉上是车辆的故障掉落到了排名的第10名哦，所以其实他们的成绩也都影响着，包括现在这一轮的成绩也是相互影响着刚才这一个 Senior 组第1组、第2组最终将会决出哪一些这个决赛的名单呢？那么还有几分钟，即将开始本轮今天上午最后一轮的赛事，30秒准备发车。那么发车之后将会开始他们的暖胎圈。
I tell you what, when you know that the IWF and Euro Series champion is feeling the heat to the extent where he says, "The guy pushed me," you know that the tempers are running high, and the fever pitch nation of the of the Macau circuit, with its high temperatures and high humidity, it's getting to everybody. Front row of the grid for this one, Andrea Galimberti lining up on the front row of the starting grid on the front, and alongside him on the grid, the 288 for the Phantom Kart Racing team. This could be a big mission for Huang Zijiang. He knows this is going to be a tricky one. The 20-year-old from China will definitely be wanting to make some headway at the start of this one. But of course, with the shuffles of the deck we've already had in Senior X30, we could well see one more big shuffle. And don't forget, again, 36 spaces only in the Senior X30 final. What kind of scalps are we going to see at the end of this one? A couple of drivers are going to fall from the wayside, whether they want to or not. So it's definitely going to be a tricky-natured race in the offing. Pole position, as ever in these battles, certainly recently, the Italian stallion, Andrea Galimberti on the top one Motorsport Kart Republic. He's found his way back to the Furore. Huang Zhizheng is going to be alongside him on that front row of the grid. Third place for Wadapong Yamchan. Pata will be joined by the Singaporean Conrad Garro, fourth on the grid. Fifth place for Dylan Tan. Good to see him progressing. Paco Miguel Sarmiento right up in the top 6. With Nathan Aria and Vernice Lau, two drivers who have made a great showing this weekend already. Travis Teo and the Kiwi, Kian Burt. Leonardo Mori is alongside the Thai Banu Steenman-Kong. Seventh row of the grid for Dominic Setyavan alongside Advan Oriel Warren. Then Jerry Ji and Michael Udang going into the 8th row of the grid. 17th for Henrique Souza, the local. Lee Man Hay is 18th along with Zachary Boyce and Yang Yuchen. And then at the lower end of the grid, we've got William Lee in 21st and Shamo Xuan 22nd.
好，那么上面的是我们的所有选手呢，待会即将开始的这个排位名单，大家也可以看到其实有除了大家在前面2天熟悉的这个 Galimberti 之外呢，也可以看到众多的这个包括Nathan Aria 他现在排到了这一次的第7位发车，那么包括 Paco 这些排在第6位。那么我们的中国选手黄熙正现在排在第2位发车这也是一个比较有利的位置。
So, the racing battle at the sharp end. Andrea Galimberti and Huang Zhizheng. Front row of the grid from Wadapong Yamchan and Conrad Garro. Dylan Tan and Paco Miguel Sarmiento. Then Aria, Lau, Teo, Burt, Mori, Steenman-Kong, Sitivon and Warren. This will be a very tricky race. We know that those tyres are at the end of their lifespan already. And now we've got a 16-lap superheat. This will be the most intense race of the weekend so far for these drivers. It's a false start. A false start for Galimberti. He jumped a little bit too early, and that doesn't happen very often in Senior X30. You don't get many false starts in Senior. They tend to happen more in the Cadet and in the Junior when the drivers have a little bit less experience. But clearly on this occasion, Galimberti was a little bit too eager to get going.
好，那么刚才这一轮的这个发车没有成功这个发车裁判摇出了黄旗，那么应该也是有一点点的这个发车状况，到底是提早了起步还是因为什么原因？那我们待会儿再去看一下。但是目前不管怎么样，现在的所有选手们还得再绕一圈回来，重新排好这个发车队列，重新再进行一次，看是否能够做出一个顺利的发车。
So let's see what we're going to get this time. Galimberti. Front row of the grid as ever with Huang Zhizheng on the 2nd position. Wadapong Yamchan and Conrad Garro from Dylan Tan and Paco Miguel Sarmiento. This has all the makings of another classic superheat, but of course it's going to set the tone and also set the grid for a very tricky race in the offing. I'm not entirely sure how this one's going to go down, but certainly some big pressure on the shoulders of the drivers in the top 6. They certainly want to make a good showing. And now we slow ourselves right down. That's more like it. Galimberti and Huang Zhizheng on the front row. Yamchan and Garro on the 2nd. And then it will be Dylan Tan, Sarmiento, Aria, Lau, Teo, Burt, Mori, Steenman-Kong, Setyavan and Warren. And we are a false start again. False start for the 2nd time in a row. What is going on in Senior X30?
这个发车再一次的没有成功应该是过早的开油看起来反正发车裁判是再度摇起了黄旗，没有给出这个发车指令，那么所以他们还得再暖胎一圈。哇，这个对于轮胎以及对于车上的这个燃油来说，这个并不友好就这样已经跑了将近4圈3到4圈，这是应该是第4圈了这个并不友好，包括对一些某些个别选手的这一个心态上来说，这也是一个考验。那么看一下待会这一轮是否能够再次成功发车。
So the rules are very clear on the start. You've got to make sure that you're in the 2 tram lines. You've got to back up the pack, and you shouldn't be accelerating till the yellow line at the earliest, and not really until you see the lights that go out. So you shouldn't really be rising the revs in anticipation of the lights going out. You only really need to hit the throttle when the lights go out. That's the whole point of a rolling start procedure. And that's exactly the same, not only in karting, but also in the world of IndyCar out in the States, in GT and touring car racing, in various different allocations when there's a rolling start. You don't hit the throttle until the lights go out. And it's exactly the same principle in karting. So they've got to make their way out of the turn. 2 tram lines again. If we get another false start, it could be a red flag. So let's see what happens this time. in the 2 tram lines, down the straight. Is this going to be a start? Yes, it is. Off we go. Galimberti goes with his teammate, Wadapong Yamchan, to the first corner. They rip-roar around the first turn. They've got to be careful how they take it. Here comes Conrad Garrow round the far side. He's going to lead it. Conrad Garrow has gone from 4th position to leading, but he runs wide and into the barriers. Has gone Yamchan. Yamchan's gone into the barriers, and so too has Vernislav. They recover at the back. What a crazy start. Garrow is no longer leading. He's dropped back into 5th position as he's run wide. But for a brief glimmer of hope there, Garrow was leading as he went past the 2 top ones in a most incredible start. Sadly, it all got away from him on the outside. So who's leading now? It's Huang Zhizheng, who was in about 5th position through turn 1. What a crazy start already.
好，那么经过一轮精彩的这一个发车1号、2号弯的这个争夺之后，现在是黄熙正来到了这一个榜首位置。那么这个 Carol Garrow 掉到了这个第7位啊，刚才也是有第10位去了。现在刚才是应该是在这个3号弯这个位置是有一个失误，那么进行了一个掉头。那么现在前面的这个黄熙正尽快跑，快跑，赶紧把这一个成绩拉开。
So check this out for a race order. Huang Zhizheng is leading. Travis Teo is second. Kian Burt, the Kiwi, is in 3rd position. Dylan Tan from Dominic Setiavon. How did he get into 5th position? 6th place for Galimberti, who's tumbled all the way to P6. Banu Stimankong, Leonardo Mori, Paco Miguel Sarmiento, and then Garrow down to 10th, unfortunately, after all of that. Lee Manhei, Advan Warrior, and then it is Xi Jintong, Nathan Aria, Enrique Souza, William Lee, Michael Ludang, Zachary Boyce, and then Vernislav, Xiao Mochuan, Yang Chen, and I think Wadapong Yamchan has actually dropped to the very back of the grid. I think he's got damage. I'm not sure he's going to finish this one.
好，那么刚才看完这个目前的暂时的排位之后呢，在榜首发车的这个 Galimberti 掉到了第5位。那么现在在前面一路领跑的黄熙正呢，做出的49秒543，他的上一圈这一个成绩现在把第2位的这个 Gilbert 拉开了这个0.6秒的距离。
I think Sarmiento's got a problem. He's suddenly dropped to 9th position. Not sure what happened to the man from the Philippines, but he's suddenly down the order as we've got Huang Zhizheng leading Kian Burt and Travis Teo. These two are having an amazing race. 4th place for Dylan Tan. 5th is Galimberti. Then we've got Dominic Setiavon. Mori is making a great comeback as well. The Malaysian in front of Panu Stimankon, another man who's been able to take advantage of the shenanigans on the first lap. End of the 3rd lap, and it's Huang Zhizheng who has a comfortable margin already, 0.6 of a second. But watch out for these two. Burt and Teo are going to start working their magic to close up, and Travis Teo, former senior X30 champion in Asia, he knows the game, he knows how to get this done, so he will work with the Lenzo kart chassis of Kian Burt, the Kiwi, and this is where he's going to start to make an impact. Galimberti gets the fastest lap of the race, and he's definitely got his dander up. He's a much more fiery driver when things are going wrong, so we'll have to see whether he can make an impact on Dylan Tan in P4 and stretch away from Dominic Setiavon behind.
好，那么现在的这个黄熙正呢，在第1排发车，但是顺利保持住了这个位置，同时，也确实没有想到他的这个 Galimberti，这样的一个失误或者跟对手之间的这一个争夺呢，掉到了后面的位置。现在黄熙正一路领跑，大概0.681秒的时间。那么后面的 Kia Bot 还有 Travis Teo， 那么他们也是在2、3、4名之间，这里做出一个位置哦。这里居然把位置让开，这是一个什么样的战术？这个265号选手这个 Kia Bot 让到了第4的位置。
So that's a move made by both the drivers in there, Travis Teo and Dylan Tan. Kian Burt is now to 4th position. Galimberti making the move as they try to get it to stick in. So let's see what happens as they work their way through out of the turn. Look at this, we've got a little bit of a boxing match. Dylan Tan battling away with Travis Teo. 4th position for Kian Burt, and Andrea Galimberti is sat there in 5th place watching it unfold in the hope that the door is just going to open up magically. And it certainly could, the way things are currently stacking up. Huang Zhizheng is just disappearing up in front. This is a great run from him on the Phantom car as he just disappears into the lead. Tan in 2nd, 3rd is Teo, 4th is Burt, 5th is Galimberti, and in 6th place now, Dominic Setiavon in front of Conrad Garrow, who's worked his way back. Galimberti dives up on the inside of Kian Burt. That's P4. How much more can I get?
好，那么在黄熙正现在拉开了到了2秒的位置啊，2秒的时间。那么由于2、3、4、5名的这一个争夺呢，给出了这个前面黄熙正一个巨大的一个机会空间，迅速把这个机会拉开。那么现在来到第2位的是这个 Dylan Tan， 第3位是 Travis， 然后第4位是 Galimberti 啊，现在回到来了第4位的位置。
This is what happens when you put incredibly talented drivers on tyres that feel like they're ice skates. This is such a difficult race battle for the drivers in the mix. Everyone desperately trying to hang on to their tyres when they are already well past their best and well past ever being usable again after this race too. In the background, we've got a nice train developing. That's Setiavon, Garrow, Sarmiento, Mori, Steemenkong. And then Lehman He is trying to close up on them as well. Up the inside line, that's going to be a big dive from Setiavon to defend his position from Conrad Garrow. Garrow's going to try and get the switch back. Setiavon pulls across his apex, and Garrow's going to commit. Garrow to the inside line again. Don't you dare block me! Wow. Setiavon drifts out wide and falls to the back of the quartet. Conrad Garrow asserts himself. This is my corner. Deal with it.
他这一个位置啊，除了防守住了后车，这一个让开了跑开了一个超级防守线，但是丢掉了自己的这一个线路之后呢，连续被3台赛车给超了过去。那么现在我们画面给到看到的这一位选手上道来了，我们看一下，目前第一轮在第2，第3是 Travis， 然后黄熙正在前面带开了1.4秒的距离。
Welcome back to Infinity IAME Series Asia, Conrad. Ever since about 1:15 yesterday afternoon, he's been the rapid-fire superstar that we know him to be, and it's great to see him do what he's doing in the superheaters. Up the inside, that's going to be Leonardo Mori, I think, getting his overtaking move on the inside. Oh, no, wait, that's his teammate, in fact. That is Warren, being waved past, I should say, by Lee Man-hae. So the Morella Racing Birolart deciding to let him go. Meanwhile, it's the two old protagonists, Conrad Garrow and Leonardo Mori. They find themselves at the front of this train in the duel for 6th position, so things could get pretty interesting between these two boys. Setiavon, and then behind him is Sarmiento, Steemenkong, Warren, Lee, Lau, Arya, Souza, and Gerard. So some big issues there. It looks as though Shamojwan has had an off somewhere. He's dropped all the way to the back of the grid again, having been in about 16th or 17th at one stage. Michael Udang is 17th in front of Pato Wiamchan, and then William Lee, Zachary Boyce, Yang Yu Chen, and Shamojwan at the back. On the inside, Leonardo Mori gets his run on Conrad Garrow. Garrow lets him have it so that he can get the switch back on the other side, but he's not got the momentum. Now he's going to look for the inside into turn 3. Mori's ready for him. I'm not going to let you have that one too easy, and so Leonardo Mori heads the pack for the 7 Racing team. Lovely job from Leonardo Mori.
好，现在画面看到的是这个6、7、8、9名的这一个争夺。刚才看到的是 Conrad Garrow， 然后被这个前面的这个 Leonardo 去超车的一个精彩动作。那么6、7、8、9、10，其实这个第二团队的这一个争夺也是非常的热烈。所有车手全部缠斗在一起，没有拉开距离。
Dylan Tan was 0.2 of a second quicker on that last lap than the race leader Wang Xizheng. The gap is down to half a second. The battle for the victory is back on again. Garrow trying to defend his position. Setiavon desperately trying to get him to stop defending as he slides in on the inside of the hairpin and takes them both. And look, the door is wide open for Sarmiento. Thanks, boys. I'll have the place. So Sarmiento storms his way back into P7 at the expense of Setiavon and Garrow. Garrow dives on the inside of Setiavon, tries to take the place. Setiavon doesn't let him have it, and they are squabbling away like dogs. Fantastic racing here at Macau, but the leader is under big pressure. Dylan Tan has caught him right up, so we need to go back to the front of the field. Let's go to the race leaders when we can, because Dylan Tan is closing in on Wang Xizheng. They will cross the finish line now. There they go. Here's the battle for the victory. Dylan Tan closing in on Wang Xizheng. He's going to go for the lead. Perfect timing. Wow. He switches it up, and we have a new leader. His name is Dylan Tan.
好，现在这个 Dylan Tan 顺利的把这个黄熙正进行了一个超越，来到了榜首的位置，从 1.9 秒的距离一直缩进到 0.1 秒，然后同时完成超越，仅仅用了2圈的时间，相当精彩的一个画面。目前的排在榜首的 Dylan Tan， 然后紧接着我们刚才看到的依旧是来自于这个 Conrad Garrow 的他们的一个缠斗。当然，现在我们画面更加要集中于这个第1、第2名的这一个争夺当中。
So now Dylan Tan having taken the lead, Andrea Galimberti has worked his way past Teo, past Bert, he's into 3rd position, and we've still got 5 laps left of this superheat. What are his tyres going to be like in the last 5 laps? He's certainly going to be wearing his heart on his sleeve. We know that this is Galimberti's style. He's feisty, he's fiery, he's furious. So let's see if he can get his move on the inside of Wang Xizheng. He's certainly going to have the slipstream down towards turn 3. Tan just checking the pressure, making sure he's got a little bit of airflow to the airbox. Galimberti will try and dive, I think, to the inside there, sliding around. Vernie Slau gets a little bit of a love tap, and she goes to the back of the quintet. That is not what she needed at all. Meanwhile, it looks as though we've had an incident. Galimberti's come through to 2nd. Wang Xizheng's down to 5th. Wang Xizheng's down to 5th position, so there may have been a little bit of an incident there. Galimberti's through. Wang Xizheng's down to P5.
我们刚才看到黄熙正在一个弯道的出弯失误上到了草地当中呢，黄熙正现在目前是掉到了第5位，相当可惜，相当可惜。那么与此同时呢，这一个第1位的 Dylan Tan 在第1，然后 Garen Bertie 在失误掉到了后面，现在
Galen Bertie！Galen Bertie slowing. This has happened not the first time this year. Galen Bertie, he's got a problem with the cart and it slows to a crawl, just like happened to him in Bira in the final. It happens to him in the Superheat. Galen Bertie cannot believe his luck. What is going on with Andrea Galen Bertie on Sundays in 2026?
哇！这个 Garen Bertie 在失误之后掉到了后面排道，重新冲到第2位，但突然之间把车子给收下来，这个非常生气的。现在把车子放到了路边，然后走回去那么在今天的这个赛程当中，他这一轮也是相当可惜，因为还有最后大概4圈的时间就可以完成到了这一个结束段。
Honestly, if Andrea Galen Bertie didn't have bad luck, he would have no luck at all. That is absolutely astonishing. Double wave yellows on the approach because Galen Bertie's cart is stranded there on the run to turn 2. And Galen Bertie is just walking back to the pits. He's not even crossing to get to the marshal post. And he's going to get a real telling off for that because he knows that he needs to wait at the marshal post. He's walking straight back to the pits. And that is not safe. So, unfortunately, that's just going to add insult to injury for Andrea Galen Bertie. But Dylan Tan leading the way from Travis Teo and Kian Burt. Those two are going to have a decent battle for second place. But have they got momentum and time to close up on Dylan Tan? Where is Wang Zhizheng? He's a good 4.5 seconds back now from this trio. He was leading by about a second at one stage. That just tells you how different the tyre management tactics are in this race. When the tyres are really starting to fall away, it's the smart driver that wins, not necessarily the fast driver. Dylan Tan leading with 2 laps to go, and it looks like he's got a superheat in his pocket, but can he sustain it from Travis Teo and Kian Burt?
好，那么现在看到 Kieran Boss 已经是追进了这个 Travis， 那么第2、第3名之间的争夺，当然与第1名的这个 Dylan Tan 能否保持住，还有2圈的时间。那么现在场上黄旗摇完之后呢，刚才的这一个 Garen Bertie 的赛车依旧放在了这个赛道边缘的这个草地位置，那么也希望选手们能看到这一个赛车，不要有这个发生意外的机会。
So the battle really is starting to get intense for second position. Kian Burt has bided his time. He's now tucking in behind Travis Teo. Let's see if he can make a good run of it as we go on to the final lap. Dylan Tan looks comfortable with half a second in hand. And through turn 1, looks good for Travis Teo. Can he hold on here from Kian Burt? The Kiwi's going to make his bid, but Teo is trying to second guess where it's coming. Burt is making him guess, and that's exactly what he wants him to do. He wants him to second guess. Where is he going to go? Is he going to go left? Is he going to go right? If he stays unpredictable, then Burt can slide out and make the move. Beautifully done by the Kiwi into second place when it counts. And running wide, Travis Teo gets onto the marbles. That's how important it is to get the overtaking move on the inside line. There's only one way through that corner. The second you're on the outside, you get on the marbles, and Travis Teo drops to third position. So out in front, it is going to be the Singaporean who is having a bit of a topsy-turvy season. Oh, big incident. Oh my goodness, big accident on the way to turn 2 as Dylan Tan takes the checkered flag in front of Kian Burt and Travis Teo. Well, that's a rather nasty way for this race to end. Hopefully everybody's going to be okay, but Dylan Tan takes the victory for sure.
那么在完成了现在前面车手陆续在冲线的时候呢，刚才我们有一个镜头也是看到有选手发生了一个比较大的一个碰撞，那么也希望选手没有安全问题当然我们的这个现在由于各个选手的这个轮胎的磨损都相当的厉害，所以其实抓地力非常低。那么也希望选手们一定要控制好自己的车辆。那么也看到了一个大热门的这个 Garen Bertie 直接是在这一轮是没有完成比赛，哇，这个也是非常非常的多意外的情况，包括黄熙正现在目前应该是在第4名冲过终点。那么黄熙正在第1轮第2位发车，但是最终保持了第4的一个冲线位置。哇，这一轮的成人组 Senior 组的 Group 2也是非常非常多这个令人意想不到的情况。那么看完这个排名，我们先来看一下刚才这一轮比赛的所有的精彩画面。
Wow, these superheats really are getting spicy and crazy at the end of this morning. And just think what the final's going to be like later when all that intensity rises to a crescendo. Dylan Tan, though, coming through to get that superheat victory. That was not an easy race to win. You had to gain that second back from Wang Zhizheng in the middle of the race, and then you had to sustain that pressure. What was it like on those tyres at the end?
I mean, in the middle of the race when I overtook him, the tyres were a bit, like, they were falling off a little bit. And I felt like, you know, the car was getting a bit slower, so I just decided to pull it back a bit and then not push so much, and then, yeah, just start getting faster towards the end and pulled away.
The drivers were really starting to slide in those last 4 or 5 laps. It looked like it was really difficult to keep the traction on those tyres. How confident are you that you're going to have a much better race when you put the fresh ones on later?
Pretty confident of what I can do on the new tyres, but it all comes down to racing in the final. So maybe I can have a look in the final, trying to win it.
Have you learned enough lessons about tyre pressures going into that last race as well, trying to figure out what kind of a strategy you need to keep the tyres strong at the end of the race as well as at the start?
Yeah, just don't push it so hard when your tyres are not to temperature.
A fantastic weekend so far, and you're right in the prime position to make it happen, so good luck for the final.
Thank you.
Excellent start then from Dylan Tan so far this weekend. I want to see actually if we can have a quick word with Vernice Lau. She's had a bit of a war over the course of this weekend. Check out the time and management and the degradation they've all had to be facing. Let's have a quick word with Vernice. Vernice, it's been a very tough weekend for you, but right up at the sharp end and really mixing it in that last superheat. What's it been like over the 4 races?
It's pretty good. We have got a good pace and we're ready for the final.
So when you've got fresh tyres on later, how confident are you can get back to the top 10 and really have a good race?
It's quite confidence. Hope to communicate with the mechanic and get a good pace later.
Okay, great job so far, Vernice. Well done. Thank you. A very, very interesting race weekend. And of course, with Andrea Galimberti dropping out in the middle of that race as well, it really spices things up. He walked past me as he came through the paddock, and honestly, I didn't even want to say tough luck to him because that is a face that could paint 1,000 words. Absolute fury. And it's going to be an interesting one as we continue this battle going into the final. Some very difficult decisions for the drivers and mechanics to make on tyre pressures, on tactics, and on pace. You can't just go hell for leather in those first 5 laps of the final. You've got to make sure that the tyres will still be with you in the closing 5 laps. It's going to be a very interesting lunch break for the teams and drivers as they prepare for the finals. So shall we. See you in a bit.
Attention to junior class drivers. Attention to junior class drivers. Pay grade gate will close in 1 minute. Pay grade gate will close in 1 minute.
You're a bad boy, Jake. You're a bad boy. You have to stay silent for another 40 seconds.
And there we go. Okay. Right, so I've had the penalty. Thank you for that. Thank you to the stewards. So we're going to get ourselves ready then for the afternoon's races in the Infinity IAME Series Asia. I have, however, been informed that there may be some further penalties coming my way. I'm not entirely sure exactly what that means, but okay, we'll get on with it. We have the junior drivers getting themselves ready then for the battle that is going to be taking place in the running for the Junior X30 final. Jay Kostecki is going to be starting from pole position. Let's go and have a word. Jay, good to see you back in the paddock and good to see you right at the front. You seem to be enjoying the circuit again. You did such a good job here last time when you were in the December running of the Asia final. How are you feeling going into this one?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident. Hopefully I can get the win this time.
So looking at the way that the Paralyn has been working on the tyres, now that you've got some fresh ones on, what are you thinking we're going to have in terms of grip?
Yeah, definitely have a bigger advantage on, everyone will be quicker, but I think I can go a lot faster than everyone on the new tyre.
Okay, well, we'll see how you get on in the race itself. Good luck. Have a great race.
Thank you.
A really good opportunity for Jay Kostecki from the front of the grid. Alongside him on that front row is going to be Wu Jiancheng. Domenico Wu is definitely going to have a busy race battle in front of him for the Ranshin Racing team. Looking forward to seeing what he can do from that front row of the starting grid. Second row of the grid, we'll also see Nico Hu. He's going to be right up there to push on. The Chinese drivers from Ranshin Racing have definitely given themselves plenty to do. It's going to be an exciting one. Domenico, do you have a bit of English for us? Can you talk to us a little bit? Let's talk about the front row of the grid. You're here on the outside line. It's not going to be easy, this final. How do you think it's going to go?
I'm going to do my best, but I don't know what is going to happen. I'll just do my best. I want to be the first one. Yeah.
How important is it going to be for you if you manage to get the victory on such a fantastic circuit like this here in Macau?
I'll be very happy. Yeah.
It's special, this place, if you're a Chinese racer, isn't it? Racing here, there's a real magic to it.
Yeah, and this time is the first time that I always won first to the third one. So I want to just get a champion. Yeah.
Okay. Well, good luck for it, and we wish you all the best. Have a great race.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good one for Domenico Wu, but there's so many competitors around them. Nico Hu is definitely going to be pushing his way forward, as is Chris Dung. The Chinese regulars and the star drivers at this level have been very, very strong right out of the blocks. 199 in the mix, though, of course. Ma Minshan, do not count out Alex Ma. Big chance for him. He was obviously the fastest in time qualifying, so he'll be there on the third row of the grid. And after the difficulties of the superheat, do not consider him out of the game. He's going to be right in there for the mix. Gu Guochen, going to be a very interesting one to see what he can do from P6 of the grid for the Muhua Motorsport team. The 10-minute board has gone up, so we've still got plenty of time. So we've got a little bit of an opportunity to talk to a few of the other guys out there. Let's have a quick word with Noah Zempronio, who's making his debut here this weekend. Noah, fantastic work so far. You've been running up at the sharp end. You were even battling for the lead in the superheat at one point. What's it been like racing here at Macau for the first time?
Yeah, it's so much fun. I love it so much. It's such good racing, the facilities and everything, tracks, so good.
And what a way to learn, right in the heart of the Birla Asia crew with people in such fantastic state like Michael Patrizzi, the team boss, to learn from. You must have been really enjoying the last 4 days.
Yeah, it's so much fun. The team environment's so good. The drivers inside, Knox giving me some help, George just being George. And yeah, it's such good.
Top race in front of you. It's going to be difficult even on fresh tyres. So what do you think we're likely to see?
Some good passes, some good battling, and yeah, that's all.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll see you with some silverware at the end of it all. Good luck.
Thank you.
Noah Zempronio reeling in the opportunity on the Birla Asia kart. There is another Birla right next to him from the RL team. That is Isaac Yoon for Korea. He wants to push himself further forward up the rankings as well. Definitely got a good chance of doing that from the fourth row of the grid. We've also got some big competition from behind. Mason Kwong, championship leader in the Infinity IAME Series Asia. It's been a difficult week for him so far, but we saw in the superheat how fast he can go. He was battling for the outright lead. So we know already that if anyone's going to make a comeback and go to the top spot, it's going to be Mason Kwong. Don't think for a moment he won't be trying it. 105, Zhu Zhenteng is going to be an interesting one to watch out for as well. He definitely wants a big pressure to come his way from the Zero Lag Motorsport team. And of course, Xavier and Fabrizio Santoso, another of the drivers in the DRM Paralyn, who's made perfect use of the opportunities around him in this fantastic battle. Sidibash Ketsuwan, he's going to be running from the 6th row of the grid as well in the Stratos Motorsport Run Tony car. Big opportunities for him in this one as well. And of course, all the way down the grid, everywhere you look, Macau has really brought out the best of some of the contenders. Akil Rungta, definitely one to keep an eye on, the man from Singapore. He'll be going up alongside the Malaysian talent Santok Singh. This is a big chance for him. He knows that Macau gives him a perfect opportunity to push his way further forward. A little way further back than we were expecting, though. Let's have a quick chat with Knox Black, 15th on the grid. We know that all of the championship contenders are going to have it tough in this one. It's not just you. Everyone's out of position. Does that just make it a little bit more game on, or does it take the pressure off a bit?
Takes the pressure off a bit. I don't really focus too much on the championship. Obviously I do, but I'm just trophy hunting pretty much. But yeah, we'll see how we go off the start. And yeah.
This has been your first run at Macau, which is a tough circuit. All of the greats in karting that have gone on to big things have come here. Max Verstappen raced here back in the day. What can you tell us about the circuit, having learnt it over the last few days? What is it like?
It's a very low grip circuit, very technical hairpins, and there's just little line changes that can be a big difference in time.
It's going to be heavy on overtakes, this one. What do you think is going to be the outcome? Can you really make it from down in P15 to the top 5?
I'll see how I go. We've got the pace, but yeah, we'll see how we go.
Racing's racing. Good luck, Knox.
Thank you.
Should be a fascinating race battle. Alongside him, it's obviously going to be another hard push from the Wuhua Motorsports man on the 120. Expect big things in the middle of the pack from Zhuang Aijiang. We've also got Karsten Chong. It's going to be a tough one for him. This is another difficult weekend. The championship has kind of been thrown up in the air. Every single one of the drivers in the top 5 has had a very difficult weekend. Does that make things easier for you to come back from, or what are your thoughts going into this?
I think I'll just try my best to go through the field and try to overtake as much as I can.
Macau's been a tough circuit, but I'm guessing it's been a fun one as well, with so much reputation from it and so many opportunities to come out of it. What are your thoughts on Macau as you're about to end the week?
It's a very fun track with a lot of low-speed corners. It's one of my favorite tracks.
Okay, well, hopefully it rewards you with a trophy. Good luck, Karsten.
Thank you.
As the competitors get themselves geared up then and ready for the show, we've obviously got the 5-minute board going up. It's not going to be an easy race, that is for sure. Tire temperatures are going to be primed. Degradation will be strong. The pressures are going to be absolutely essential to get right. And all of these Junior X30 drivers know it's put up or shut up. Let's get ready for the first final.
Attention to junior class drivers, 3 minutes to start final. Please hear the track experience official marshals. 青少年組車手請注意，決賽將於3分鐘後進行。除賽道工作人員外。
好，那么我们将会在3分钟之后开始我们的本轮的青少年组、Junior组的决赛。3分钟之后即将开始，那么我们也可以看得到我们本次的这个 Junior 组的名单，133号 J Kostecki， 然后紧接着是吴金城，紧接着是这个胡哲瀚，还有邓志天。邓志天现在来到了第4名的发车位置，然后是马明谦。原来我才发现，原来邓志天是 CYS Racing CYS Racing 我们相当熟悉一个深圳的车队。好，来，大概还有2分钟之后即将开始。好，那么现在排好位置，预计大概还有30秒左右的时间。那么也辛苦我们 Thank you Jake。 那么对我们的现场车手进行了一个采访，紧接着在这个马明谦后面是顾浩天，然后是 Noah， 紧接着是艾塞运，然后是 Mason Kwong， 还有这个许希哲，然后紧接着是 Seven， 然后是这个 Serapage。那么现在这些车手已经全部排好。
Get ready for the perfect combination of pressure and intensity. A Junior X30 final is always grandstand motorsport, but in Macau, probably even more so than usual. This place really does have a bit of a majesty to it. There is a big opportunity here for these drivers. It is the jewel in the crown of Chinese motorsport. And as a result, we're going to see some seriously difficult motorsport in front of us. Everyone wants to make a good impression. Every single driver in the championship fight is going to be starting this race outside the top 4 rows of the grid. It is very much game on, and anything could happen. Jake Kostecki and Wu Jincheng are going to be on the front row of the starting grid for this one. We'll go through the grid in its entirety, and the 29 drivers in Junior X30 will go into the distance, a warm-up lap and a formation lap, under the instruction of the race director, Mr. Martin Bean, as they will set off around this treacherous Macau circuit. A very big pressure cooker starting to bubble over now here on the Coloane karting circuit. They get the green flag, and we are under formation lap conditions as the drivers are ready for what awaits them. 29 of them from all across the Asian Peninsula, and there's one thing that is guaranteed: nothing is for sure. Jay Kostecki, pole position on the front row of the grid. Alongside him, the Japanese registered driver Wu Jincheng of the Ranjin Racing team. And then we have on the second row of the grid, Hu Jihan along with Chris Dung. Then it is Alex Ma and Gu Haotian from Noah Zampronio and Isaac Yoon. Then it is Mason Kwong, the championship leader, along with Jie Zhu. Here is the grid in full. Jay Kostecki and Wu Jincheng. Then it is Hu Jihan and Chris Dung. Alex Ma and Gu Haotian along with Noah Zampronio and Isaac Yoon. And then it is going to be a very tough one in the next mix. Mason Kwong is there along with Zhu Zizhe. And then Xavier Fabrizio Santoso and Siddharth Ketsuwan. Next up it is Akhil Rongta along with Santok Singh. Knox Black is 15th on the grid along with Li Jiaheng in 16th position on the grid. And then we have Karsten Chong, he's on the grid alongside Sahil Singh. Juddy Rowland and Hobart Yao are next in line. 21st on the grid, the only driver from Macau in the grid, Jackson Si, along with Chevy Thompson, Sujana and Sanjana Dandu, the sisters. And then we have Liang Yinyo, Aditya Pratap, Park Do-yul and Jax Fuller. 29th on the grid is going to be Kevin Subhavanichanan, and it looks to me as though we have one non-starter. Dominic Wu is going to be in position, so Dominico Wu ready in his position, and that's obviously going to be on the front row of the grid. So let's get himself into position, and it's going to be from the front row of the starting grid. So Jay Kostecki and Dominico Wu, front row of the grid. Let's see what happens next.
好，那么我们现在介绍完我们的车手的排位的位置之后呢，等他们回到这一个暖台圈，即将开始青少年组、Junior 组的决赛。那么这一个决赛将会跑18圈的这一个赛程。18圈也是一个不小的考验。那么而且在决赛将会是静止起步，大家通过刚才的这一个发车画面也可以看到，已经是在我们的这一个赛道上面的静止起步发车。好，现在车辆陆续回到了我们的这一个发车位置。
Let's get this race under starters' orders. They will go into the tram lines out of the final turn. And for Jay Kostecki and Dominico Wu, this is going to be the toughest front row of the grid of the weekend. 16 laps becomes 18 laps now. And so the Junior X30 final is going to be the most intense and long-distance race of them all. They've all got fresh tyres, but that does not mean it is going to be an easy race at all. The more we go into this race, the more rubber we put down, the tougher the racetrack becomes to tame. Will they get the pressures right? Will we get a clean race? And what will the championship contenders in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia do from their low positions on the grid? We're about to find out as the final gets underway in Junior X30. We charge for the first turn, and Jay Kostecki leads with a very decent start from Nico Wu. He's managed to jump his teammate Dominico Wu. And look at Alex Ma on the far side. Alex Ma is going to run round the outside perimeter of the hairpin, but he gets onto the marbles, and several other drivers follow him, and so there's a lot of momentum lost. Karsten Chong goes up in the air in the background, manages to land it on 4 wheels, and that's Dominico Wu following in the wheel tracks of his teammate Nico Wu. So it's going to be a tricky one, and up into 4th place. Look at that. Noah Zampronio has come up to P4 in front of Mason Kwong. Game on.
好，不好意思，我们有一个口误，不是静止起步，是这个滚动发车。现在依旧是发车之后133号 Jacob Stecky 依旧保持在第1位。紧接着这个第一梯队的后面有7、8位选手啊，成了一个车群，然后现在正在极力争夺这个2、3、4名的位置。但是前面的 Jacob Stecky 一马当先，拉开了目前大概有个1秒2的距离。哇，这个在一起步拉开1秒多距离也是不小的位置。那么看一下后面的车手能不能够迅速的追上去啊，摆脱这个后面的这一群车手的追击。下108号的吴金城现在是在第2位。
Kostecki leads. Domenico Wu back in a second position as Noah Sampronio's gone with at the expense of Nico Hu. He's got back down behind Mason Kwong, and it is a fantastic charge forward from the man from Hong Kong who leads the championship standings at the end of round 3. So this is a chance for Mason Kwong to put some decent points on the board. But of course, Jay Kostecki has no pressure at all. This is his first weekend of 2026 in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia. So he can just go for broke, lead the race out in front, and hopefully not be caught from his point of view out of the final turn. And it is a really big push now from Domenico Wu in front of Noah Zampronio and Mason Kwong. Then Isaac Yoon, Chris Dung, Zhu Zhizhi and Alex Ma in front of Nico Hu. So they're losing ground big time, as that is Akil Rungta, who is up in 10th position in front of Gu Haotian and Xavier Santoso. Santuk Singh, Sanjana Dandu's made an amazing start, up 10 places to 14th. And then we've got Sitapash Ketsuan from Juddy Rowland, Li Jiaheng, Chevy Thompson and Sujana Dandu in front of Park Do-yul.
好，那么现在是前面20名选手的这一个名次。那么现在其实我们可以看到，上的比较快的一个是101号的选手 Noah 已经上到了第3位，紧接着的这个艾赛运上到了第5位，这个邓志天现在在第6名的位置，然后这个马明谦下到了第7，徐希哲现在上到了第8。
It's a horrendous start to this race so far for Knox Black. Not the final he wanted in Macau at all. 23rd position is where he currently resides, with a lot of time, but not a lot of opportunity at the moment to storm back. Here comes the move on the inside line down into the hairpin, but it's well checked in by Akil Rungta. He is not going to allow the move from Gu Haotian. There's a little bit of gesticulation as they go down towards turn 3 between Nico Hu and Zhu Zizhu. They've got to settle their differences without taking their hands off the wheel realistically here. This is not the kind of circuit for those kind of fun and games. They've got to be smart about this. It's not just about racing fast, it's about racing smart as well. Kostecki leads the way, Domenico Wu second, then Kwong, Zampronio and Yoon.
现在上的排名上的最快，其实从发车开始上来的是 Manson Kwong 这一个 Manson Kwong 现在已经排到了这个第3名的位置这个相当有利的一个位置，来自于中国香港的选手129号，现在从排名发车开始现在连上了6个位置，排名暂列在第3位，而前面的 Jacob Stecky 现在已经把这个跟吴金城把这个距离已经缩短到了0.6秒。那么吴金城还是非常有希望，哇！这里直接有这个110号选手是有撞到前车的这个车尾。
Every time there's an opportunity, there's always going to be someone there to pounce, and Sanjana Dandu does a great job to continue her charge forward. Her trajectory in this race is astonishing. She's up from 24th on the grid to P12, and the Singaporean sister doing a great job as she runs through. Her sister, by the way, Sujana Dandu, is having a much more difficult race, 26th at the moment, behind Kevin Subhavanichanon and Jax Fuller, but she still has time and opportunity to rise forward as well. But Sanjana Dandu really has a point to prove here, and she's knocking on the door of the top 10, and she has chance to do it. Alex Ma taking on the propensity from Noah Zampronio. That's a big opportunity. Sorry, no, that's Isaac Yoon. So Isaac Yoon trying to hold his position in P4. Zampronio has slipped down to 8th position now behind Nico Hu. So Zhu Zhizhi is in the mix there in 9th place in front of Gu Haotian. Dive up the inside line. That's going to be a very late bid. I'm not sure if that one actually came to prominence, but Alex Ma now does get the job done on Isaac Yoon. Those two have been squabbling away for the last couple of sectors. So it's Kostecki, Wu, Kwong, Ma, Yoon and Chris Dung in the top 6. But look at how quickly Domenico Wu has caught up to Jay Kostecki. The lead could be squabbled for in the next couple of laps.
那么其实现在在3、4、5、6号的名次的这一个位置包括 Manson Kwong 还有这个马明谦，还有这个艾赛运邓志天现在离前车大概还有不到1秒左右的距离但是反而是这个马明谦跟这个 Manson Kwong 之间还是有这个竞争的这个局面。
So Domenico Wu has caught right up to the tail of Kostecki, but he's not made the overtaking move yet. He just wants to work with him in formation. They want to pull as much of a gap as they can on Mason Kwong. Everybody in this field knows how much of a threat Mason Kwong can be when he's got a fast Paralin underneath him. So these two will want to spread a decent enough gap to the trio behind so that they can be the only two drivers fighting for the victory. And it's a very good tactic. It's a very prominent one in karting. P6, we've got a decent battle on. We've got Nico Hu, Chris Dung and Noah Zampronio. Zampronio on the Birolot, really looking hungry in this final. First time he's ever raced a final in Macau, so this is a big opportunity. Jake Kostecki has done a final in Junior X30 before. It was his debut in the category back in December on the IAME Asia final. Here's the move on the inside from the Korean Isaac Yoon, but Alex Ma not only defends but turns it into a move on Mason Kwong. Mason Kwong almost hesitating on his way through to let the two guys pass. I wonder if that was tactical from Mason Kwong to allow the third and fourth place guys to pass him so that he could be the hunter rather than the hunted.
好，现在是1、2名在一个梯队，然后3、4、5名也是在一个缠斗当中。那么1、2名是这个 Jake Kostecki 没办法摆脱这个吴景成，紧盯在后面，吴景成离他只有0.15秒的一个时间距离，其实就在他的车身后面。现在3、4、5位的马明谦、艾森运还有 Mason Kwong 正在一个梯队当中。这一个梯队当中呢，其实在每一圈后面的这一个马明谦也是有受到这个艾森运的这一个进攻的攻击的骚扰。
So now we're going to see another great duel for third position. Alex Ma holds his position in front of Isaac Yoon and Mason Kwong, but these three are squabbling just as much as the two guys in front are stretching. So you've got to be careful. Don't race each other yet. 3 karts in scientific theory should go through the air better than 2. So as long as they stay in unison and they stay hungry, they will have a chance naturally to close up. Alex Ma, third position now in front of Isaac Yoon and Mason Kwong. There is Nico Hu in front of Zampronio, then Chris Dung, and then we've got Gu Haotian, Zhu Zhizhe. Well, in fact, Gu Haotian's got ahead of Chris Dung. Then Zhu Zhizhe, Xavier Santoso and Sanjana Dandu from Rungta, Ketsuwan, Thompson. And then it is the 168. That is Santok Singh on the CRG ahead of Sahil Singh on the Stratos. No relation. And then it is Karsten Chong, 18th from Knox Black, and in 20th position on the 120, it is Lee Jiaheng, and on the inside goes the move from the 177, Isaac Yoon. He takes the position, so it's a bit of a shuffle of the deck, but the theory is still working for the moment. Halfway gone.
好，现在依旧是这个第2梯队的这一个艾塞运已经是超过了这个马明谦，哇，这里又来了一个精彩的缠斗。我们看一下，现在在前面的依旧是这个艾塞运在前，这里应该是有被超过掉，然后紧接着第3梯队的这些选手呢，也是在奋力的往前追进当中。
Alex Ma and Isaac Yoon swapping third position almost every sector at the moment, but Mason Kwong's had enough. He now wants to go for the overtaking move, and he's there. 4th position for the championship leader in the Infinity IAME Series Asia, and with his rivals in the championship floundering at the moment, this is the perfect race for him to just settle in and take advantage of the situation. Knox Black is currently 18th, Karsten Chong is currently 17th, so he's in P4, Mason Kwong, looking good to add some more points on the board, but he doesn't have to panic about how many when his closest rivals are outside the top 10. Kostecki leading, and it's Domenico Wu in second, but actually now Jake Kostecki has started to pull a little bit of a gap on Domenico Wu. It's only about half a second, but in karting that can be enough of a psychological upper hand. He can keep himself in the move, and that is looking very prominent at the moment. So looking good for the time being. Now Chris Dung is currently squabbling away in the top 10. He's had a bit of an issue in the first sector by the sound of things, but he is still there with Gu Haotian and Zhu Zhizhe, with Xavier Santoso and Sanjana Dandu, and they are still having a nice little ripper squabble. So as they run through, over the line once again, that is Nico Hu from Zampronio and Gu Haotian. Can Gu Haotian make the move here?
好，那么现在其实场上的1、2名位置呢，依旧是由这个 Jake Kostecki。哇，这个是我们看到的，应该是180号选手啊，对这个101号选手进攻的时候有一个追尾的动作。那么其实场上1、2名还是 Jake Kostecki， 第2位吴金城，那么第3位的马明谦呢，距离前面第2位的吴金城呢，其实已经有1.7秒的距离了。
It was a really tricky mistake from Gu Haotian. He made a perfectly clean move on Noah Zampronio, and then he just drifted to the left side where Zampronio already was in the braking zone. You've got to make sure you leave room for the driver in the braking zone that you're actually passing. Otherwise, you're just going to have a collision. So a little bit of an error there from Gu Haotian, but he picks it up nicely and he apologised for it. So no harm done in the wider scheme of things. They got away with that, but it was a very near thing. 12 laps done, 6 to go, beyond half distance. Fastest lap of the race now for Mason Kwong. And Noah Zampronio fancying another chance, but he's actually going to play the long game. He's going to sit in behind Gu Haotian and see how much ground they can gain on Nico Hu up the road.
好，那么现在其实是这个胡哲瀚跟这个郭浩天之间的这一轮竞争。那么郭浩天刚刚是超过了这个胡哲瀚，那么胡哲瀚在现在这一个180号的这一个位置。那么其实他们两车之间的这个斗争呢，也是在抢着这个5、6名的位置。
Well, this is a very classy final at the moment on the fresh tyres. Jake Kostecki has extended more and more and more lap after lap, and now he has got 1.1 seconds on Domenico Wu. So this is a fantastic run from the Australian, looking good to sew up victory in Macau. He's just got to keep on this fantastic trajectory, slamming the steering wheel through turn 1 to get the best move of it. Mason Kwong battling away up front as he runs with Alex Ma and Domenico Wu. He's right in amongst them. So this is going to be an interesting challenge. I think they've both managed to get ahead of Domenico Wu. Indeed they have. So Alex Ma's now second, Mason Kwong's now third. He's got to think about the percentages here. Too big a risk on Alex Ma, and he could lose quite a lot. But he's there in third position. This is a race of joy for Mason Kwong. He can just have fun. Jake Kostecki, decent advantage now. 2 seconds clear. He's really found something in the second half of this race in terms of grip and pace. So now Mason Kwong trying to take on Alex Ma. They run up to the hairpin. Alex Ma takes it on through the final hairpin, and we've got 4 laps to go.
好，那么现在其实，在第一位的 Jake Kostecki 拉开了2秒2的位置，但是马明谦跟这一个 Mason Kwong 其实在2、3名的这个争夺当中来。我们现在看前面第2位的依旧是马明谦，那么 Mason Kwong 在后面紧盯着车尾，在这个弯道来，我们看一下会不会发动进攻。好，这个位置并没有问题。
Mason Kwong cooperating fully with Alex Ma at the moment. Alex Ma gestures to him, come on, let's work together. Close up on the leader. It's 4 laps to go, so it makes sense to do it for now. If there is a chance they can gain some of that 2 seconds back, it's a lot to gain, but you may as well work in unison until the bitter end. And I think that's probably going to be on the last lap when they finally decide enough is enough, we can't catch him. So now we're going to race each other for second place. But Jake Kostecki really has dug deep and found something special in the second half. This is a fantastic race for the DRM Racing Team Paralin driver. So Kostecki out in front, Alex Ma second, Mason Kwong third, down to the hairpin at turn 2. I've had enough, I'm going to go for the move on the inside line, and Mason Kwong takes second place. That is going to be the best of a bad job for Mason Kwong. Big opportunity for him to get some big points on the board now.
好，现在这个 Mason Kwong 刚才在2号弯的位置顺利超过了这一个马明谦，那么马明谦瞬间有被放开了一丢丢的位置，但是后面的吴金城呢，现在也是保持着距离，想要迅速贴近，抢到这个第3名的位置。
Well, if you're going to have a spectacular race, leave it for the final when the big points are on offer. Excellent race from Mason Kwong to charge his way back from 9th on the grid to P2. Ma is third position. Then it is Domenico Wu in front of Isaac Yoon. Then it is Nico Hu, Gu Haotian, Noah Zampronio, Zhu Jizhe and Xavier Santoso in the top 10. Good battles everywhere you look, as there are still 2 laps of this Macau circuit to tame, and everyone wants to try and take every opportunity that they've got. Zampronio trying to get back on terms with Gu Haotian, as Nico Hu is looking vulnerable there in P6, and at the back of the train, Zhu Jizhe.
看到这个车手给出的这一个手势，现在应该是第2梯队的这一些选手们正在激烈的想要去抢更多的这一个时间的分数上来看呢。现在 Jake Kostecki 拉开了2秒2的距离，然后第2是 Mason Kwong， 第3是马明谦，第4吴金城，紧接着 Isaac Yoon， 然后是胡哲瀚，再来是郭浩天。好，那么以上是前面7位选手。
And so into the last lap of the week in Junior X30 goes Jake Kostecki. He's had some pressure this week from some of the Chinese opponents around him, but when it really counted, going into this last lap of the weekend, he has got such a huge advantage over the others as Mason Kwong defends his second position from Alex Ma. This could get interesting, and Alex Ma is trying to find his way forward. Mason Kwong needs to look up the road, never mind behind him. He's still got second for now, but can Alex Ma retaliate?
来，最后一圈下来，这个马明谦依旧没有放弃，想要再往前1名，超过这个前面的这一个马明谦，这一个Mason Kwong。那我们看一下能不能还有机会呢？
But this is the victorious moment up front. That battle for second could go right down to the final apex. But Jake Kostecki has taught everyone in Junior X30 a thing or two. Did you miss me for the first 3 rounds? Because I'm back and I'm quicker than ever before. Jake Kostecki takes the victory in Macau. He wins the final. Mason Kwong is going to be second. Third place for Alex Ma. But nobody had a candle to Jake Kostecki today. The Australian has dominated in Macau. A sensational drive from Jake Kostecki on the DRM Paralin, and it is a victorious run for the 133. Jake Kostecki, your winner here in Macau.
好，我们再一次完成了这个 Junior 组的决赛。我们现在恭喜来自澳洲的133号选手 Jake Stecky 获得冠军，获得亚军的是这一个来自于中国香港地区的129号 Manson Kwong， 紧接着199号的马明谦获得了第3。恭喜以上的这一些选手。那么我们现在完成了青少年组在这个周末的这一个决赛，18圈的比赛确实相当不简单。那么每一位选手都发挥出了他们最强的一个实力，以及也看到了他们的这一个最强的斗心，非常精彩的一场比赛。感谢我们所有的参赛选手，非常厉害。好，那么这一轮的比赛呢，也是非常平安顺利的结束完成了。回到他们的这个赛车的承重区。这一个年龄以及车重的限制，来我们看一下本轮比赛的最终排名。看完排名之后呢，还会有我们刚才这一轮比赛的相当多的精彩镜头回放给到大家可以去观看。现在画面给到的也是我们现在车手们回到收车区，来看一下我们刚才的精彩回放。
Well, the Junior X30 final here in Macau has ended after a fantastic duel out on the circuit, and we've got a DRM Paralin 1-2. Let's talk to the two boys who have made this race come alive for the DRM squad from Malaysia. First of all, Jake Stecky, I mean, it's not often you get to win a final in quite so strong a position. You must have really enjoyed it out there.
Yeah, that was a really fantastic race. I had a lot of fun.
So considering how much pressure you had in the first part of the race, you got Dominic Wu back on your tail quite quickly after pulling a gap. Where did that extra pace come from? How were you able to extend in the last 6 laps?
I think we had our tyre pressures different, so I could just drive away at the end.
And what does this mean now for the rest of the season? Are we likely to see you back again in Malaysia? Surely you've got the winning feeling again now.
Yeah, I'll probably definitely come back to LYL.
We're looking forward to it, Jay. Great job. You are the winner here in Macau. Well done.
Thank you.
And the man next to him in second position, talk about comeback. Mason, you really needed to deliver in terms of a championship position to strengthen it, and that couldn't have been better. Your rivals outside the top 10, and you came back to second place. That's a bit more like, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I'm really happy right now because it's a big comeback for me, especially after a tough week.
It's never easy to play the percentages in a championship battle, and when you were in the middle of that weekend and everything was going wrong, particularly in the superheat when it all fell apart, you must have been so gutted. To get it back now, does that sort of vindicate how well this weekend's gone?
Yeah, it does. This weekend was full of ups and downs, but at the end, the hard work finally paid off.
So 2 rounds to go. You've extended your lead in the championship. It's definitely not won, but you must be feeling a little bit more confident going into the break.
Yeah, I am very confident going into the break, and I hope that in Sepang I can do well also.
Well, it's going to be a long wait for us till August, but we know you're going to chill out over the next 2 months. You've got a nice lead. Great job.
Thank you.
Excellent work from the DRM Paralin boys. It just goes to show if you save the best for last and you don't get flustered or panicked in the heats of the qualifying heats, always the cream rises to the top of the cup. So a very good run indeed from our Junior X30 drivers. A very solid race final there, and one of the most exciting in the 2026 season so far. There's more where that came from. Cadets will be going to the grid very soon.
Oh, thank you, Jake. 那么我们完成了青少年组之后呢，紧接着将会开始我们 Cadet 组儿童组的决赛。儿童组的决赛呢会跑少2圈，只需要16圈。儿童组的决赛，那么待会儿我们将会看到这个儿童组的名单。现在车手们呢也正在等待准备，所以大家稍安勿躁。待会儿我们儿童组的比赛即将开始，线上的观众朋友们呢也不要走开。今天下午将会有所有组别，包括儿童组，还有我们的 Master 的这个大师组，还有 Senior 最精彩的这一个成人组21圈的决赛都将会在今天下午进行。那么大家稍事等待，我们先来看一下刚才一些比赛的精彩画面。那么我们精彩的这一个赛事直播即将重新开始。好，那么先来观看我们的精彩回放。那么即将待会儿就会开始我们儿童组的决赛。 好，观众朋友们，回到我们的赛事现场。现在我们可以看到，紧接下来是我们的儿童组决赛 ，Credit 组的一个决赛，将会进行16圈的比赛。那么现在，选手们以及车队的这一个工作人员，把选手们的赛车现在推往我们的这一个发车线。那么待会将会开始他们的正式的一个决赛的比赛。那么也稍等，我们待会的这一个决赛名单，其实在现场大家也可以看见了这个决赛名单。同时我们的这个英文的解说员、赛事的介绍员，我们的 Jake 应该也在现场，待会将会在现场给大家去介绍我们所有选手的这一个选手的情况，以及跟选手一起聊聊天，跟观众朋友们一起打个招呼。那么我们这个 Credit 组儿童组的选手啊，哇，这个年龄介乎于9至12岁，使用的是统规的这个60cc 的一个 X30的水冷引擎。那么同样的引擎，那么采用不同的各个车队自己有自己微弱的这一个区别的这一个调教。可以看到包括车队的工作人员，还有这个负责赛道安全的我们的赛道安全人员也都在对我们的这一个整个赛事的安全做出最终调整。那么现在把我们的画面交给我们在现场的这一个 Jake， 给我们介绍一下现场的车手情况。
Not long now until the cadets face the brutal challenge of the Coloane circuit in Macau in 31 degrees Celsius air temperature and almost 90% humidity. This track really is taking its toll on the Comet tyres, but the X30 engines are as ever sustaining the pressure with an amazing amount of speed. Let's talk to the pole sitter for this cadet race, Hudson Kelly. Hudson, the 5-minute board just gone up. This is a big opportunity for you. 3 wins and a second so far. How confident are you can turn this into a win in the final as well?
Hopefully we can. I reckon it's definitely a chance, and if me and another kid push each other and get clear of the rest of the field and go from there.
But considering how tough it was the last time you raced INFINITY IAME Series Asia, how much more satisfied are you that things are starting to go your way at last?
Quite a bit. It's definitely helped out.
Good man. Enjoy the moment and enjoy the race. Have fun.
Thank you.
Awesome opportunity for Hudson Kelly, and he knows it, and is obviously going to be big chances for the contenders around. Xian Haoshuan, first row of the starting grid for China. He's going to be keeping an eye on things right from the front end of the grid, and don't count him out. From that front row, he is sure to be a race-winning contender, and he's not the only one from China with a chance to make it happen. Marshall Liu is in position in third on the grid. Marshall, you really, really want this. You love this circuit. You love the opportunity of being here at the front of the grid. What's it going to mean to you to get into that first corner with a chance to take the win?
Like 50-50, but still got many good competitors. Like I wish everyone do very well, and I really want to get that.
We are excited for you. Yeah, you want to get in that position. You want to get there. Well, I hope you have a good shot for it, Marshall. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
Good chance for the number 81. Let's see what he can do on his march forward. Shabil Basalama, championship contender, second row of the starting grid for the Indonesian. I've just got time for a quick word with him. Shabil, of the championship contenders, you're best placed. That doesn't guarantee anything, but you know you're in a good position. What's it going to take to get onto that podium?
Yeah, hopefully I want to be the first place in the standing points, and yeah, I want to be the first in the class and everything.
And Macau, you have a lot of opportunity. Good luck.
Thank you.
The 3-minute board goes up for the cadets, and awaiting comes a big chance and a lot of pressure. We're going to see Danny Yoon as well as Austin Lowe. If this man comes through for the race victory, by the way, and he has been at the front for a lot of the weekend, we could be a little bit of history made here. If Austin Lowe from 6th position on the grid takes the victory, he'll be the youngest winner in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia ever. The 3-minute board's gone. That's my cue to get out of here. Alex Koo, this is going to be a good one.
OK，Thank you Jake。那么谢谢 Jake 给我们现场的车手的介绍以及这一个车手的采访。那么也辛苦他要重新回到我们的这个解说的直播间。对，然后现在看到最后 last 1 minute 最后1分钟将会进行发车。我们现在看到右手边这里还有一位车手对这个车手身上这一个赛车服还在进行一个整备。那么然后现在呢可以看到其他的车手已经上车准备完毕。最后大概还有30秒的时间，等待这个30秒的计时牌。那么马上就要进行开始，但现在目前还看到这位车手应该是车号我们还没有看到啊。目前看到车手这个车手装备应该是还没有准备完毕，所以还没有进行这个最后的倒计时。
On the YouTube stream, Oscar Ray is watching. He says the Aussies need to cook. You've got a potential for that, Oscar. Could be a very interesting race in front of us, and certainly for pole position, an Australian has already baked a nice run. 3 wins and a second for Hudson Kelly on the JDP Lenzo kart. This could be a prominent race win for him, but he's got so much pressure around him. He knows for a fact that Chan Hao-Xuan is not going to leave anything to chance. And of course, in 3rd position on the grid, we've got Marshall Yu. He's going to be there alongside Shavel Basalama. Don't count out Danny Yoon of Korea. And if the number 1, Austin Lowe, comes up with the goods for 6th position on the grid, if he turns that into a win, he'll be the youngest winner ever in the Infinity IAME Series Asia. We've got a problem. We've got a problem already. That's Chan Hao-Xuan from the front row of the grid. Chan Hao-Xuan, getting away on the front row of the grid, has dropped to the back of the field. Now, technically speaking, he should be able to get his grid position back again because he was moving as the drivers were coming past him. So I think he's okay. He's just banging the engine to try and get some life into it. Well, that's the pressure that Chan Hao-Xuan did not need from the front row of the starting grid. So unfortunately, this starting grid now doesn't make a lot of sense because that's not the genuine starting grid anymore. Well, that just is the timing line that they give, and they're out of position. So what you need to know is that it's Hudson Kelly who will go from the front row of the grid. Chan Hao-Xuan should be next to him, and then we're due to have Marshall Yu, Shavel Basalama, Daniel Yu, and Austin Lowe. But my oh my, is this race going to be a tricky one with the 32 drivers lining up in position. This should be a very tough battle indeed.
好，那么刚才看到发车准备进行发车暖胎的时候，钱浩轩的车辆应该是有一个故障刚才的那一位。那么紧接着我们现在看到排在前位的是这个刘宇轩，将在第1位发车，紧接着是巴塞拉马，然后是 Daniel Yun， 然后是这个罗世成。这个罗世成排在了第4位目前来看，然后是这个 Savati， 然后是这个张世轩排在第6，然后是 Karen Daisy 排第7。然后是这个肖俊熙排在第8，然后 Carson Choi 排在第9，然后 Casperillo 排在第10。
So time to get ourselves back into our original grid positions. It'll be Hudson Kelly. Hopefully Chan Hao-Xuan will be able to join him on that front row of the grid, and then it'll be Marshall Yu, Shavel Basalama, Daniel Yoon, Austin Lowe, Sidovitz with the knuckle, Zhang Shizhuan, that's Nick Zhang to you and I, and then Kaylin Delsey along with Lego Tsuo. Carson Choi will be with Cruz Priolo. And then it'll be Ruska Choi with Max Schilling, 14th on the grid for the championship leader. But most of the championship contenders are out of position, so it's definitely going to be a tricky one. And it looks as though Qian Huishuan has got to start this race from the back of the grid. That is absolutely devastating for the man who should have been on the front row of the grid. What kind of a final are we in for as a result of that? We're about to find out. The final gets underway in Cadet, and it is a perfect start for Hudson Kelly. Shababa Salama breaks into second place with Austin Lowe going with him in a third, and they fly through turn one. It's a perfect start for Hudson Kelly. Shababa Salama's going straight for it. Problems with the 13 further back, but I think we're going to have Austin Lowe into the lead. 13 is out. That is Marcus Kilby, and there's problems out of the first couple of corners. Hairpin has run around, and there's a spinner. 2 carts involved, that is Aria, and I think involved in there as well is Daniel Yoon. Daniel Yoon is out of the race. He was right over the sharp end, and the Korean on the Biralat is going to walk away from Macau with nothing.
好，现在我们看到刚才是这个8号选手 Daniel Yun 在发车的时候，哇，从前段部分发车，然后掉落到了这个最后的位置，并且是没有办法能够继续比赛啊。
We've got a couple of incidents around the circuit. There's another double-waved yellow at turn 4, so there's more problems as the cadets are having a crazy start to this race. The only thing that we know for sure is that Hudson Kelly has kept his original position, so he's up in the lead of the race. Austin Lowe is second from Nick Zhang. Then it is Lego Tzu, it is Marshall Liu, and Max Schilling. My goodness, Max Schilling up from P14 to P6, and he is suddenly the leading championship contender. How does he do it?
好，现在来到前面的是 Hudson Kelly， 现在排在第1，并且领跑了超过1.4秒的一个优势。紧接着第2、第3、第4位都是来自于中国的选手，分别是刘世成、张世轩，还有刘宇轩。
And I'll tell you the other 2 guys that got caught up in that first lap incident, Jaden Aria and Shabil Basalama. Basalama, who was up in 4th on the grid and who was in 2nd place at turn 1, he's now down at the back of the field. Max Schilling is currently having a squabble with Cruz Priolo as they try and chase down Marshall Liu. But this is a fairy tale for Schilling and Priolo. Okay, both men are currently outside the top 3, but that is not the problem. The problem they've got is that now they're going to race against each other as they try and squabble with as many championship points as possible. Here through Marshall Liu in the first turn. Hudson Kelly's got daylight between himself and then the pair of Austin Lowe and Zhang on the inside. Schilling and Priolo get the move on Marshall Liu. Excellent work from both men, and that's Max Schilling up into 4th position. Cruz Priolo up into 5th. Here we go, game on.
好，现在我们看到了，现在是第1位的这一个 Hudson Kelly 在独自领跑，然后第2、第3位的2位车手在一个梯队，然后哇，第3梯队的这里竞争更加热烈。
Marshall Liu just passed Schilling and Cruz Priolo in the same move and then ran wide, so that's now put in between Schilling and Priolo, but that is a very audacious move from Marshall Liu and proof that he really wants this. Up to 2nd now comes Nick Zhang. Great drive from Nick Zhang this weekend. He is now best of the rest behind the dominant Hudson Kelly. What if Hudson Kelly could romp this win and not even get a look in from anybody else? He currently has 2 seconds on the field because he's kept it so smooth in the first couple of laps. He's let everybody else battle around with each other and he's just skated away. Austin Lowe, 3rd position, the 8-year-old from Shanghai, trying to get past Nick Zhang. If he can get ahead of both the men in front of him and win, he will be the youngest ever winner as far as we're aware in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia history. But now in the top 5, we've got Max Schilling with Cruz Priolo in P6, Kaylin Delsey's in P8, and where is Shabil Basalama? He's down in 30th. It's a disaster.
好，那么现在是张世轩跟娄世成之间呢有一个竞争，但是这个 Marcelin 就是孔林熙跟这个刘宇轩之间呢也是在一个非常热烈的这一个斗争当中。
Well, now Priolo's got ahead of Liu and Schilling, so Cruz Priolo is up to P4 himself now. So it's a great tussle for the championship battle between Cruz Priolo and Max Schilling. But with them being 4th and 6th, they're not going to give or gain too many points. So it's still a very even battle, but the real pressure is for the victory, and Hudson Kelly has got no pressure at all. 2.8 seconds. Here's the gaggle further back. Kaylin Delsey protecting his line to the inside line from Timmy Wong. Then Sritvit Siddhanakul, and off the road, and a spin for George Patrizzi. Oh, that is so unfortunate. George Patrizzi spins it out of turn 2. He recovers quickly, so there's no impact, there's no injury. He just drops to the back of the field. That's so unfortunate. George Patrizzi just got a little bit too much curb. The back end kicked out. It pirouetted him around 180 degrees. He managed to rejoin, but it's game over for him for the win as Austin Lowe gets in a 2nd place on the inside of Nick Zhang. And now Cruz Priolo's got past both of them. Now he drifts out wide. Zhang's going to try and make the bid. Up to the inside comes Marshall Liu. He gets on the inside of Lowe and Zhang. Oh my goodness, 2nd position is an absolute scrap.
哇，这个 Casperillo 现在勇猛的来到了第2位，但是第2位之间呢，现在跟前面的 Hudson Kelly 有3.8秒的距离。刚才我们看到一个在赛道上面掉头的呢，是另外一位来自于29号的澳洲选手George
Paris。Goodness me, Cruz Priello on the curbs, and that's really kept him out of the far side of things. Zhang manages to get through on the inside, and Schilling goes for third. Schilling goes for third on the inside line. He tucks in behind Marshall Liu. He's going to have to try and hold this one in front of Austin Lowe. Nick Zhang to his inside line as well. He's got to tidy this up on the exit, and he's managed to find the space. He's in third. Cruz Priello up to 5th place past Austin Lowe. So it's going to be an interesting one. And on the inside line, another chance. So this could be a tricky battle for 2nd place continuing on. And look who else is joining the fight now. Kaylin Delsey's getting involved in this one. So is Carson Choi. Timmy Wong's in there. Oh my goodness. Everyone getting involved in this 2nd place duel. The only person who's not in trouble here is Hudson Kelly. And he leads by nearly 5 seconds.
好，那么现在 Hudson Kelly 是独自领跑，有差不多5秒啊，4.7秒的一个距离。但是2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10这一群车手是全部扎堆扎在了一块，并且产生了一个大混斗啊。
Up in the air goes Darren Artagani as he tangles in with the driver he was dueling with. He was in there with Chan Ho Xuan, Jensen Hammond and Fun Kai Wen. I think it was Hammond and Fun that managed to get through. Meanwhile, Nick Zhang is managing to keep his position there in front of Cruz Priello. But as a result of his clean and tidy driving, Marshall Liu is extending his gap in 2nd place and getting clear. Cruz Priello up to 3rd place again past Zhang. Schilling is in 5th. 6th position is Carson Choi now. Then it is Timmy Wong. Then Kaylin Delsey. And then Suravit Sriatanakul, Chan Ho Xuan, Jensen Hammond, Fun Kai Wen, Darren Artagani, Oliver Nguyen, Aaron Akil, Jared Zheng, Lego Tsiu, and it is Ruska Choi who's in 18th place in front of Wu Jinhao and Yan Yanchen.
好，那么现在看到的，其实在上面有一个是孔令希选手92号，已经上升了第7位啊，现在在第5名的位置。然后张思璇在第4 ，Chris Perillo 在第3。那么还有好几位的选手呢，也是在陆续斗争当中，包括这个钱浩轩，现在已经上到来了第10名。
The cadet final is a very long race. You don't want to push yourself too fast too soon. Got to make sure that these tyres are going to get to the end of lap 16, never mind the end of lap 9. We're currently on the 8th lap. Cruz Priello battling away with Nick Zhang and Max Schilling. They have got to be careful in these duels because the last thing you want is a loose front fairing to take away 5 seconds from your race time, and that is going to be a difficult thing to explain at the end of the race because unfortunately if the front fairing is loose, you're caught bang to rights, whether it's your incident that's caused it or somebody else's. But that's why we have the front fairing penalty. It's to take away the roughhouse racing, to take away the contact, to try and teach these drivers smoother racing. Schilling's got a good run on Zhang. Zhang's going to go for the move. Schilling's going to try and get through with him as Cruz Priello kicks out wide and Schilling is through. Schilling's got a good run off the turn. He might get a chance here on Zhang, who's going right. Schilling holds his nerve and keeps the position. 3rd place, and right from the outside, Cruz Priello has an attack on Nick Zhang as well, but Schilling was not going to be intimidated. He holds on to that 3rd place after some very strong racecraft indeed, and the championship leader rises to the top 3.
好，那么现在看到91号、92号选手啊，这个孔令希刚才是一路顶住了这个张世轩给他的压力，然后顺利的现在超过了张世轩，来到了第3名。那么前面的这个刘宇轩呢，也在第2的位置呢，想要尽快的拉开，但是现在后面的孔令希呢，也是越靠越近。
So Hudson Kelly leads the way, Marshall Liu in 2nd position, Max Schilling in 3rd. He just knows exactly how to bring the best out of himself when the pressure is on. But Nick Zhang and Cruz Priello have been catching him. They're going to get a chance in the hairpin. Further back, we've got Jensen Hammond battling away with Darren Artagani, and the 12 in front of them is Fun Kai Wen, and it's now Zhang who is in 3rd position. Zhang and Priello have both got ahead of Schilling, and here comes Carson Choi. Schilling's going to slingshot on the inside of Cruz Priello. Will that be enough for 4th position? Yes, it will. Priello gets onto the marbles and loses 2 places. 1 to Choi, 1 to Delsey, and he may get another loss to Timmy Wong.
好，现在这个2、3、4名位置，包括5、6名的这个位置的这一个排名啊，在每一个弯道可以说是每1、2个弯啊，稍微有个10来秒，这个排名顺序就一直在发生变化，因为所有车手都贴得非常近啊，包括这个刚才上到的这个第3位的孔令希啊，现在已经被超过掉。
Schilling has found an impossible overtaking move there on Alex Zhang. And that is a fantastic move on the 91. Nick Zhang, I do apologise, Nick Zhang on the 91. And going with him is Carson Choi. Now, Choi is a very seasoned campaigner these days in Cadet. He will go with Max Schilling and try and pull a gap on these two if I know him. So they're going to try and work together. Carson Choi following in the wheel tracks. Here comes Kaylin Delsey on the Paralin. Delsey fancying his chances to get through on the inside of Nick Zhang. Kelly still your leader. Marshall Liu in second. Third is Schilling. Fourth is Choi. Then in fifth place, Nick Zhang in front of Delsey. Priolo is at the back of the quintet. Then in eighth position, it is Timmy Wong. Great battles. Even outside the top 10, we got a great tussle. That is the hard-charging Rush Performance kart, trying to dive his way through these gaps and make some good effort to sustain the position. It's Jared Zheng who's battling away with Darren Artagani, and then Aaron Akil, Lego Tsu, Oliver Nguyen, and Ruska Choi.
那么16圈的比赛现在已经来到了第11、12圈，然后紧接着现在 Hudson Kelly 在前车拉开了5.7秒的距离，其实这里可以稍微每一圈放慢一点点，先保着轮胎。紧接着这一个刘宇轩在第2，然后这个孔令希在第3，卡森川在第4，然后张世轩在第5。
And don't forget, there's a very significant amount of prizes on offer in the cadets. Not only do the top 5 overall get Infinity IAME Series Asia trophies, you've also got the top 5 in IAME Series China. You've got the top rookies as well in China. So it's a tricky one. You've got Lego Tsu throwing his hand in the air to Ruska Choi. Come on, play a little bit cleaner than that. Ruska Choi says, what? I'm racing you. That's what we're supposed to be doing. Oliver Nguyen tagging in behind them, trying to make his own move to get past her. Ruska Choi holding her nerve on the inside line there to continue that radius through the tight hairpin complexes of the third sector of the lap. Hudson Kelly, meanwhile, another 54.6, and he is, get this, 6 seconds clear of everybody else in this race. It is absolutely extraordinary, the domination from Hudson Kelly. Meanwhile, Zhang is going to lose ground here to Delsey, who goes right around the outside of the breaking point. Fantastic from Kaylin Delsey. It is so hard to pull off a move like that one in pure intimidation, and he's made it work. Up into P5 goes the tie, Kaylin Delsey.
好，刚才看到画面，这个 Kalen Delsey 连续超过了2个位置，上到了第5位，然后卡森川在第4。现在我们看到这个孔令希在第3的位置，貌似还是站得比较顺利的。现在他离前车只有0.9秒的距离，还能有机会再往前冲击一下吗？
And with 4 laps to go, Delsey is now tightening his grip on the pack. Zhang trying to get up on the inside line, and they drift sideways. This is going to be Delsey losing the position. There goes Chano Schwan, who suddenly pops up from nowhere to take over that 5th position. Priolo gets on the inside of Delsey, and he takes Fan Kai Wen for the ride. Brilliant opportunity for the American. Fan Kai Wen is now right in the heart of all of this. This is a terrific duel. And so down to the hairpin once again. Qian Aoxuan protecting his line. 3 laps to go. They know there's not going to be much more than 5th position on offer. So Cruz Priello is going to be impatient. He's going to try and get onto the back bumper of Qian Aoxuan. He'll storm through 3 and he'll kick out through 4 in the hope that he can take the lead of the group. But Qian Aoxuan is defending valiantly. Kelly is still 6 seconds clear of Marshall Liu, with Max Schilling and Carson Choi pulling clear in 3rd and 4th. And this battle for 5th position is irresistible.
好，其实这一个大家可以看到啊，统一引擎的好处就是大家的这个相差的马力距离基本上是没有什么太大的差别，所以斗的就是真技术，所有车子扎堆在一起。那么现在可以看到，反而是这个排在第1的 Hudson Kelly 拉开了6秒的优胜之处。
Fan Kai Wen battling away with Timmy Wong and Ichi or Srivitri Datanakul. 2 laps to go. Hudson Kelly went through quite a long time ago. The gap down to 5.7 seconds, but he can manage his tyres in the last 2 laps. Cruz Priello trying to get away from this gaggle now as Kaylin Delsey and Qian Aoxuan battle away for position. Schilling is closing in on Marshall Liu with assistance from Carson Choi. They may not get the win, but they could get second. And as far as the championship ramifications is concerned, that is massive for Max Schilling, with Cruz Priello down in 5th position behind him and Shababa Salama down in P29. It's not going to give him the championship at all, but it's certainly going to take him 1 step closer to it as they run up to the chicane on the penultimate lap. Schilling doing the hard work with Carson Choi. 2nd place though, Marshall Liu might be able to hold on to that, but that would certainly be a satisfactory result for the leaders in this race. But for Hudson Kelly, who goes into the last lap, can you believe the majesty and the dominance of the man who leads this race? Hudson Kelly on the 73 is just extraordinary. There's the man in 2nd, that's Marshall Liu, then Schilling, then Choi, but we need to see the man in front of these 3 drivers, because it's Hudson Kelly who is going to come through to take the victory. These 3 might squabble on the last lap, but it's not going to change too much, and it's certainly not going to take away from the victory of the man up front.
好，那么我们现在看到的是2、3、4位的，包括刘宇轩，还有这一个孔令希。现在给到画面的是73号的这一个 Hudson Kelly 在前面独自领跑，准备要完成他的最后1圈，要冲线，拉开了6秒5秒多的距离，现在开始慢慢收慢一点。
And so, a victorious moment. It has been a while since we've seen him, but it's great to see him back, and he has dominated the weekend. 3 wins in a second becomes 4. It's a victory in the final. Hudson Kelly dominates at Macau. What a sensational return to the Infinity IAME Series Asia paddock for the Australian Hudson Kelly. It's going to be second place for Carson Choi. Carson Choi comes through for second. There was a battle on the last lap. Choi, Marshall Liu is third. Chris Priello is fourth from Delsey. Janos Schwan and Max Schilling. A very tricky final lap there, but it doesn't take away at all from the victory for Hudson Kelly. He gets the job done. Shaba Basalama is absolutely distraught. I have a feeling that both Chris Priello and Max Schilling will be pretty frustrated as well. But Hudson Kelly is the victor here in Macau.
哇哦，这个在最后一圈的最后几个弯道，蔡佑成来自于中国香港地区的这个 Carson Choi 瞬间冲到了第2名，并且超过了这个刘宇轩。刘宇轩现在在冲线的时候排在第3，紧接着是 Chris Priello 排在第4，然后是 Karen Daisy 排在第5，然后是钱浩轩排在上到了第6的位置。哇，这个在最后2个弯道的这个情况，蔡佑成非常厉害啊！镜头一下子没有看到这个画面，瞬间就冲到了这个第2的位置，相当厉害精彩。那么同时也恭喜哈德森·凯利，来自于澳洲的选手，以这一个领先6秒多的优势，完成了这一轮的比赛，拿到了这一个冠军，恭喜恭喜！那么现在我们看到画面给到的是我们本次这个赛事的这个排名，当然也恭喜这个刘宇轩拿到了第3。那么看完这个排名之后呢，我们会看一下我们刚才整个比赛的这个精彩画面。非常多这一个经典画面来到这一轮的比赛，儿童组决赛，快队组的这一个决赛16圈的比赛顺利结束。紧接着呢，我们下午还有2个组别，一个是 Master 大师组的决赛，将会跑18圈，当然还有我们 Senior 成人组的决赛21圈。这2个相当精彩的比赛呢，也将在这个2点53分将会开始，首先开始 Master 大师组，也就是30加的这一个车手的比赛。现在画面给到的是车手回到我们这个 Credit 组、儿童组回到这一个承重区的画面。来，先看我们刚才这一轮比赛的精彩回放。好，那么现在也可以看到紧接下来的这一个大师组啊，大师组的这个各位车手以及车队后勤人员已经把车相继推出来，准备要开始这一组的比赛。那么也辛苦我们的 Jake 下去对我们的车手进行一个采访。大家先看一下我们的周边赛车场的这些精彩的一些画面，以及我们现场的这个情况。那么顾名思义啊，这个 Master 大师组30岁以上，统一 X30 发动机125cc， 然后也是一个经验非常丰富的这一些选手们，因为比赛比了很多年了。那么现在现有画面交给我们现场的主持人 Jake， 交给他，给我们的现场车手介绍一下。
Wins like that are so rare in this paddock. Let's have a word with the winner in Macau. Hudson, that is an extraordinary drive. You really set up for that all the way through this weekend. You were the smoothest, you were the calmest, you were the most easy on the tyres. How does that one feel?
I'm speechless. I can't believe it.
It's one thing to get your first win in a final like that, but to do by 6 seconds, I don't even think you were expecting it to be that easy.
No, it wasn't. I thought it was going to be way harder, but it played definitely in my way, and we drove really good and then took the win in the end.
I know how much this is going to mean to you guys. You've worked very hard for this. You haven't quite been able to do the whole season, but to come back and showcase that you're strong enough to be a champion in 2027, this must really give you some motivation now.
Yeah, it really does. I'm hoping to do the last 2 rounds and get some points there and hopefully come back next year.
Go and have some fun with the team and your dad. You really enjoyed this. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
An absolutely fantastic result for Hudson Kelly. It doesn't go that way very often. Check out the scenes down here in the pit lane as Lad and Dad really enjoy the moment. That's a special, special victory. I know how tough it's been for Hudson to pull these things together, but my, did he bring it to the table for his first final win. And that's going to be remembered forever in that household. Right, that's 2 finals out of the way. Junior and Cadet are done. Now time for the big boys. Master X30 is on the way, and Luke Armstrong has everything to gain. It's his race to lose. Let's see what happens.
好，辛苦我们的 Jake。然后我们现在看到的是接下来大师组的这一个情况，因为他刚刚介绍完的这一个是刚刚的儿童组的这一些选手，然后到了大师组的这里也是更加精彩的一个缠斗的画面，待会儿应该是即将要发生。那么将会在大约5分钟之后会开始我们的比赛。现在现场也都正在密锣紧鼓的排好这一个发车的队伍以及位置。那么其实我们Master 大师组呢是除了年龄的限制连人带车的总重量也是有限制，所以其实大家会看到每一个组别，它除了年龄还有这一个重量的限制每次回到这一个收车区都要进行人跟车的一个称重。那么 Master 组的总重量限制在170 kg， 然后它的轮胎呢其实也是有限制数量的，那么2杆一丝。通常这些30加的这些车手们呢，除了经验丰富节奏稳之外呢，而且他们的超车的线路还有时机也都是非常的精准。那么他们并不只是单纯的拼速度这个位置其实拼的更多是心态、经验，还有对线路的理解。那么也都是一群经验丰富，包括他们平时不只会跑这一个比赛，通常也会有很多的选手会去参加更高组别的一些房车赛以及这个 F4 的比赛当中。那么辛苦我们的 Jake 让他重新又回到我们的直播间。那么大概在宣布完时间之后呢，很快就会开始我们这个大师组，也是非常值得期待的一个组别。
Well, a slight technical defect means that sadly I won't bring you any interviews from the grid of the Master X30 final, so we'll just have to grab the winner, whoever that is set to be at the end of this one. But it's certainly looking good for the man who's put it on the front row of the grid. In fact, it's looking good for the 2 men that have put their carts on the front row of the grid. Luke Armstrong has certainly been the man on form, and after 2 race weekends when he's won every single race, now he's got a chance to do it again here in Macau and to permanently take the lead of the Master X30 challenge in the title race with a 2-month gap before round 5 of the championship in INF1NITY IAME Series Asia in Malaysia for round 5, and then of course in the same country again for round 6. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one, but Luke Armstrong is joined on the front row of the starting grid for Master X30 with Weirda Sakyamchan, the Thai who is the reigning Master X30 champion. The penultimate race of the week, the penultimate race of the day, and certainly it's going to be the toughest so far. Master X30 is always going to be a very tough one. These are the guys aged 30 and over, and so for these drivers it will definitely be all about stamina that will give them a chance to run at the sharp end. But certainly for Luke Armstrong on the front row of the grid along with Weirda Sakyamchan, this is going to be a very tough mission for sure. Always we will see some tough races from these guys, And we know exactly how much we can expect as the battle for the top spot will kick on with Luke Armstrong and Ryoda Sikamchan on the front row.
好，那么其实在这一个大师组的组别当中呢，也是有相当多大家比较熟悉的，包括在今天上午的这一个超级预赛当中有看到的，包括上午超级预赛拿到冠军第1位的这一个 Luke Armstrong， 还有这一些我们澳门当地中国澳门当地的廖家明、张鹏，还有中国台湾的曹庆忠，还有中国香港的吴迪森，中国香港的莫家亮，中国台湾的何鑫等等等等的这一些车手包括这个谭旭浩来自于中国香港的选手，然后还有这个我们本土选手王敏等等等等，那么都来到了这个决赛当中。那么总共有将近20名的选手，本次参加到我们的21名的选手参加到我们的这个大师组的决赛。那么这一个组别也是相当精彩，也非常期待刚才说到，包括中国澳门的这个彭景坤在今天上午的表现也是相当不错，还有中国香港的钟培恩等等等等这一些选手，我们也是非常期待，待会儿看他们将会有一个怎么样的表现。那么等待一个最后的时间之后呢，将会开始我们本次的这一个大师组决赛。那么看到选手们其实也是迫不及待现在戴上了这一个防火头套，并且准备把这个头盔穿戴好，装备穿戴好之后呢，即将等待着发车。
Attention to master class drivers. 3 minutes to start. Please clear the track.
好，相信观众朋友们也听到了，将会在3分钟之后。现在倒计时牌也都已经亮起，3分钟之后将会开始我们的这一个大师组的决赛。那么工作人员也要离场，然后仅剩下这个媒体人员，待会儿呢也将会在1分钟还有30秒倒计时。现在看到还有车手还没有上车，这个装备还没有穿戴好，那么也稍等一下，包括我们的赛事官员、发车官员也都正在赛道上面做一个最终检查。
車手請注意，決賽將於1分鐘後進行。
好，最後 最后1分钟的倒计时。现在看到我们的安全工作人员，包括我们的赛事官员，也都准备离开赛道。现在看到前面的是324号，还有344号。
The 1 minute board has gone up in the air. It'll change to 30 seconds. And then the two leaders in this field, Luke Armstrong of Australia and Wirasa Kamchan of Thailand, the two leading masters of the weekend, will go onto the front row of the grid together and battle for supremacy. The man on the right, pole position, the man questing to become the champion in 2026. And the man who became champion in 2025 alongside him to the left of your picture, Wirasa Kamchan, the Masters X30 King of 2025. These two will go to battle. And the last time Luke Armstrong quested for a final on Macau's perfect Coloane karting circuit, he was locked in combat with Davide Fore and Kip Foster. Unfortunately, it wasn't Luke Armstrong's day that day. This time, he wants to put ancient history to sleep. Luke Armstrong, pole position. Wirasa Kamchan, second on the starting grid. And the two leading contenders will be joined by 18 others hoping to topple them. The leading veteran is going to be Chong Bang, along with Bang Kam Kwan and all Macanese second row. Then it will be Luke Purser and Charlie Tsao, the two veterans. Gao Jie and Mok Ka Leong on the fourth row of the grid. To round out the top 10, it's going to be Ian Willock and Eagle Ye. Then it is Hamid Saralo and Ho Tsun, the Chinese Taipei man for 313. Then it's going to be Peter Chua alongside Xian Goheng. Desmond Lau, 15th on the grid for Singapore, alongside the Hong Kong man Godi Chung. And then rounding out the field, it'll be Sam Ng, Mong Meng, Tam Yuko and Liu Gameng of Macau.
好，那么总共有20位选手参加到我们本次大师组的决赛当中，也可以看到今天上午的冠军 Luke Armstrong 以及他的对手来自于泰国的 Wirasa， 现在在前面2排。那么第2排的第3、第4名发车的呢，将是中国澳门的2位选手第一个是张鹏，第二个是彭景坤。紧接着第3排的是 Luke Purser， 还有一个来自于中国台湾的选手曹庆忠。哦，这个相当精彩。紧接着后面是高杰对上了莫家亮，在第7、第8位发车，然后是 Ian， 还有这一个301号的选手叶俊宇，来自于中国台湾选手叶俊宇排在第10位发车。那么还有的是哈斯，还有这个何鑫将会在第11、12位。
So now it's time to see what will happen when these incredible contenders battle on the circuit for proximity. Armstrong and Yam Chan on the front row. Cheong and Bang from Purser and Sao. Then Gao, Mok, Willock, Ye, O, Ho, Chua, Xian, Lao, Chung, Ng, Wong, Tam and Liu. It'll be a very competitive race as all of the contenders are ready for an exciting battle out on the course. Armstrong versus Yam Chan to the front of the grid. The black machine of the Simon Racing Kart alongside the pale blue and pale yellow of Top 1 Motorsport. Front row of the grid and under starters orders. Oh, and a spin from Wirasa Kamchan on the way to the first corner. I've never seen anything like it on the start of a Masters X30 race. Wirasa Kamchan pitched into a spin on the first lap on the run to turn 1, and there's another spin in the middle of the field as they go through the second hairpin. That is Gao Jie, I do believe. So, more chaos, more carnage in Master X30, and Wirasa Kamchan has got to go from the back of the grid to the front in as easy a time as physically possible from the tail end. Luke Armstrong has been handed the win on a silver plate.
哦，简直难以置信！这个来自于泰国的选手344号，从第2位发车直接掉头，在这个掉头发车位置直接掉头，现在排在了末位啊。
What a dramatic way for this Master X30 final of 18 laps around the circuit of Macau to start. I could never have envisaged that, and I'm sure Wirasa Kamchan wouldn't have been able to either. But Armstrong jogs into the lead in front of the two veterans, Chong and Purser. So Luke Purser looking to get himself onto the overall top 3 for the first time. What an opportunity for Luke Purser. He's won in the veterans category before, but to get an overall victory, well, that would be pretty special. Third position will certainly do for him for the moment, and he has been one of the serial contenders up at the sharp end, along with Luke Armstrong and Wirasa Kamchan. But of course, Chong is in the mix there in second place. He wants to come away with something pretty special too. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one as the contenders work their way forward. Charlie Tsao still having a decent battle in amongst the top 8 contenders in Master X30. Where is Wirasa Kamchan? He's trying to make his way back into contention. Ian Willock having a good race there as he makes massive progress. He's up to 5th now, by the way, as he's got ahead of Mok Ka Leong Ian Willock's been very quiet this weekend, but why not wait until the best opportunity, the last race of the weekend, to really shoot forward and go for the podium? Ian Willock having a nightmare thus far, but in the final, it looks like it's finally coming together.
那么现在其实来到了第2、第3圈的时候呢，现在前面的 Mark Armstrong 呢已经做出了这一个50秒左右的成绩，但是第2、第3名的这一个张鹏还有这个 Luke Purser 现在也是靠得比较近，紧接着第4位的是这个彭景坤。那么彭景坤守在这个位置也是受到了很多车手在后面的这一个紧盯的攻击。
The battle for 7th position is almost personal now. Eagle Ye trying to get past Charlie Tsao and shake off Cody Chung. This is a really tricky one. Oh, and Ian Willock loses the place there. So Ian Willock has lost the place to Mok Ka Leong. So Mok Ka Leong has managed to get through and past the Eugene Racing Tony Kart. So Ian Willock is now going to try and find his way back, but at the moment he's starting to lose ground to Charlie Tsao. It looks as though all of the main contenders for the regular championship are hitting trouble. And here's Ian Willock losing a place to Charlie Tsao to prove the point. Now down on the inside line comes Cody Chung. He takes on Eagle Ye on the retaliation. Ian Willock is trying to get the manoeuvre. Just nothing's gone right for the team this weekend. And now down on the inside line, he's in danger of losing another place to Cody Chung. It just doesn't look as though they've got on top of the setup for Ian Willock. He missed the IAME Asia final due to shipping problems. He couldn't quite get the equipment there. In fact, I think it arrived for the IAME Asia final on Christmas Day, if the story serves me correctly. But sadly, he didn't get any running in then, and he had a reduced practice due to mechanical problems. And now, despite getting his way up to 5th position, it does look as though he's having some problems here.
那么其实我们现在看到的是曹庆忠，还有后面391号、301号等等，还有302号的这一个选手，全部在一个争夺的这一个竞争当中，多次的这一个轮番超车，并且守住自己的这一个前车线路。哇哦，这里直接2台车并排在一起，308号、88号把选手顶到了这个草地上面。
Seriously forceful from Peter Chua to get on the inside of Cody Chung, and Chung loses a lot of momentum as a result of the manoeuvre. There's Weirda Sakyamchan. He is starting to pick off the drivers in the tail end, trying to fight his way back into the top 5 at the very least. But this is a tough drive for Weirda Sakyamchan. He's now in 13th, and he's managed to get himself in front of, now who's that? That's Jian Gaozheng. So that puts him into 12th place now, I do believe, actually. So Weirda Sakyamchan still trying to push his way forward, but it's not easy. These guys are not slow competitors at all. They're all very evenly matched, in fact. Up in front, Armstrong still has 2.7 on Chong and Purser. They're still having a great race for 2nd and 3rd, but everything is up for grabs behind. And here comes Weirda Sakyamchan trying to make his bid on the inside of the Paralin. He has to wait for his moment because that was well defended by Jian Gaoheng. He's already dealt with Gao Zhi, who's another man who's trying to fight his way back. Weirda Sakyamchan actually gestures now to Gao Zhi. Look, you're faster than this, I'm faster than this. Let's team up and let's go through the field together.
那么其实在前端的这2、3位车手没有太大变动的情况底下呢，后面的6到10几位的这边的2大团队2大集团军呢，其实都是斗得难分难解。那么紧接着还有高杰他们的这一边，然后还有这个莫家亮这一边也都在互相的竞争当中。
Well, they finally managed to get ahead of Jian Gaoheng, but the next man for them to try and take on is going to be the 302. That is Cody Chung. So if they can make a bid now on Cody Chung, they've got an opportunity to work their way forward, down to the hairpin. Cody Chung not going to give anything away, he doesn't have to, protects the inside line. So Weirda Sakyamchan and Gao Zhi are going to have to go together in their bid to move up through the field. And in front of all of them is championship contender in the Infinity IAME Series Asia, and that is Harizara Low, the Malaysian. Meanwhile, it's not going quite according to plan for Desmond Lau and Wong Meng. They are dropping back rapidly. Oh, and Weirda Sakyamchan tries to get the move on the inside line of Cody Chung, who is already taking on the move on Harizara Low in the next apex. And suddenly, Weirda Sakyamchan has to get out of the throttle and very nearly take himself out of the race. That was a very close run thing, and that's allowed Gao Zhi to get through on the inside line. His next target is going to be the Malaysian.
其实刚刚我们看到了这个302号的选手钟培恩做出了一个非常漂亮的超车动作。与此同时，现在场上的这个彭景坤已经上升到了第3位，超过了 Luke Purser， 然后 Luke Armstrong 在前面已经领开了这个第2位的张鹏，有3.7秒的时间。
Well, Luke Purser is no longer the third place man in the race. He's now down to 4th because that is Pong Kam Kwan that's got through into 3rd place, and he's going to be trying to take on Zhong Bang, who is the leading veteran. So it looks as though the leading master is going to take the win and the leading veteran is going to take 2nd, unless of course we get Pong Kam Kwan making the move to get into 2nd position, and then Luke Purser will get another crack at the veteran win. But it is a very tricky race battle now, isn't it, between these three drivers? It's all going to come down to patience and looking after the tyres. Fastest driver of all in the third sector, Charlie Tsao, as he battles away still with Mok Ka-leong, Igalier and Ian Willock. So as they run in close formation behind, you can actually see for yourself that Mok Ka-leong is in danger of falling into the clutches of the pack. In fact, I think he's already lost one place to Charlie Tsao. So Mok Ka-leong, who was in 5th position, this is where the tyres and the stamina are really going to start to come into play.
那么在上一圈当中呢，其实全场只有一位车手做出了48秒950的时间，就是这个 Luke Armstrong。那么一路领跑的同时，也把他的这个优胜差距拉大到了4.25秒。那么48秒950也是目前场上的最佳单圈成绩，一路领跑啊，真的是。
So now we'll see what Zhongban can do, because he's being caught and certainly being challenged by Ban Kam-kwan. Look back, there is Charlie Tsao battling away with Mok Ka-leong, and then we've got the 7th place man, that is Igalier, in front of Ian Willock and Peter Chua. So there is some big pressures. Ian Willock is now going to try and make his move on Igalier. He waits. He decides to tuck back in Ian Willock. He almost loses the place to Peter Chua. Ye defends to the inside line. Chua tries to go for the move on the inside of Willock. That doesn't work out. So they go down to the end of the second sector, out through the hairpin on the far side of the course, and whoa, Peter Chua nearly losing the back end. It is so difficult to hang on to these carts. They are so quick. The only time I've ever driven a X30 kart at this level was in Norway at KNA Varna back in 2024, and I can tell you these are proper beasts. On that day it was cold and wet. Well, today it is hot and humid, and these guys are finding it very tricky just to keep their confidence levels up.
那么现在第2、第3位的2位来自于中国澳门地区的选手，其实他们之间相差的距离只有0.3秒，那么也是能形成一个竞争的优势的。现在18圈的比赛来到了第11圈，前车的 Luke Armstrong 呢，其实4点多秒的距离已经是非常领先的一个优势，但是紧跟着后面的这个包括莫家亮，还有这个中华台湾的选手这个曹信忠，他们都还在激烈的竞争当中。
So Armstrong's lead has now extended all the way to 4.8 seconds. He's got himself pretty much in the bag here. But for second place, it's anything but sorted, because Zhongban is about to be taken on here by Ban Kam-kwan. And so the two Macanese drivers, second and third, they really wanted to win on home soil, but it isn't quite going to happen on this occasion. Very unfortunate, because it would have been nice to see a home hero take the win. And in Master X30, that was the best chance to do it. Good defence from Zhongban, and as a result, onto the marbles goes Ban Kam-kwan. And that gives Luke Purser a chance to get back in on him. He was much smoother through the corner. Luke Purser will try again, but it's stalemate between the Macanese talents of Chong and Pang.
好，这个第3位，目前排在第3位的彭景坤，不但还没有追得上张鹏，但是反而他现在后面这个 Luke Purser 已经对他形成了直接威胁，盯在了车屁股，随时发动进攻的一个状态。那么刚才其实有一下已经是想要对他进行一个超车动作，但是还没有做出来。那么我们现在看一下这个彭景坤，碍于这个轮胎压力，能不能抵挡得住第4位的这个来自于澳洲的选手 Luke Purser。
We've now completed 12 of the 18 laps, and get this, Armstrong's just put the fastest third sector of anybody in the race to get the new fastest lap, 48.7. He just seems to have the rhythm on this circuit, and with this likely to be his third weekend in a row where he will win all 4 races, it's looking pretty tricky now for anybody in Master X30 to even consider taking the title. All he has to do is show up in Malaysia in his current form. On the inside line, there's the dive to make the overtaking move for Peter Chua on Igalier, and he gets through. So Peter Chua into 7th position. That's a nice little duel for those two, and so it is a very clean overtaking manoeuvre that is needed for Peter Chua to get through on Igalier, and then we have Ian Willock in 9th position in front of Godi Chung.
那么在18圈赛程现在已经超过了大半啊，已经在跑到13、14圈。那么与此同时，现在目前场上最快单圈成绩还是由48秒793由这个 Luke Armstrong 去做出来。在轮胎巨大压力的情况下，他把第2名拉开了，逐渐越来越远，现在差不多接近7秒的一个时间，相当夸张的一个成绩。
5 laps to go. This is where it really becomes a test of endurance now, as much as it does a test of stamina. Discipline is very important here. You need to just keep the kart on the straight and narrow. But what a fantastic run this is in INFINITY IAME Series Asia for Master X30. The biggest grid for the category we've ever had. 20 drivers on the grid. We know there were several drivers who wanted to be here, but other schedule conflicts and other family commitments meant that they were not able to do so. To those of you who are watching in Master X30 who wanted to be here on the grid, and I know that your number is legion, please we really do miss you, and we hope you'll see you back for round 5 and round 6 of the championship in August and September in Malaysia. We cannot do this without your fantastic support, and we know that even though you miss the odd race every now and then, you are always incredibly welcome to make your return.
刚刚这一个全场最快时间由这个中国台湾选手曹庆忠做出了48秒660，他现在目前处在的这一个位置呢，其实是排在第5位。那么看他有没有机会能够追上前面的这一个 Luperser， 争夺一下第4名的位置，距离只有大概半秒的左右的时间。
And so Luke Armstrong is about to go on to lap number 16, which is going to be 3 laps to go. It's been an absolutely extraordinary route. If we thought that Hudson Kelly's lead was impressive in the cadets, well, take a look at Luke Armstrong's. He's going to come through for victory again in magnificent fashion. And how about this? We're only going to need one national anthem the way things are currently standing for the podium ceremony later, because as it currently stands, Jake Kostecki took the win in the junior, Hudson Kelly took the win in cadet, and now Luke Armstrong is on course for the win in Master X30. It looks like we're going to only need Advanced Australia Fair. 3 Australian winners out of 3 thus far here in Macau. But get this for second. It is suddenly a little bit more of a battle because Chung, Bang, Purser and Sao are only a couple of millimeters away from each other at times as they scrap over second place, and that could go anybody's way.
好，那么刚才我们的 Jack 也说到3个组别都是由澳洲选手去胜出。那么现在看我们的 Luke Armstrong 把第2位拉开了差不多9秒。那么第2位的来自于中国澳门地区的张鹏，还有这一个彭景坤。2位守住第2、第3位置当然，澳洲选手这一个后面的 Luperser 也都是0.2秒的距离，现在紧盯在这个彭景坤后面。彭景坤反而想要去生吃前面的自己的这一个队友，不是队友但是是同地区的选手
Strong tactics of defense for Chong Bang. He knows exactly where to place the cart. But of course, the veteran victory is up for grabs here in this battle, as it's going to be a tricky one around the outside. Holding the position, Chong and Bang are swabbling, and they've got to be careful because they've got the 2 veteran drivers behind them, Purser and Sao. They both want the victory in the veteran category, so they're going to be pushing like crazy to try and make their mark. Meanwhile, up in front, Luke Armstrong is going to be taking the lead into the final lap. He is more than 10 seconds clear up front. That is extraordinary. But it looks as though it's going to be Chong Bang in front of Bang Kam Kwan as they go into the final lap. There is the man who would be king in Macau. It didn't quite happen. Oh, that's Luke Purser! Wow. Luke Purser's got a problem going into the final lap.
这308号的 Luperser 本来是在一个比较有利的位置，对全车发动进攻，但是现在在最后一个圈，居然车子坏在了赛道中间。那么前面的第1位的 Luke Armstrong 呢，是一路领跑，超过10秒的优胜，准备冲过终点了。
Well, one man's misery is another man's majesty. Out of the final turn comes the king of Macau. It's been a long wait for him since it got wrong in December, but Luke Armstrong dominates in Macau. Fantastic run for the 3-2-4. It got away from him in December. He was never going to lose it here this week in 2026. And Luke Armstrong, with that dominant run, takes the lead of the points rankings in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia Master X30 title race.
好，同时也恭喜2位我们中国澳门本土选手张鹏还有彭景坤获得第2、第3名，恭喜以上多位选手。那么非常可惜，就是另外一位澳洲选手这一个 Luperser 居然是坏车，坏在了最后一圈的，相当可惜的一个情况。那么不知道是车子没油了还是什么情况现在我们可以看到他直接掉到了末位，应该是没有办法能够完赛。但是前面的这一个 Luke Armstrong 呢，哇，这一路领跑，最终以12秒219的领先优势获得了这一轮我们本次大师组Master 组别的冠军，恭喜Luke Armstrong。哇，这几天的比赛下来，他的这个情况战绩是非常稳定的所有的表现是非常非常稳定。那么紧接着呢，当然2位澳门本土选手，中国澳门本土选手呢也是非常强悍捍卫住了本土选手这个展现出来应有的这一个实力，包括对这一条赛道一个非常熟悉的一个理解度，所以也稳稳的守住了第2、第3位。那么还有另外的这些选手呢，也都相当厉害，包括来自于中国台湾的选手曹庆忠呢，也是获得了第4，然后莫家亮来自于中国香港获得第5。然后还有388号的这一位选手获得第6，是来自于新加坡的选手获得第6。好，来看一下我们刚才这一轮比赛的精彩画面回放。
Well, there are victories and there are cakewalks. That was absolutely amazing for Luke Armstrong. That was probably your most satisfying of the final wins so far in 2026, I would think.
Well, it was definitely a lot less fighting. I know last time Kip really made it hard for us, so I'll take those every day. I've had so many races we've lost where we should have won, so that was good.
And after missing the first round of the championship and having a catch-up job, I think that's the race that now puts you properly into the lead of the Asia's Points Series in Master X30.
No, it will, and that's what we're here to do, right, is win the championship. We obviously want to win races. I want to win everything we can. But the pace this weekend, like Merlin's engine and Simon did a very good job.
LYL coming up next in Malaysia. You've got a couple of months to prepare for it, and this is not the kindest of circuit for those who are unprepared, so I've got a feeling you're going to be working very hard to maintain this.
No, for sure. We'll go test there a bit, and been doing a bit of racing in Australia as well. Very competitive over there and physical as well. So we'll keep pushing. You can't give these guys any, because if you give them an opportunity, they'll get you. So.
Well, you're the third Australian in a row to take a win today in a final. Not bad going for the country, is it?
No, I'm sure the ASN will be very happy with that, and I'm sure everyone at home will be happy with it as well. So Australia produces a lot of really good drivers, so it's not surprising.
Great job. Well done, Luke.
Thank you. Have a good one.
So there you go, 3 Australian winners out of 3. But there is some pleasantry for the home nation at Macau, because in veteran, it's going to be Jason Chong. He's done a fantastic job. Well, that was such a tough fight to win as well, because for the majority of that, you had all the pressure in the world from Charlie Tsao and from Luke Purser. That was not an easy race to wrap up.
Absolutely. I really just wanted to thank my new team. I just joined the team about a week ago, Crew 238. It's a new team, and everybody from Kevin to Vernice to the parents, everybody was super helpful. I couldn't have done this without them. All of their help really shaped me. This is my first race, my first real international race. So I look forward to doing a lot more. But yeah, Kwon was very, very fast. He tried to pass me twice. I crossed back. It was really, really challenging. And I saw when I was trying to defend, and everybody was coming through. But I'm glad I held off at the end.
And you talk about this being a new team, but this isn't just like a racing entity. It's a family-run operation. These guys really do have the real passion for this. It's not just something that's come in through the might of finance. It's through the love and desire of the racing.
Absolutely. Kevin, who's the team manager, has been racing in Macau for many years. Now he just started the new team, but every driver, every parent were super helpful. Every single one of them on that team helped me this weekend.
It's one thing to race in Macau and do a great job representing your country, but to win in front of your home fans on such a tough circuit in an international event, that's going to take some topping, right?
Absolutely. I think it's going to be really hard for me to transition to something else. I'm going to work on it. So I'm going to work a lot harder, but I also want to thank AMC. They put in this local club race with the same format. Well, it's called IAME Macau now. That really prepped me really well in the last 2 months.
An amazing run from IAME Macau to IAME Asia, and you are the veteran winner. Well done, buddy.
Thank you. Appreciate it. See you next time.
See you on the podium. He's going to go and get himself ready to celebrate, and I'm sure he'll have the Macau flag ready for that. My goodness me, 3 winners from Australia, Advanced Australia Fair here in Macau. It's definitely been a good one for Hudson Kelly, for Jake Kostecki, and now for Luke Armstrong. Will it be 4 from 4? The only way to find out is to keep an eye on what happens next in Senior X30. But certainly from the front end of the field, there's at least a dozen drivers who can get it done. If you thought those 3 finals were good, you ain't seen nothing yet.
那么在刚刚的感谢我们的 Jake 对刚刚获奖车手包括 Luke Armstrong 的这一个采访。刚刚的几个组别里面都是由这一个澳洲选手胜出。紧接着我们马上将会在18分钟之后开始我们的成人组 Senior 组别的21圈的决赛。那么我们敬请期待，待会儿看一下到底是由哪一个组别哪一位车手去获得待会的冠军呢？现在先让我们看一下今天上午，包括以及今天下午已经完成比赛的这一个精彩画面。 好，来，我们的画面回到了我们的赛事现场，现在即将要进行的是我们本次2026澳门国际格兰披治小型赛车大赛，以及我们亚米亚洲赛第4回合、亚米中国赛第1回合的最后一个组别的决赛，成人组决赛 也是 Senior 组啊，这个 Final 21圈，最终这个比赛将会跑21圈。那么现在看到我们的各车队工作人员以及车手啊，推着他们的赛车，将会来到了这一个发车的位置啊，做好这个发车排车顺序。那么当然，我们的英文解说这个 Jake 也就已经就位在现场等待着各位车手，并且对他们进行一个现场的采访，看一下各位车手现在的这一个心情怎么样，包括待会儿他们会使用什么样的战术去应对接下来的这一场决赛。那么 Senior 的组别呢，其实14岁以上的这一个组别，相当有机会去跑更多的高组别的大赛，包括 GT， 包括 F3、F4 等等的这些大赛，相当多车手也是从这个组别当中去诞生出来。那么所以这个组别的竞争也是非常热烈啊，包括从我们的这个预赛当中，总共有48名、49名的选手去报到了这个 Senior 的组别。那么待会儿我们看这个决赛将会公布出来的这个决赛名单，看一下将会谁排在前面2位进行这一个发车。那么大家稍作等待，等车手们排好之后，现在来给到我们现在这一个发车区的游击画面。现在拍到的是248号的这一个赛车以及他的后勤团队来自泰国的选手。
Attention to senior class drivers.
Well, this is going to be a different game altogether. In this particular race, the Senior X30 final, I estimate we've got about a dozen drivers who could take the victory. It is that close, it is that intense, and there is so much up for grabs. It's the midpoint of the championship in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia. It's the opener for IAME Series China. And just check out the competition. We have got so many contenders who all have a part to play in this one. Aaron Garcia on the front row of the grid alongside Dylan Tan. Second row of the grid is going to be a competitive one as well, with the Phantom Kart squad right up at the sharp end. And of course, Christian Astasi for Rush Performance. And just check out the talent that we've got further back in the pack. Zariev Raikal, Enoch Me in the mix. Miguel Quinones, completely wrong about his Premiership football preferences. However, he's still there on the starting grid. Kian Burt for Lenzo Kart at the JDP, Yuka Po, the reigning champion. And then you've got Travis Teo working his way to get back to the front. JJ Ambrose for top one and his teammate Andrea Galimberti in the mix. Zheng Sihan is in the mix. So too is Conrad Garro. And then, of course, Paco Miguel Sarmiento's in the mix there as well, along with Danish Chen, Leonardo Mori. The list just goes on and on and on. The way things have been so competitive this weekend in Macau, even more so than in the first 3 rounds of the championship in Malaysia and Thailand, this racetrack, this country, this heat, this humidity, and this level of competition, I genuinely can't pick a winner. You can look at the front row of the grid and say they've had the speed, but there's not that much consistency once things start to get cooking. And as a result of that, you've got so many of these drivers that can actually make the difference. It's going to be patience, it's going to be discipline, it's going to be maturity that gets this race won. You don't just have to drive fast, you have to drive smart, and that's going to be the key in Macau. So many of these guys with a great chance to make it work. And I genuinely, for the first time this season, probably for the first time this decade, cannot even give you a suggestion as to who's going to win. We've seen so many of the contenders in Senior X30 have their turn at the front, but every overtaking move, every challenge, every battle comes with difficulties. 10-minute board goes up, and as a result of that, for once, we've actually got a bit of time. So let's go and have a word with some drivers in the middle of the pack, because I genuinely think there's at least a dozen or so drivers that could end up in the top 5. So let's have a word with a few of the drivers. Paco Miguel Sarmiento, we've actually got time today to talk to the midfield, so we're going to do it. You're in the midfield now, but I've got a feeling you're not going to stick around here for long. There's so many drivers up the way. It's so competitive. There's going to be some risks. There's going to be some gambles. Are you going to have what it takes on those tyres to make it count?
You know, I hope so, but, you know, anything can happen. It's a tricky grid, and also my teammates are quite quick as well, so we'll see what happens.
And it's not easy on this track. We've seen so many challenges through the weekend. When one driver wins a race, then they fall back and then they end up getting into hot water. Is there one clear winner, do you think, in this one? Or is it all going to be about trying to keep it strong as long as possible?
It's definitely a mixed bag. Everyone seems like they have a chance, especially at the front. But like I said, anything can happen, so we'll see.
Well, these guys behind you are obviously going to give us a little bit of fun. Well, Andrea Galimberti enjoying being next to his kart. Let's talk a little bit, Andrea, after the last couple of days. You've been strong and you've been quick, but yet another headache in the superheat. At least it came in the superheat rather than the final. This is your chance to kind of replicate what happened in December the last time you were here in a final.
I don't know, we'll see, but like Thailand, always in the superheat, I get no points because I seize or something. So I don't know why my luck is like this.
Well, if you didn't have bad luck, you'd have no luck at all. I'm kind of hoping that this is the chance when you and the guys from Top 1 can work in unison and kind of charge your way back. Think you've got a good chance of it?
I think we'll see how the race goes and see what I can do.
Good luck for it, Andrea. Have a good race.
Thank you.
Going to be an interesting one. So many of these guys with a big chance to move forward. Let's go and have a word with Travis Teo, former Senior X30 champion. Good to see you back towards the front, still returning after a couple of years of absence. But nowadays, I think it's fair to say Senior X30 is even tougher than it was the last time you were at the top of it.
Yeah, I would say so. But we will find our way. For sure, there is a path for us to go into the top steps. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes.
What do you think is going to be the key factor in this? Is it going to be consistency? Is it going to be time management? Or is it going to be taking risks?
Really, it's about strategy and time management because, you know, it's a long race, 22 laps, 21 laps. So, yeah.
It's going to be very tricky to predict, Travis. Good luck for it. Hopefully we'll see you on the rostrum later.
Thank you.
Very tricky day at the office to be expected. Let's see who else we can grab a word with. Let's have a word with Jamie Ambrose. Yesterday night, that was a bit of a turning point for you, managing to pop your way up to the top spot. Now there's a chance for you to continue that. What do you think you're going to get from the inside line?
Well, a lot of benefits now since I'm on the inside. Shut up!
He always tries to wind you up. Do you know what? This could be a real chance. You've got nothing to lose coming into this one. You've got a few keys to the castle in there, and you know how to work your way back from a difficult position on this track now. Think that's going to be enough?
Hopefully. We can only hope, but my pace has been really good. I had the fastest lap in the previous one, so hopefully I can charge my way forward, and I'm confident to do so.
We're hoping to see you give your best. Go get him, JJ.
Thank you.
This is going to be so difficult to predict. So many drivers in the mix. We've just had the 5-minute board, so we'll try and speed up the pace a little bit as well. Let's talk with Kian Burt, the Kiwi on the grid. Kian, this is a very difficult race and a very difficult track to make your debut in this category. I think you certainly had your work cut out, but wonderful to see you right up at the sharp end.
Definitely trying to make it work. Like, it's super talented bunch out here. I'm just happy to be this far up.
So we've got brand new tyres on, the first time since the time trials. You know what to do on old rough tyres. How difficult is it going to be for these 20 laps or so?
I think the first few laps we should be all right. We seem to have really good start of the race pace, so just try and see how far we can get up at the start and then try and hold on towards the end.
No pressure, but we've had 3 Australians win finals in a row. Can we make a Kiwi get there now?
Oh, we'll definitely give it our best go.
Go get him, buddy. Have a good one.
Thank you.
A really tough race in prospect. As I say, there's just a cast of geniuses in this grid, and I genuinely don't know which one is going to make it to the top. There's at least 16 who could make those 5 places on the podium, and with so many different things in place, so many different elements to consider, you've got to think about tyre management, you've got to think about consistency, you've got to think about retaliation. If someone goes for the move, do you copy them or do you back down and just wait for your turn? Very tricky to know. Let's talk to the front row men. This is obviously where the favourites lie, but we know, Aaron Garcia, especially after the superheat, it's never a guarantee. You dominated in the heats. It all came apart a little bit in the superheat, but the consistency kept you in the game. You are under no illusions. This is not going to be easy.
Well, no, it's not going to be too easy, but yeah, I know I have the pace. On the superheat, we have one problem with the left tire, so yeah, the rear tire was not so good. Yeah, we need to manage now the tire for the 21 laps, and we need to have a good tire for the end of the race.
What always really excites me about you is that you won the Euro Series and the IWF last year. You were second in the Asia final. It seems like you never lose the hunger. You never lose the desire to go for the W, no matter what kind of race it is.
Well, I mean, I always want to win. So, yeah, I think all the drivers also want. So we'll try our best now, and let's go for the win.
Good luck from pole. Would love to see you on the rostrum after.
Thank you.
So Aaron Garcia, the man with the plan on pole position. But as we get the 3-minute board, it is now time to put up or shut up. All of the risks, all of the gameplay, all of the tactics, all of the strategy. It now comes down to the final laps of this weekend. Who's going to conquer Macau? Let's find out.
好，感谢我们的 Jake。然后也可以看到225号来自于西班牙的选手 Aaron Garcia 是排在了头位发车。哇，这个实力也是非常稳定。 那么发挥相当沉稳的一个选手，稳定沉稳，心态保持得非常好，所以现在的这个积分让他可以处在了首排发车的这个位置。那么待会我们再看一下这个车手的名单。各位车手也都有在做一些包括热身的动作，以及再调整一下各自的这个装备的这个松紧度等等。那么其实又兴奋又紧张。参与到这种国际大赛当中，其实他们对于对手的这个实力也都是相当了解啊，每一位都不是一个善茬，每一位的实力都非常强悍，而且同时呢，大家使用统规的这一个发动机，所以其实马力相当的情况下呢，靠的更多的还是自己车手个人的硬实力。其实这种统规赛就是对于车手成长以及磨练，还有考验他们实力一个最大的一个战场。那么我们稍等一下。马上就会开始到我们的这个赛程，还有1分钟，最后1分钟。好，可以看到现在是 Aaron Garcia 将会排在头位。225号，还有30秒，将会开始他们的暖胎圈。
Get ready. If you have a good seat, I promise you, you're only going to need the edge of it. This is going to be the toughest race of the weekend in any category. When you've got this much talent, this much speed, and this much dexterity, and this much that is unpredictable, anything could happen. That's what we love about Senior X30. You know whatever happens, you're guaranteed a show, and you are in for a spectacle. And at Macau as well, to make it even better than usual. This could be the race of the season. We all know it, we're all prepared for it, and we're all ready to see what can happen. We've got a kart left on the start line. That is not good news. So we'll now have to try and figure out what happens next from here for that particular driver. It is Leonardo Mori. He gets going, but he's now at the back of the field, and that's a real problem. I think he's going to have to start there unless he can gain his position back again on the original run. So it's going to be Aaron Garcia alongside Dylan Tan on the front row of the grid, in fact. Then it will be a big charge forward from the drivers behind, and that is not the actual starting grid. That's due to the timing lines that have gone through, because Dylan Tan is right near the sharp end, as of course are Leonardo Mori and Kai Burke. So I wouldn't trust this starting grid, to be perfectly honest with you. What we do know, of course, is that it is definitely going to be edge of your seat motorsport, and you do not want to miss this.
好，那么现在我们可以看到 Aaron Garcia 在第1位，然后他的第2位是黄熙正，紧接着是 Christine Stasi， 然后是 Sari， 然后是密西郎，然后是于家宝。于家宝也是由于在上午的这一个赛程当中呢，由于车辆到底还是轮胎的问题，排到了第9、第10位，所以他现在的积分只能排到第6位发车。
At Indianapolis this weekend, we have the greatest spectacle of racing, the Indy 500. In Montreal this weekend, we have the latest chapter in a very intriguing Formula One season. Here in Macau, we could have a better race than both of them combined. Senior X30 is definitely unpredictable, and here in Macau, you know for sure that this is definitely going to be on the limit motorsport. Max Verstappen, when he was growing up in the world of karting, came here to conquer. He put on a sensational show, and it catapulted him into the world of superstardom. All of the Senior X30 drivers know that this place breeds champions. It tames legends. And today is not going to be any different. Aaron Garcia will be challenging with Dylan Tan on the front row of the grid. Then Zhuang Hizhuang and Christian Astasi are going to be charging their way forward, with Enoch Mi and Zadio Vraikal giving chase, along with Kian Burt, Yuka Po, Travis Teo, Jamie Ambrose, Zheng Shihan, Andrea Galimberti, Conrad Garro and Paco Miguel Sarmiento. Then Danish Chen, Wadapeng Yamchan, Veronice Lau, Riley Harrison, Dominic Setyevan, Nathan Adia. Then it is going to be Bruce Chen from Banu Steenmankong, Kai Burke, Wu Mingchun, Kian Shah, Advan Oriol Warren, Henrik D'Souza, Dylan Lowe, Jerry G, Miguel Quinones, Banya Yamchan and Leonardo Mori. This is going to be a very tricky race indeed. The drivers get themselves into their original starting positions, and we get ready for the race of the week, the race of the month in world motorsport potentially. Here we go, the final race of the weekend. INFINITY IAME Series Asia Round 4 from Macau is underway, and it's a perfect start for the inside line, a terrible start for the even side of the grid. Through to the first corner we go, and Aaron Garcia leads the way beautifully from Wang Yizheng and Zadia Vrykal. We get to the hairpin, and is everybody going to go through? No, there's already contact. Bagomigos Sarmiento tangles in with one of the Tony Karts. I think that might have been Sheng Zihan, so we're going to wait and double check it, but it looks like Nathan Anthony Aria has also dropped down the order, so it's definitely, oh, contact! 3 karts go off into the barriers at turn 3. That's Banya Yamchan along with Miguel Quinones. They run wide and go into the barriers. That is a very hard impact, and so we could well be under double wave yellows and a slow board for the start of this IAME Asia final.
那么在发车之后，1、2号弯没有问题，但是在3号弯呢发生的一个3车的一个这一个出到了赛道这一个旁边的位置。那么与此同时，现在在前面的 Aaron Garcia， 紧接着第2位Zerfi， 第3位是这个 Christine Stasi 上来了。那么于家宝上到了第5位，然后 Darren Tan 上到了第4位，哇，密西朗掉到了第7位。现在
So approaching the turn 3 incident, we've got yellow flags, of course, because we've got several karts off into the barriers on that part of the turn. But it looks as though we're going to continue under racing conditions. So the drivers work their way through. Garcia is your leader. Rykal's up to second in front of Christina Stasi. Then it's Dylan Tan from Yukapo, Kian Burt, Jamie Ambrose, Travis Teo, Enoch Me, Conrad Garrow and Wang Zhizheng. Then it is Putter or Wadapong Yamchan. Vernice Lau's made a good start up to 13th. Kai Burke 14th from Danish Chen and Pacomigos Sarmiento. Yellow flags around the course. Slow boards out. We go to full course yellow. Well, that's definitely going to reset things. And for Aaron Garcia, boy, is he going to have a tough restart.
现在这个黄旗一出，那么选手们全部要以缓速行驶，那么等待我们刚才应该是3号弯的那个事故现场要进行一个清理，那么现在也不允许超车，同时呢，车队现在车手也是要保持住这个轮胎的温度。那么现在我们来看一下刚才发生了什么情况。
So why are we under yellow flag conditions in the final? We're going to show you again the start. The even side of the grid getting such a slow one compared to the odd side, and then we get a little bit of contretemps through the hairpin. But watch, this is what happens when you get slightly sideways. That is a monstrous impact, and all 3 drivers involved, Nathan Aria, Banya Yamchan and Miguel Quinones, out of the race on the spot, just slightly off the racing line with a massive amount of marbles on the outside of the circuit, and it pitches you straight to the wall. So that is a very scary moment, but fortunately all 3 drivers concerned, Nathan Aria, Panya Yamchan and Miguel Quinones, able to walk away from it, but all 3 races have ended early.
那么在刚才通过慢动作回放，大家也可以看到，在3号弯，现在也通过我们的镜头看到我们的安全人员正在快速对赛道进行一个恢复。那么包括一位非常有竞争力的对手 Nathan Aria， 其实也在刚才的这个碰撞的这个当中相当可惜。那么现在看到带头的这个 Aaron Garcia， 其实在前面也是迫不及待当然包括有一个去年的这一个冠军200号的于家宝正在排在了第5位。
So not an easy start to proceedings then in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia Round 4 final here in Macau. But it is Aaron Garcia who leads the way under slow boards from Zadia Vrykal, Christina Stasi, Dylan Tan, Yuka Po, Kian Burt, Jamie Ambrose, Travis Teo and Conrad Garrow. Rounding out the top 10 is Enoch Me. And then it is Wang Zhizheng from Wadapong Yamchan, Vernice Lau and Kai Burke. Then it is Danish Chen, Pacomigos Sarmiento, Riley Harrison and Dominic Setiavon from Andrea Galimberti down in 19th after a difficult start for him. Banu Steenmankong 20th, then Zheng Sihan. Then it is Alex Yu in front of Kian Shah, Leonardo Mori, Bruce Chen, Advanorio Warren, Dylan Lowe, Xi Jintong and Henrique Souza, 29th and at the tail of the field. Only 32 drivers made it to the final for this one, so not an easy day at the office for the drivers who didn't make it, but an even tougher day in the office for the drivers who weren't able to complete the first lap. Aria, Yamchan, Quinones, all 3 out, all of them disappointed, and all of them were rather hoping for a little bit more than Macau has given them. But are we going to go back to racing conditions this time? Aaron Garcia trying to back up the pack. We're waiting to see if we get an indication of a restart at the end of this particular rotation. And so at the end of lap 4, we are green, 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 and off into starting procedure we go once more. And Zadia Vrajkal manages to get through to the first corner, but I think he's been jumped. He is not happy, and Christian Astasi gets into second position, but he drifts wide, and that's going to be enough for Dylan Tan. So Dylan Tan cuts through. Garcia leading the way with a decent bit of daylight. Dylan Tan into second position, third place for Astasi, fourth is Yuka Bo. What a start for him, and Astasi dives up the inside. Christian Astasi in a second place, a right chip off the old block. He holds the inside line, and Yuka Bo goes with him. So it is the Australian that comes through in a second place. Goodness me, what if we get an Australian whitewash?
好，那么绿旗一挥动之后呢，这个第二军团的选手们呢就开始了一个大乱斗，并且这一个排名也都发生了相当大的变化。于家宝现在上到了第3位 ，Christian Stasi 上到了第2位。那么于家宝还在对前车发动进攻，但是他后面跟着的这个 Dylan Tan 呢也是紧盯在背后。那么 Dylan Tan 后面还有2位选手，他们也在进行一个争夺的位置。
Well, Aaron Garcia's got a decent lead. Here comes Yuka Po. He dives for the inside, and Kian Burt, the Kiwi, goes with him. So in a second goes the man from Hong Kong. In a third goes the man from New Zealand. Fourth place, it is now Christian Astasi in front of Dylan Tan and Zadia Vrajkal. Then Jamie Ambrose, who is running a great race on the Kart Republic in front of Danish Chen. And then it's Travis Teo and INF1NITY from Huang, Yamchan, Burke, Garrow, Lau. And then it is Setiavon from Harrison Sarmiento and Steeman Kong ahead of Kian Shah, the Cobra.
那么前面一旦重新发车之后，我们发现这个 Garcia 在前面呢带得非常轻松，可以看到他整个开的状态啊相当的轻松，但是同时又把后车一瞬间下来1圈不到拉开了1.8秒左右的一个时间。那么紧接着2、3、4、5、6位这几位选手呢全部挤在一起。那么于家宝冲到了第2位，但是他后面的 Kia Boss 现在也上来了。刚刚又对这个于家宝完成了一个进攻，同时于家宝连被3位选手超过去。
Well, this is definitely going to be an exciting one as the contenders are ready for a tough mission. Garcia has got a decent lead, and he's not going to lose it if he's got anything to say about it. Burt running well in front of Astasi, and then it is Dylan Tan, Yuka Po, Zadia Vrajkal, Ambrose, Chen, Teo, and INF1NITY. Look at the gap that Garcia has got over Kian Burt at this stage of proceedings. Very exciting stuff at the moment, but can Astasi get back on terms with the Kiwi? They will run out of the hairpin. And this is going to be tricky. Look at the squabble further back as Zadia Vrajkal has now got Yuka Po to play with. The last time they played together, they did not play that nice. So it will be a very tricky situation for them all. And so it is going to be tricky to see how they are going to get on with the proceedings following that. Down on the inside, that's Vernie Slau. She gets the run on Kai Burke. So a very good situation as the drivers make good work of things, but certainly Vernie Slau wanted to be in a strong position from the outset, and she's certainly figured out a way to do so. Good racecraft, and now she's got to try and work her way further forward. 1/3 distance completed, 7 done, 14 to go.
那么现在赛程完成了7圈8圈1/3的赛程已经过去。那么前面的 Aaron Garcia 依旧没人能够撼动。现在后面的这一个军团啊，哇哦
There is no space left available for anyone to make a mistake here. We've got 2 Top 1 Kart Republics and 2 DRM Paralins squabbling over the same bit of real estate. Jamie Ambrose, Travis Teo, Danish Chen and Wadapong Yamchan. Someone's going to have to get to the apex first. That's going to be a bit brave. Contact, and look who's going to sprint past them all. It is going to be the hard-charging Travis Teo. He's the one with the experience. He's going to cut through first. So it is getting pretty dicey out there. Oh no, sorry, that is Danish Chen. Danish Chen has come through to the front of the pack. Travis Teo has fallen to the back of the quartet, and now Vernie Slau thinks, you know what? If you guys can't hack it, I can. I'm going to get you all if you even blink.
我刚才的这一个军团几位包括这个马来西亚，然后这个印尼、泰国。还有英国选手好几位 ，JJ Ambrose 还有 Travis 等等几位全部缠斗在一起。那么在一个弯道当中，4台车也都是挤在了一块。
So it's definitely an exciting one up at the sharp end of the field. Garcia leads the way from Burt, Tan, Astasi, Vrajkal and Yuka Po. Then we've got this battle behind Huang Zhizhen. Danish Chen's going to lose the place here. Up on the inside goes Jamie Ambrose, and that'll put him into 8th position. He's got good pace on this Kart Republic machine, but has Danish Chen got the ability to retaliate? Ambrose protects to the inside line. That's going to give his teammate, Wadapong Yamchan, the chance to come back up the inside. Look at the synchronicity. That is great gameplay from Top 1. They are delighted with that one, and that certainly brings the team a little further forward. Wadapong Yamchan now into 9th place ahead of Danish Chen.
那么刚才看到的是来自于 Top 1 Motorsport 这个车队的 JJ Ambrose 还有他的队友 Wadapong， 那么2位一起挤到了前面顺利把这个 Danish 给这个超过去。 然后现在前面的这一个位置 Kiaba 排在了第3 ，Christine Stacy 排在第4啊，掉了一个位置，然后 Dylan Tam 现在排到了第2。
So now we are just 11 laps away from deciding who's going to get this race won, but as it stands right now, Aaron Garcia is 2 seconds clear of Dylan Tan. With half the race still to go, it's up to Dylan Tan and Kian Burt to settle their differences for the moment, team up and go and get Aaron Garcia. On the last lap, Tan was quicker than Garcia by 1/10 of a second, but that's not going to be enough. He needs to work harder and he needs to work with a stablemate. In honesty, Kian Burt's got to go with him and tag team so that they can cut through the air quicker than Garcia's going to. Goodness me, you can see how much the drivers are sliding. This is a really aggressive circuit, full of elevation change and camber and offset. This is a tough race circuit, and when you've got lots of pickup, lots of marbles that have come off the tyres, they will scatter to each side of the corners of the straight, leaving you only one clear racing line. If you even go slightly off that, and we're talking half an inch off, you're going to get into the marbles, you're going to slide off the road, and that's exactly what we saw happen between Arya Yamchan and Kian Yonies on the first lap.
那么现在我们看到，其实2位来自于中国地区啊，包括中国香港的选手于家宝现在排在第6，然后中国选手黄熙正现在排在第7，黄熙正在第2位起步，但是现在掉到第7，希望他们2位都可以尽快的再往上追上去，包括还有中国选手密西朗现在是排到了第10位。
So Tan and Burt just went faster in the first sector and faster in the second sector than Aaron Garcia, but Garcia has gone quickest of all in the third, so it's really even Stevens between them at the moment. The gap is 2 seconds, and with 9 laps to go, that is a tall order. Can Garcia be caught, or is he finally going to get justice for what happened to him in December back here in the IAME Asia final? Up the inside of Conrad Garrow, that's going to be the CRG. Lovely overtaking move from Dylan Lowe, but Garrow's going to get him straight back again. Not been the easiest of races for Conrad Garrow. He's trying to gesture to the 229. What is the point in racing me? Let's work together and catch up to the pack. So he's got to hope that Dylan Lowe is basically going to cooperate with him. And he may just feel, well, look, we're at the back of the field anyway, let's just squabble. But it's not quite working out for either Dylan Lowe or Conrad Garrow with that kind of attitude. There they go. And just in behind them both is Enrique Souza with Oriel Warren and Jerry G trying to make up some time from what they lost earlier on. The gap's down to 1.8 now between Garcia and Dylan Tan. All it needs to get to is 7/10 of a second, and then Tan will be in the slipstream ahead of Aaron Garcia. So now it's trying to figure out who's going to get what done. Garrow again drifts to the inside line, and look at that perfect opportunism from the 208 as up to the inside line comes Enrique Souza, much to the annoyance of Dylan Lowe.
那么刚才看到 Dylan Lowe 现在是229号啊，连续被超过去2位选手。那么他上面的分别还是有这一个好几位的这个，包括 Karen Garron 也都是。但是 Karen Garron 现在从发车的位置掉了13个位置，掉到了现在的第25名。那么我们看一下前半部分的这个车手的排名呢，并没有太大的变化。第1位依旧是这个 Aaron Garcia， 然后紧接着是这个 Dylan Tan， 还有 Kian Burt， 还有 Christine Stacy。那么我们看一下中国选手现在黄熙正跟于家宝依旧在第6、第7位。
So that is the move from Arya, I think that is, to, that is Warren, I should say, moving through on the inside line of G. There is Aaron Garcia. Now look back, where is Dylan Tan? There he is. So the gap's down to 1.6. That's a gain of 0.3 of a second in the last couple of laps. So it does suggest that Dylan Tan is making the move he can to try and catch up to the LOR Racing Top 1 machine of Aaron Garcia. Now across the line, Dylan Tan goes 1/10 of a second quicker again. The gap comes down to 1.5. So the work is being done here, and Kian Burt is looking good for a podium on his debut in the category, and so too is Christian Nastasi in 5th position behind Zadia Freikal.
好，那么现在我们看到的这个情况呢，来看到200号的于家宝已经盯住了前车。那么现在其实这个 Aaron Garcia 只拉开了1.5秒的距离，那么后面的反而是第3、第4、第5名Christine Stacy 已经紧盯着前车，想要去发动进攻，进到的这个第4的位置。
Danish Chen's lost a few positions, unfortunately. He's now down behind Burke, Shah, Harrison and Sarmiento. In front of Zheng Sihan, though, who's had a miserable day, unfortunately, in this final. Started all the way up in 10th position on the grid, and there he is in 9th place now, not where he wanted to be in the slightest. So he's having a difficult day of it. The sun comes out again at the first corner. That's the brightest I've ever seen turn 1 look this weekend. But with only 5 laps to go, there's very little headway these guys can make. Dylan Tan is 1.3 seconds back, though. Is the Kart Republic bandwagon going to turn into a civil war in the last couple of laps? Only if Tan can get close enough to Garcia to challenge. But Aaron Garcia has unfinished business in Macau. When we raced here in the IAME Asia Final in December, he just missed out on winning the IAME Asia Final. He was second on that occasion, but he really dearly wants to win here. He knows this is a circuit with amazing reputation, amazing history. If it's good enough for Max Verstappen, it's good enough for every kart racer to come to Macau, and therefore winning here is really special. Will it be Garcia's day?
那么现在其实前面排在前面4位的这个选手全部都带开了大概1.2秒左右的一个位置，那么反倒是于家宝跟这一个黄熙正之间呢有个4秒的距离。那么于家宝跟上面前面的这个 Stasi 呢也是有一点点的距离。现在画面给到的是255号还有277号的这一个选手，277号是这个 Tefes 现在想要往前再盯一下，但是他前面2位啊。这个选手还是对他有一点点的威胁。
Very intense battle going on here. This is Warapung Yamchan versus Travis Teo. So the Thai versus the Malaysian. And both men are really committing to this move and hoping that they're going to get more out of it. Jamie Ambrose is now a few kart lengths in front of these two. What's the gap up front? Garcia is now only 9/10 of a second ahead of Dylan Tan. 3 laps to go as well. So 3 laps to go, and Dylan Tan is within 9/10 of a second of Aaron Garcia. So now it's getting interesting in the lead of the race. 2.25, Aaron Garcia in second. 2.34, Dylan Tan, and there's less than a second between them now. He's cut the gap in half. There it is. You can see it for yourself. And Garcia and Tan not far between them. But is this going to be a bit of a rout, or will Dylan Tan have to fight for it?
好，那么现在排在第1位的人Garen Garcia， 那么其实他跟第2位只有0.9秒，0.9秒，看一下 Dylan Tan 能不能在最后的2圈的这一个时间能继续再往前顶，有没有机会去争夺这一个冠军位置？我们现在看到这个距离并不远了最后2圈看谁的轮胎顶得住，看谁的体力顶得住。
Oh, big accident. 2 karts from Kart Republic have come together there. That's the 275 and the 224. They've had an incident. That is Nathan Aria, the 275 who got going again. And the 224, that's Riley Harrison. So Riley Harrison's had an incident there with Nathan Aria. I'm not sure if that's Nathan Aria's kart already parked up from the incident earlier on, and Riley Harrison's gone in with him, but he has got going again. So we're not going to go to slow boards. There is the battle between Garcia and Tan has made so much ground in the slipstream. Going into the last lap, he's got a genuine chance to take on Garcia. This is not done. They may be in the same chassis, they may be in the same colours, but I promise you, Dylan Tan is going to want to take this off Aaron Garcia. So here we go, last lap across the line, and is this going to be Garcia's, or is this going to be Tan's, or could it be something completely different?
来到了最后2圈的这个位置，最后这里一个2弯顶住这个 Garen Garcia 居然顶住了这一个后面的 Dylan Tan。
They look back to try and see where Zadia Vrykal is, who's got up to 3rd position in front of Astasi and Burt. So now they're going to duel for position.
Wow.
No way! Tan round the outside of the hairpin! Oh my goodness! He tried the impossible. It's not going to work. Tan throws his hand in the air. Come on, Aaron. That's not how we're supposed to do this. And Aaron Garcia is now going to disappear. Well, they both went up for the fight. They were both going to pull their punches, but Garcia knew this got away from me in December. I'm not going to let this get away from me in May. Out of the final turn, and finally, the Spaniard is going to win in Macau. Aaron Garcia takes the victory in Macau, and it means so much to him. Tan in second, Raikal in third, from Astasi, Burt, Yuka Bo and Wang Zhizhang, with Ambrose, Teo and Yamchan in the top 10. What a battle, what a fight, and Aaron Garcia finally gets justice in Macau.
好，再次恭喜刚才的冲线的几位选手。那么当然，在最后的2个弯道，也是这个 Dylan Tan 对这个 Garcia 发动进攻。那么 Garcia 做了一个很漂亮的防守甚至乎有一些丢掉自己线路的一个动作，但是依旧最终成功抵挡住了这个 Dylan Tan 的这一个进攻，获得了本次我们这一个IAME亚洲赛第4回合中国赛第1回合的这一个成人组决赛的冠军。那么同时也恭喜 Dylan Tan 获得亚军，紧接着 Saria 也是获得季军，再次恭喜这些选手。当然，这个 Christine Stasi 获得第4，然后 Kia Burt 获得第5，于家宝获得第6，黄熙正获得第7，那么JJ Ambrose 第8 ，Travis 第9，然后 Warapung 第10，然后米西朗第11。好，那么我们看完这一个精彩到不能 也简直无法用言语来形容的这一个比赛之后呢，看完这个排名，我们再来回顾一下刚才我们这一轮本年度的这一个成人组决赛的精彩镜头。
Karting demonstrates that even if you're in the same team colours, you still want a win just as bad as the other guy. And Aaron Garcia, after a race like that here in Macau, that was ruthless from both of you. You really wanted that.
Well, I mean, yeah, we were both teammates. I mean, on the last lap, we need to fight. The team orders was to push, and then last lap, if we are together, we need to fight. I mean, yeah, really good weekend. Also for Dylan. He made a really good job today. He went Super Heat. He finished P2 now. And yeah, with Angela B, I mean, it's the final, so yeah, the last lap, I think he moved a bit on the braking, so yeah, really happy with the team and really happy with everything.
It looked like it was a tough one out there. Look at that, Dylan Tan straight over to congratulate his teammate. It looked like a really tough race to hold the tyres because he caught you really quickly at the end there. I think it was a bit of a tense one. I know leaders like to say they managed the gap. I don't think that was quite an easy gap to manage.
Well, I mean, I think I have something on the engine because when I put the gas was like nothing, so yeah. We will check, but yeah, we win and on to the next one.
It got very close, and I think you were really annoyed in December when it didn't quite happen for you. Is this justice? Is this kind of a little bit of reimburse for that?
Well, I mean, yeah, of course, yes. So yeah, in December we cannot win it, Toby winning, so yeah. Now we win, so we need to be happy and be ready for the next one.
We've got a couple of races left, August and September in Malaysia. Are you packing a bag?
I don't know, maybe.
Well, I've known you for a long time. I know that winning still gives you so much confidence and motivation, and that was a really hard-fought one. Good job, bud.
Thank you, mate.
Fantastic race from Aaron Garcia. It may have slipped through his fingers in Thailand due to the penalty post-race, but it looks as though this time there will be no penalty. And the Spaniard, who has conquered Europe and the World Finals, well, now it looks like he's got himself a first win in Asia. And what a fantastic weekend. Now we've got a 2-month gap before we go to Malaysia. And all of the guys here know exactly what is in store. But it's been amazing to see the talented crop of IAME China, all of the drivers from Hong Kong, Macau, Chinese Taipei, and of course the mainland China, to really put themselves up against the might of the regular series drivers in Infinity IAME Series Asia. For any of you karters who are there thinking, those guys look beatable, I can take them on. It's not too late. We've got 2 races to go in the championship in October, in August and September in Malaysia. Head to the website, IAMESeriesAsia.com, and like and subscribe and hit the notification bell. You won't miss a moment of the races. We're going to take a pause. When we come back, we're going to give these guys in all of the classes some silverware. Stick around for the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, great to be with you once again as we get ready for another 2026 Macau Podium ceremony. It is the IAME Series Asia Round 4 and IAME Series China Round 1. We're going to start our podium proceedings here at Macau with the International Macau Kart Grand Prix trophies, starting with the Cadet and Master classes. To present the trophies, we would like to welcome the Department Head of Macau Grand Prix and Major Sport Events of Sports Bureau, Mr. Andrew Wong. So let's welcome our three drivers to the rostrum. In the Cadet category to start, the second runner-up, Liu Yuchuan. Marshall Liu, third position in the overall rankings of this fantastic International Kart Grand Prix. The first runner-up, Carson Choi. Second position here in Macau after a fantastic run. But your race winner, the champion here in Macau, Hudson Kelly. For the pride of Australia, he rises to the top step of the podium in fantastic fashion. And so now we will ask our distinguished guest, Mr. Andrew Wong, the Department Head of Macau Grand Prix and Major Sporting Events Bureau, to bring the trophies to our three drivers on the rostrum. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Marshall Liu, Carson Choi, and your champion, Hudson Kelly. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners of the Macau International Kart Grand Prix trophies in Cadet 2026. Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Zhe. Thank you, boys. We will see you again in Macau very soon indeed. Thank you. So as the cadets depart the podium, we will have one more ceremony of the Macau International Kart Grand Prix trophies, and then we will have a short rest period. So the next trophy ceremony will be for the Masters category. So please welcome the second runner-up, Bang Kam Kwan. And please welcome to the podium the first runner-up, Jason Chong. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the champion here in Macau in Master X30, Luke Armstrong. A hearty congratulations to our three drivers on the podium. Once again, Mr. Andrew Wong will step forward and present the trophies to our three drivers on the rostrum here in Coloane in Macau. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Bang Kam Kwan, Chong Pang, and your champion here in Macau, Luke Armstrong. And so the guests will join our top three drivers on the Master X30 podium for a trophy presentation photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, your Macau International Kart Grand Prix Master X30 podium. Give them a big hand. Zhe. Thank you very much indeed. The IAME Series Asia and IAME Series China podiums will be shortly.
Podium 131, 105, 105, and 127, 127. And driver 322, 322, 378, 378. Driver 302, 302. Please proceed to the podium. Please proceed to the podium. Driver number 322, 322, 378, 378, 320, 320. Please proceed to the podium.
你们那后面还真的了吗？
Attention to master drivers. 358, 358. Please proceed to the podium. Attention to the master driver. 358, 358. Please proceed to the podium. And for the junior driver, 108, 108, 105, 105, 127, 127, 131, 131. Please proceed to the podium. And then driver number 26, 26, 73, 73, 81, 81, 89, 89, and 91, 91. Please proceed to the podium. Junior driver 108, 108, 105, 105, 127, 127, and 131, 131. Please proceed to the podium. Final call to driver. Final call to driver. Driver number 26, 26, 73, 73, 81, 81. Driver number 89, 89, and driver number 91, 91. Final call, final call. Please proceed to the podium immediately. And final call to junior driver 108, 108, 105, 105, 127, 127, and 131, 131. Final call. Please proceed to the podium now. Driver number 225, 225, 234, 234, 250, 250, 208, 208, 286, 286, 211, 211, 210, 210, 213, 213, 260, 260, 238, 238, and 288, 288. Please proceed to the podium. Driver number 234, 234, 250, 250, 211, 211, 208, 208, 286, 286, 210, 210, 213, 213, 260, 260, 238, 238, and 288, 288. Please proceed to the podium. 228. 228.
Grand Prix, hosting the IAME Series Asia Round 4 and IAME Series China Round 1. So for the next podium procedure, we will continue on and we will move into the Masters category for IAME Series China. So with the top 5 drivers in IAME Series China will be making their way to the podium. In 5th position, Godi Chung. Congratulations to Godi. In 4th position, Gao Jie. In 3rd position, Mok Kalyong. In 2nd position, Bang Kam Kwan. And the champion here in Master X30 for IAME Series China, Jason Chong. A hearty congratulations. And so it will be the IAME Series China podium ceremony, and the trophies will be given out for IAME Series China by Mr. Martin Bean, the race director. So for the 5 drivers in position, starting with Godi Chung in P5. In 4th position, Gao Jie. In 3rd position, Mok Kalyong. In 2nd position, Bang Kam Kwan. And to your man on the top spot of the podium in the IAME Series China, Chong Bang. A massive congratulations to the Master X30 top 5 in IAME Series China, round 1, 2026. Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen, and a big congratulations to you. Well done. So massive congratulations to the competitors. We are now giving the IAME Series China trophies to the competitors. If you can return the IAME Series Asia trophies, we will make the swap over nice and quick, and then we can move on to the next part of the ceremony. So there we are, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, the winning trophy handed out in the IAME Series China round 1. Ladies and gentlemen, Godi Chung, Gao Jie, Mok Kalyong, Bang Kam Kwan, and your race winner, Chong Bang. They gave me the paper for China first and told me to do that first. That's what they said. Congratulations, guys. Thank you very much. We will move on to the IAME Series China in the Master Rookie category. So the first runner-up for IAME Series China in Master Rookie, Liu Kameng. Second position for Liu Kameng. And your champion in IAME X30 Master Rookie in IAME Series China, Wong Mang. And so the race director, Mr. Martin Bean, will present the trophies to the 2 men on the podium in Master X30 Rookie for IAME Series China. Ladies and gentlemen, give a hand please for Liu Kameng and Wong Mang. Congratulations, guys. Thank you very much indeed. We will see you again in the near future. Now to the IAME Series Asia trophies for the X30 Masters. So let's welcome the top 5 drivers to the podium for IAME Series Asia in Master X30. In 5th position, Peter Chua. In 4th position, Mok Kalyong. In 3rd position, Bang Kam Kwan. In 2nd position, Jason Chong. And on the top step of the podium in IAME Series Asia, round 4, 2026 here in Macau, Luke Armstrong. And so we welcome the race director of IAME Series Asia Round 4, Mr. Martin Bean, to present the 5 trophies to the competitors on the overall top 5 positions in Master X30 2026. So a massive congratulations to our 5 drivers, ladies and gentlemen. In P5, Peter Chua. In P4, Mok Kalyong. The 2nd runner-up, Bang Kam Kwan. The 1st runner-up, Junk Bang, and your champion here in Macau, Luke Armstrong. A massive congratulations, guys, and a fantastic run over the course of the week. We'll see you again for round 5 of the IAME Series Asia in August. Now we will move on to the IAME Series Asia's veteran class in Veteran X30. And so the 5 drivers at the top of the rankings for IAME Master Veteran. In 5th position, Tam Yuko. I believe he may have already left the circuit, so hopefully that trophy will get to him in due course. In 4th position, Gao Jia. It looks like Simon Racing is going to collect the trophy. Simon will give the trophy, collect it for Tamiko in 5th position. Go on to the 5th step of the podium, Simon. That's all right. In 3rd position, Charlie Tsao. In 2nd position, Peter Chua. And your IAME X30 veteran winner here in round 4 of IAME Series Asia, Jason Chong. Wonderful to see a home city favourite on the top step of the podium here in his native Macau. So the 5 trophies will there be presented once again by the race director, Mr. Martin Bean, for the Veteran X30 Top 5. In 5th position, Tam Yuko, collected by Simon Racing. In 4th position, Gao Jia, the 2nd runner-up, Charlie Tsao. The 1st runner-up, Peter Chua. And your champion in Veteran X30 in IAME Series Asia Round 4 2026, Jason Chong. A massive congratulations to our competitors, and we wish you all the best for the rest of the season. We hope to see you on the grid in Round 5 in August in Malaysia.
But this, I don't see him. And China, I don't see some of them. Okay.
So now we move on to the junior podium classes. They are going to be all in unison. And we will start with the International Kart Grand Prix for the top 3 drivers overall. And to present the trophies, we would like to welcome the AAMC President, Mr. Roberto Carlos Osorio. So we welcome the 3 drivers to the podium for the overall in the Macau International Kart Grand Prix rankings. The 2nd runner-up, Alex Ma. The 1st runner-up, Mason Kwong. And your champion in the Macau International Kart Grand Prix rankings of Junior X30, Jay Kostecki. Another successful day of the races for Australia, and we congratulate the 3 drivers on the podium who will receive the 3 trophies for the Macau International Kart Grand Prix rankings here at Coloane. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Ma Ming-chan, Mason Kwong, and your champion, Jay Kostecki. A massive congratulations, gentlemen. We cannot wait to see you in Macau, racing for the victory once again. Thank you, guys. You can leave the podium, but do stick around. There might be some more trophies for you in a little mo. First up, then, it is the podium ceremony for IAME Series Asia in the Junior X30 rankings. So once again, our race director, Mr. Martin Bean, will be presenting the trophies for IAME Series Asia in the top 5. So, welcome to the drivers to the podium. In 5th position, Isaac Yoon. Into the 5th position spot on the podium. In 4th position, Wu Jinchang. In 3rd position, Ma Minchan. In 2nd position, Mason Kwong. And in 1st position on the top step of the podium, Jay Kostecki. So we're not entirely sure where Isaac Yoon is. He may well have had to disappear, but we will still continue the podium ceremony for the other 4 drivers on the podium. So we will go across. Martin Bean will present the trophies to the top 4 drivers on the podium, and we'll make sure that Isaac Yoon gets his trophy as soon as humanly possible. So a hearty congratulations then for the IAME Series Asia trophy winners in round 4 of 2026 here in Macau. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Wu Jinchang, Ma Minchan, Mason Kwong, and your champion, Jay Kostecki. A massive congratulations, gentlemen, and we hope to see you racing in Macau very soon again, and we'll see you in August in Malaysia. Now we move on to the Junior X30 category for IAME Series China. That will be the next category on the list. So let's welcome the top 5 drivers. In 5th position, Zhu Jizhe. In 4th position, Nico Hu. In 3rd position, Wu Jinchang. So it looks like Marshall Yu will take the trophy for Domenico Wu. In 2nd position, Ma Minchan. And on the top step of the podium in the IAME Series China, Mason Kwong. A massive congratulations to our IAME Series China Round 1 contenders. So the trophies will be presented to the 5 drivers on the podium, although of course Domenico Wu's trophy will be handed to him in due course. So a massive congratulations to the contenders in IAME Series China, and we will celebrate them all in fantastic fashion. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a hearty congratulations as Martin Bean, the race director, presents the trophies for round 1 of the 2026 IAME Series China competition. Zhu Jizhe, Hu Zhehan, Wu Jinchang, Ma Minchan, and your winner, Mason Kwong. Congratulations, gentlemen. A fantastic week here in Macau. We'll see you again, hopefully for the next round of IAME Series Asia and China. Now to the top 3 competitors in IAME Series China in the junior rookie category. So we welcome the 3 drivers to the podium. The 3rd runner-up, Liang Yinyo. I believe he has already had to depart. We'll make sure he gets his trophy in due course. The 1st runner-up, Zhu Jizhe. And your IAME Series China Junior X30 rookie champion, Nico Hu. The leading rookie in the Junior X30 category in IAME Series China. He gets the trophy. So we now ask once again the race director, Mr. Martin Bean, to come up to the top steps of the podium for the 2nd and 1st best drivers in the rookie category for Junior X30. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Zhu Jizhe and Nico Hu. There is your Junior X30 rookie podium for IAME Series China. Congratulations, guys. Hope to see you out for the second round of IAME Series China in round 2. All right, looks as though Ino is going to take the trophy for Liang Yinyo. So it looks like he is going to collect the trophy for 3rd position. There we go. We'll have a full photograph. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. Massive congratulations, our Junior X30 rookie podium. Thank you, gentlemen. A fantastic end to a fantastic week. So the next competition is going to be for the Senior X30 podium ceremony for the Macau International Kart Grand Prix. So the top 3 drivers overall in the rankings for Senior X30. And once again, we will ask the AAMC president to present the trophies. Please welcome Mr. Roberto Carlos Osorio. So to the top 3 drivers in Senior X30 overall, the second runner-up, Zaniev Raikal. And to the first runner-up, Dylan Tan. He carries the flag of Singapore with him to the rostrum. But the champion on the top step of the podium, ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Garcia. A fabulous race weekend for Aaron Garcia, and the trophies presented by the AAMC president, Mr. Roberto Carlos Osorio, for the Macau International Kart Grand Prix trophies. Give it up for Zaniev Raikal, Dylan Tan, and your champion, Aaron Garcia. Congratulations, gentlemen. Do stick around. We've got some more trophies for you, but of course, they will be for the next lineup. Continuing on the Senior X30 podium ceremony, now for the IAME Series Asia podium ceremony trophies for the top 5 drivers overall. So, in 5th position, please welcome to the podium, Yukapo! He may well have had to depart early, so, oh no, here he is. Yukapo is ready, and on the 5th position spot on the podium, On 4th position, Christian Estase! A great run for the Australian in a fantastic final. The second runner-up, Zaniev Raikal. The first runner-up, Dylan Tan. And your IAME Series Asia Round 4 champion 2026, please welcome Aaron Garcia. And so the IAME Series Asia Senior X30 podium is complete. We once again invite the race director, Mr. Martin Bean, to present the trophies to our top 5 drivers. In 5th position, Yukapo. In 4th position, Christian Estase. In 3rd position, for Malaysia, Zaniev Raikal. In 2nd position, for Singapore, Dylan Tan. And on the top step of the podium for Spain, ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Garcia. Congratulations, gentlemen. We can't wait to see you again for the 5th round of IAME Series Asia in Malaysia in August. Thank you, gentlemen. So now for the next ceremony, it is IAME Series China in the Senior X30 ranking. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our drivers to the rostrum. In 5th position, Vernice Lau. A fabulous result in home nation of Macau as well. In 4th position, Zhong Xihan. In 3rd position, the second runner-up, Paco Miguel Sarmiento. In 2nd, the first runner-up, Enoch Mi. And so to the IAME Series China Senior X30 champion, ladies and gentlemen, Wang Zhizheng. So once again, the race director, Mr. Martin Bean, will be the man tasked with the presentation of the trophies in the first round of IAME Series China in Senior X30. Ladies and gentlemen, in 5th position, Vernice Lau. In 4th position, Zhong Xihan. In third place for the Philippines, Paco Miguel Sarmiento. In second for China, Enoch Mi. And your winner also for China, Wang Zhizheng. Congratulations to the top 5 drivers in IAME Series China Round 1, Senior X30. Good luck for Round 2, and we'll see you in Macau again real soon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, it is the top 3 drivers in the IAME Series China Senior X30 Rookie category. So, first of all, please, the second runner-up, Zhu Tianlong. Looks like Phantom Card have sent a representative to give the trophy to Zhu Tianlong. The first runner-up, Yu Mingjun. And ladies and gentlemen, the IAME Series China Senior X30 Rookie Champion, Enrique Souza. How fitting it is that a man from Macau is on the top step of the podium in his home nation. And so we'll greet the drivers in the IAME Series China Rookie category for Senior X30. The second runner-up's trophy for Zhu Tianlong, taken by a representative for Team Phantom Kart. The first runner-up trophy, Yu Mingjun. And the Senior X30 Rookie Champion in IAME Series China for Macau, Enrique Souza. A hearty congratulations to our Senior X30 Rookie Podium for IAME Series China, Round 1, 2026. Thank you, gentlemen. And so, last but by no means least, we have the Cadet X30 top 5 drivers for IAME Series Asia and IAME Series China. We will start with IAME Series Asia with the top 5 drivers. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the top 5 drivers to the podium. In 5th position for Thailand, Kaylen Delcy. In 4th position for Australia, Cruz Priolo. In 3rd position, the second runner-up, Liu Yuzhuan. In 2nd position, the first runner-up, Carson Choi. But ladies and gentlemen, your IAME Series Asia Round 4 winner here in Macau in Cadet X30, Hudson Kelly. A fabulous top 5, a lot of firsts on this podium, and it's great to see everybody. Kaylen was so distracted by the moment, he didn't even see Hudson going to give him a handshake. So now, race director Mr. Martin Bean will once again present the trophies to the top 5. Firstly to the man in P5, Kaylen Delcy. In 4th position, Cruz Priolo. In 3rd position for China, Marshall Liu. In 2nd position for Hong Kong, Carson Choi. But on the top step of the podium for the JDP Group and for Australia, Hudson Kelly. What a fabulous week it's been in Cadet X30, and IAME Series Asia Round 4 really has delivered. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your Cadet X30 IAME Asia Round 4 podium. Congratulations, gentlemen. We hope to see all of you back on the grid again for Round 5 in Malaysia in August. Thank you, gentlemen. We have just 2 podium ceremonies remaining. The first of those is for IAME Series China in the Cadet X30 rankings. So, starting in 5th position for Zhang Zhizhuan. In 4th position, Fan Kaiwen. In 3rd position, the second runner-up, Siddhavit Srithanako. In 2nd position, the first runner-up, Chan Haoxuan. And on the top stop of the podium, the winner of IAME Series China in Cadet X30 2026, Marshall Liu! We seem to have a couple of empty spaces on this podium, unfortunately. Everybody's had to make a quick dash for the airport, but that doesn't mean we won't be able to give out the trophies to the drivers who have been able to attend for the IAME Series China Top 5 rankings. So once again, in 5th position, it was Zhang Zhixuan. In 4th position, Fan Kaiwen. Sadly, 3rd position, Siddhavit Srithanakul is absent. We'll make sure he gets his trophy in Malaysia. A representative for Chan Haoxuan has come through for 2nd position. But on the top stop of the podium, the new winner in IAME Series China in Cadet X30 for China, Marshall Liu. So congratulations to Fan Kaiwen, Chan Haoxuan and Marshall Liu, our podium representatives that are with us here for IAME Series China Round 1. Good luck in Round 2. And last, but by no means least, we have the IAME Series China Cadet Rookie Podium. So for the 3 drivers that will make their way hopefully to the podium, in 3rd position, the 2nd runner-up, Wu Jinhao. In 2nd position, Yan Yanchen. And on the top step of the podium, the champion of Cadet X30 Rookie in IAME Series China Round 1, Le Xiu. So the final couple of trophies will be presented then to our man in 3rd position, the 2nd runner-up, Wu Jinhao. We'll make sure Yan Yanchen gets his trophy in 2nd place, but on the top step of the podium, ladies and gentlemen, the Cadet Rookie winner here in China, Le Xiu. Congratulations, gentlemen. Good luck for IAME Series China Round 2. We wish you all the best, and we hope to see you in the IAME Series Asia paddock very soon indeed. Congratulations, gentlemen. And so that wraps up proceedings here at the Coloane circuit in Macau. Thank you very much indeed to all of you for watching and for all of you participating. A massive thank you to the AAMC, the marshals here, who have been absolutely fantastic. We can't wait to come back to Macau very soon indeed. For those of you watching IAME Series Asia, we'll be back in August with the next competition in Malaysia in the 5th round of the championship. And of course, IAME Series China will continue as well with Round 2 in a few weeks. From me, Jake Stanton, on behalf of Alex Koo and all of the broadcast team and everyone here in the weekend at Macau, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Bye for now.
Well done.